Hello and welcome back to SNHU Esports, a very special day. We're teaming up with the New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletic Association to put together a high school tournament for Rocket League. I'm pretty excited.
I am so excited for some Rocket League here tonight, or today. Sorry. Usually we're streaming in the night.
It feels weird, right?
I know. It feels weird to be here so early in the morning, but nonetheless, I'm just so pumped for this tournament here today.
Me too. We've got 8 teams here today, 7 different schools, and an 8th team comprised of a little bit of everyone. So I'm super excited to see. We've got 2 groups going into this, each of which will be playing in a round robin before they feed into a single elimination bracket. Top 4 will be going into that, and we've got a ton of games today. So it is going to be a really, really great day for some Rocket League, and definitely just non-stop action between these 2 teams. Really exciting to be able to do this with some of the high schools in the area here, some of which are Farmington, Pembroke, Londonderry, Laconia, Raymond, Manchester Memorial, and Bow. And we also will be having a similar event coming up on April 1st for Smash Brothers. So this is not the end of this partnership that is really fun, because we've got more coming up after this to put on these little tournaments. It'll kind of be like a pseudo GSG. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm really excited for that too.
Right. We are just so lucky to have this opportunity here today, and I'm so glad to have everyone in the arena as well.
It is pretty packed.
Yeah, it is pretty packed here. But who do we have up on bat first?
Yeah, so we'll be following the team Alt-Stars through their group run, which is comprised of a little bit of everyone from individual schools to fill out the bracket. But we'll be seeing them go up against Londonderry for our very first match of the day. After that, we'll see them going into Pembroke and Farmington. So a lot of stuff coming up for a little bit, and that'll be Group A. So that's kind of what we're looking for here for the next hour or so.
Right. Yeah. And we don't really have like a general idea of like what we're really going to.
Not at all.
But we are going to see, a lot of Rocket League. We know that. But I am curious to see, what are some specific things like we're looking to go see in this game here?
So one of my favorite things about working with high schools like this, right, where you just have a kind of grab bag of skill, where it could be, this is a big chance for a lot of these players to kind of prove themselves here as they go from, in high school at the moment, but potentially looking into going into college esports. This is a big chance for them to really prove themselves here on stream and get their name out there a little bit. So definitely we're looking for kind of who is really going to stand out today. That's what I'm really excited to see. Is I want to see someone out here doing flip resets.
Right. Yeah. It's a big scouting opportunity as well. But especially for our program here too, that we have the Rocket League program, right? It's an excellent opportunity for that. But definitely, I am also just as excited as you are, probably to see. Just the potential that some of these players might bring here to the field.
Let's go ahead and hop into this Alt-Stars versus Londonderry as we get ready to kick things off here. See, already Alt-Stars are getting off to a good start as they take the kickoff, but Londonderry starting to move things back over towards Alt-Stars' side as they start to build up their pressure here. We're seeing a little bit of pressure come out, trying to reclaim a little bit from Hissing Monkey here.
Right, and a clarification here, Cardboard Tank is Pug.
You might think that name sounds a little familiar if you watch our League of Legends streams here at SNHU Esports. Just a loaner account right now. That is Alt-Stars Pug. So going forward, just don't think that's an SNHU Esports League player.
Yeah, but we are going to see a lot of aggression coming out here from Londonderry already, trying to get that setup off of the top of the rim there, and a shot going on goal there, going to be blocked there by Pug as well. It's just, they are at their throats right now. It is a lot of aggression coming out from Londonderry right now, but getting that reset off the top of the rim here, it looks like Alt-Stars is going to almost be able to clear, but Green makes that goal, and that brings it to 1-0 here for Londonderry.
Yeah, looking at the replay here, we can see just a really big cluster coming up from Stars there. A little bit of a double commit, trying to get the ball out of pressure. Londonderry saw a big opening there. Green especially just finding a big chance to really get a point up there. Only a minute down on the clock right now, so a pretty fast goal, all things considered right now. If Londonderry are able to keep the pace up like this, that could be pretty scary here. Their pressure seems to be kind of sticky.
Ooh, what a pass there. Eggs is going to go ahead and just get that second goal out on the board there for Londonderry. A nice assist from Ham, just popping it right off the top there for him.
Yeah, really, really good teamwork right there. And you'll notice Londonderry really seemed to have a very cohesive unit right here. And I really like to see how the coordination is going between Green Ham and Eggs right now.
Yeah, Green Ham and Eggs just performing on the field here. And now we're going to see a little bit of aggression come out from Alt Stars here. Perhaps they start to take their turn here on taking shots over on Londonderry's goal, but it seems like Green is going to be able to reset that ball pretty quickly towards the corner of Alt Star's goal. It's going to pop it up there for that aerial. Green goes for the shot a little bit wide there, and Ham gets that rebound, but an excellent save there from Eclipse. He goes for it again, and Green is able to kick that one in there. 3-0 here for Londonderry.
I really like how Londonderry are coordinating their pressure right here. We're just seeing constant shots one after another, and Stars seem to be having a little bit of a tough time just really getting that unified front together. Londonderry, pressure like that where it's just shot after shot after shot, no matter how good your defense is, eventually it's going to get through. So you really need to try and just take more sort of offensive control here from Stars.
Yeah, 100% here. And it looks like Eggs is going to get that fourth goal there for Londonderry.
Just really, really piling on right now. There's still 3 minutes left in this game right now, and there's a 4-point lead from Londonderry right now. A super strong start. Still plenty of time left in the game. They found 4 points in 2 minutes. There's 3 minutes left, so definitely more than enough time to make that up. But if Londonderry continue to keep pressure up like this, Stars will find themselves having a hard time actually being able to convert any sort of control they have onto actually finding sort of offensive control, which is a big issue right now. And Ham just very casually passing it over towards Green. He's going to be able to bounce that in right into an open goal. Londonderry now 5-0. Just 20 seconds on that rally.
Yeah, I really like the coordination between Ham, Eggs, and Green here. But it's just going to be really hard for them to, make this back with a five-point disadvantage. But it's still possible with 2 minutes and 55 seconds on the clock. They still have a lot of time to try to take their turn at some form of offense here. But Eggs going over the top there, trying to look for that bounce shot, makes it a little bit over the top, and Eclipse is going to try to clear that ball there. Pug's doing his best, but Londonderry just keeping up the aggression. Hissing Monkey going for that dribble, and that shot just so close there. Eggs going to tap that one in after it bounces off the rim.
Ham kind of stole that shot right there from what I'm seeing. That was rolling right towards the goal. He just bounced it on it. That was goal secure right there.
Goal secure.
But now the 6th point for Londonderry right now, and really it is just kind of maybe a coordination issue with Stars right now, because we're seeing a lot of times where a lot of them are controlling around the same area of the map. It's such an important concept in Rocket League, is just trusting your teammates to control space around the field, right? If you all come up together, if you all try and play around the ball in the same exact spot in the same time, you're going to leave a lot of your field open, which is going to lead to more things like this happening, where Londonderry is continuing to pile it on. But really, you want to be able to trust your team to just say, hey, you hold over here, I'll run in the back line, I'll grab boost, I'll try and set up for maybe a defensive play, I'll try and boom the ball back when they hit it over towards our side. Yep. You go sit on the blue side and get ready to shoot it in once I bounce it back. But really just not quite seeing that come out right now, as Ham still in control of the ball, going to bounce it off the backboard, not going to quite find a setup here, but just continuing to keep this pressure up is valuable. 7 points up. Any second that Stars spend not in control of the ball is great for Londonderry.
Yeah, Londonderry just kind of has to play keep away here. They have a big advantage here, and Ham looking to make that even bigger. Does go a little bit wide there. Going for a second round here, popping it up over the top. Might be able to set up for something, but Hissing Monkey going to do his best to try to deny that here. And it does go a little bit wide there. And I like what we're kind of seeing here from Londonderry. Is we're seeing back in the corner there, Eggs grabbing that boost is going to be a lot of pressure here, and that's always what you need, because look at the boost on most of these players here. You got to keep around like at least 80-ish there, and there is a goal there again. Green is going to be able to score that 8th goal there for Londonderry. It is a lot of goals on the board here for Londonderry.
This is what I'm talking about with the positioning right here that we see in the corner. Just a 4-car pileup in the corner of the field right now. You really, really can't let yourself be getting locked in like that. And Alt Stars, this point differential is going to be pretty difficult to make up right now. But if I'm them, I'm saying, hey, we're 8 points down. Take this time to just refine our strategy. Kind of play around with different different tactics a little bit and really figure out exactly what's going wrong here. Ham is not able to make contact with the ball in the air. It's actually killed midfield right now, and this could be an opportunity for Stars to bounce it right back on over. Hissing Monkeys will be able to hit it, but it's going to be Eggs who comes on up over the top, bounce it right back over towards Stars' side. Be able to get the 50-50 here as Monkey bounces it right back up. Ham going to try and roll it over to his teammate. Pug taking control, trying to just get it away from Londonderry right now. 30 seconds left. Definitely going to be a very hard sell to make up this point differential, but really just working on these tactics. I like the way that Stars are kind of controlling the ball right now, but still Londonderry are just doing a great job at trusting each other. There's so much chemistry in this team, and you can see it.
Yeah, they're working together just so perfectly here, and I think like an ideal kind of like setup or approach to any kind of Rocket League tactic is you just need that rotation, right? You need the circle just going around, grabbing that boost, trading off pressure with your teammates here in order to maintain that boost, because that boost is just all the difference here. It allows you to catch it in the air, pass to your teammates, and if you can get to that ball before the other players, it's just going to be so hard for them to actually get control of the ball here. But All Stars almost going to try to take the advantage there. Pug doing his best to get that ball out of the center of the goal. Will be able to clear it towards the corner here, but Green dribbling it past two players here. Hissing Monkey will be able to play that defense here. 5 seconds on the clock here, and Pug dribbling it past here. If it goes grounded there, Londonderry going to take that first game.
Yeah, really, really strong from them right now. 10-0. We got to see a lot of their pressure, a lot of control right there, but really just kind of showing how strong they are together as a team. A lot of great coordination that was happening right there. And we saw a little bit come out from Stars there at the end of that game. So hopefully this is a best of 3 set. So hopefully we can see them kind of, workshop things a little bit as they continue to go forward here. This is the teams are always kind of in a rush to adapt faster than the other, right? So Stars' first game obviously was a little bit rough, but hopefully they can really start to pull things together and punch back up in this second game coming up.
Yeah, I kind of want to see what you were talking about be the adaptation that they make to their gameplay here. I want to see a little bit more coordination between their players, or maybe a little bit more spread around the field in general, because when you have like that spread, you're able to pass, right? You're able to just grab the boost on maybe the enemy field there or your own field. But I feel like they, despite like the disadvantage in goals they had there, I feel like they played a pretty good game other than that. And the coordination between Londonderry's players there was also part of the reason that they were able to be so successful in that first game.
Absolutely. You mentioned it briefly in the middle of that game, but really what you're looking for in Rocket League is that circle, right? You want to be able to have a player who's, in essentially the front line and controlling the ball, kind of trying to apply pressure. You got a player that's sort of on the wings waiting for a chance to get in, and then you have your player who is kind of in the back line playing defensive, collecting boosts, things like that, and you kind of want to cycle between those. When you're playing offensive, you're spending your boost super offensively, you're trying to be efficient with it, and then you fall back and let the player in the wing take forward and start to apply some pressure there. That very kind of like well-oiled machine is like the basis of so much Rocket League offensive play, and really just creating a really sticky and hard to get out of pressure situation here. Londonderry already starting to set something up, but unfortunately going to go just a little bit wide as they bounce off the rim twice. Ham trying to set something up, but Ghost Clip's going to be able to try and bounce it right back out. Stuck in All-Stars corner right now. Could be a setup from Green right now. Ham not quite there in time though, and All-Stars are able to make an escape.
Yeah, and like you said, like that circle there, I feel like it's just always good to have one car pointing forward, one car pointing back, and someone on that ball there taking control there. Because, without flip resets, it's hard to control it there, but Eggs going for that shot, it will bounce off the top there. Very close goal there from Londonderry, and these shots on goal are going to add up here. Green taking that second one there will make a goal there for Londonderry.
And it can be really hard to sort of find this perfect formation when you start off on the defensive, right? That's sort of the tough issue here we're seeing on defense, is that they just kind of end up being too far out when Londonderry actually find a chance to take control, and if they're not quite ready, then that could just be the end of that play right there. Does Londonderry take the first point? Only a minute into this game, though. Still a lot of time. All-Stars, they got to deal with the ball right in front of their goal. This is a scary spot to be in, but Green is going to be able to just tap it right on in. All 3 players there. Pretty much all 6 players in the game were right in that goal. And Londonderry are going to be able to find their second point here, up 2 now.
Yeah, that defense from All-Stars there almost pulled through, actually. And I kind of like the way that they're trying to make up their defense in this second game here. But I mean, like you said, it's a little hard when you're playing on the back foot there from All Stars, but a shot on goal there would have been a goal if Eggs did not deflect that there. Eggs playing the offense now. Ham actually got demoed there, but Green holding it in that goal there. Eclipse will be able to clear it towards this corner here. A nice clear there from Eclipse. And now they're just going to try to control it in the corner here. Eggs trying to bounce it off that corner. Set up for a striker here. There goes Green. And Green going to be able to make that goal there.
What a great angle spotted out by Green right there. Londonderry, just fantastic job at keeping the ball in the corner here. Stars tried to make a few attempts to escape, but unfortunately they just couldn't get out in time. Londonderry just kept them in this corner, and a very just slight boom to the left made it so they were able to follow up and find their third point of this game. They're finding these points pretty quickly here. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game, and these rallies, I mean, they're really capping at about 30 to 40 seconds. So, and we're going to see another goal right there, 4-0. Londonderry, a very, very long shot right here is we're going to see Eggs just send it all the way over.
Yeah, Eggs shooting these 3-pointers here from downtown. Going to be getting that fourth goal there from Londonderry. And it's going to be a little hard, but All Stars does have the opportunity to make it back here. 3 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. It is just hard with Londonderry's offense here. They are playing an excellent game there. And Pug actually playing good disruption there, but Ham, despite that, will be able to make that fifth goal.
Threading the needle right there. Alt Stars, they had a sort of defensive wall set up, but Eggs with a great pass. Ham's going to see that opening and get it right past the Cliffs, who just wasn't quite expecting that angle right there. Now 5-0, and I swear this round timer is not getting shorter. It is staying at about the same right now.
Yeah, it's still around 3 minutes here. So, I mean, with the amount of pauses between those goals and stuff, like, you still have a lot of time here if you're All Stars to try to make it back here. And Eclipse will be able to try to get that edge in the offense here. Does get that boost stolen, and Eggs working with a lot of boost here will pass it to the other corner here, trying to play some mind games, switching it up perhaps, and getting that pinch shot, also resetting it back towards Green here. Will pass to Eggs, who's going for the aerial here, will be able to make that there. An impressive shot there from Eggs.
A little double tap off the backboard right there. We see you, Eggs. We see you. This is skillful right here. Look at that. That is all him. All him right there. All him.
But yeah, that it's just hard to play aerial against Londonderry here, because I feel like they're taking a lot of the pads there. We just saw Green run over that corner pad there, which are arguably the most important there. The ball dancing around the corner of that goal there will be able to get cleared there by Eclipse, trying to clear the ball. Green dribbling the ball, cheats it from 2 players, sets it up on the corner here, but Pug looking for a reset, trying to play that defense there. Has some boost, might try to catch it out of the air. Ham is going to take it out of the air, pass towards Eggs here. Hissing Monkey doing his best, but he will get demoed there by Ham. Ham buying a little bit of an advantage here. It's only 3 seconds there, but every demo here, I feel like it's just a power play here in Rocket League. But Ham passing to that other corner, looking for a teammate there, and Eggs will be the one to respond. Clips clears it from the center of the goal here, and Hissing Monkey takes control.
Is able to bounce it over towards midfield right there. I really would have liked to see Londonderry try and just run that straight downfield a little bit faster. Or sorry, Alt Stars try and run that downfield a little bit faster, but Londonderry immediately reclaim control and start to keep the pressure back up right now. It is so important to Londonderry that they just have this curtain across the middle of the field right now and say, hey, you can't get past this. A minute left on the clock, and Londonderry don't even need to try and score right now. All they need to do is try and just control space. As long as the Stars can't get out of their side of the field, they can't score in the last minute remaining. They have 6 points to go. A pretty dire scoreline right now, but we're just seeing this is just keep away.
Yeah, it is just keep away here. They don't really need to make any more goals, but they're going to go for it. Green going under that one. Almost made the 7th goal there for Londonderry, but there is still 35 seconds on the clock here. And Alt Stars has control of the ball here with their 3 players. Might be able to try to make something work with 30 seconds left on the clock. Londonderry trying to play that offense still. Ham getting in the corner, and Eggs will be able to secure that 7th one.
just beautiful shots today coming out from Londonderry right now. It is the angles they're finding are really awesome. I love the way they're playing off of each other's passes because it really seems like this is a very well practiced and well put together team. They are just able to really coordinate in a way that is very impressive.
It seems like they're able to just shoot it from anywhere on the field here. An impressive control of the ball and angles here. Green coming from overhead will be able to get that 8th one.
That is 15 seconds left, 8 points to go. Very rough here. And it looks like Londonderry are, in all likelihood, going to take this first set that they play in right here. It is just, I really want to see this team going forward in this group and hopefully into the bracket because I really like the way they're playing and you know, sort of being able to coordinate and having that unspoken kind of messages to your teammates, right? In Rocket League is so difficult to actually coordinate like that. So it is really impressive that they're able to kind of just work on this unified front like a single brain out there on the field.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to be able to take that first set there because of it. Just the coordination between each other, it's just so immaculate there. And I mean, like you said, going out through this bracket here, I am just so excited to see them go up against other contenders here and possibly show us what else they have in stock for us. But other than that, I think both of these teams just played really well against each other. Londonderry having that edge there will be able to secure their first game on the bracket.
Yeah, really good for them so far, going 1-0. This is a round-robin tournament, at least for the first part here, as we're in groups. And one of the exciting things about round-robin that we don't really get to see is we almost never play round-robin here on stream. It's usually always bracket or just seasonal play, right? Round-robin is great because you just get to see so much of the other teams in the area, see their teams that you're going to be playing against. Today, especially, we're going to see pretty much every single team on stream, which is super exciting to see exactly how they kind of get a little bit of a taste test of every single team before we go into the bracket and see them really fight for that single elimination, which is going to be, I imagine, a pretty hard fought battle here. If there's teams like Londonderry in the mix here, that is very scary to see them in.
Yeah, single elimination, do or die. It is everything on the line there, and I mean, that's where the nerves get to you there in those kind of games, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just so on edge there for those formats of games, but nonetheless, I'm excited for that and look forward to it. But what else? Who's up?
Yeah,
that's what I'm wondering.
So next up, we're going to be looking at Farmington versus Londonderry. So we're going to be continuing to follow Londonderry as they go forward in here and get a little bit. You can see a little bit of what Farmington are able to put up in this next match here. It will be. I'm really excited to see this next match, and overall, I think that just. I'm hearing that we are still waiting for other matches in the group to finish up right now, as this one finished up a little bit quickly. But so just going forward, we're going to be going into our next match, which is Londonderry versus Farmington. So we're going to throw it over to a quick break while we get ready for that. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back. So we're going to go into our second game. Farmington versus Londonderry in the first round that we just had. Pembroke actually took the game 2-1 versus Farmington. So now we're seeing Farmington go forward here as we continue to follow Londonderry, who just took their game versus the Alt Stars. So getting to see a little bit more of the bracket, or a little bit more of the group right now, as Londonderry just continuing to set up this pressure that we saw in the first game right there. They're going to find their first goal just 30 seconds into this game, and now this is when the chokehold kind of comes in from Londonderry. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, they're able to just play kind of like that, you know, almost defensive offense. They're just that keep away and be able to push their lead here against Farmington. But a quick clarification in names there. I think Victor, Yuri, and I is their name is Sincere there. Just a switch of accounts there, and Sincere will be able to push that ball closer to Londonderry's goal there, but Doodle just popping it up over the top, gonna be able to play that defense along with Sincere clearing that ball from the goal. A nice defense from Farmington, and now Pivot is gonna be able to kind of push that ball to his other players here on his team. Sincere taking control of that ball in the corner there and being able to bounce that one off, catching that rebound. Will be able to press their lead here, but Ham playing that dribble will be able to cheat it from one player there. Does go back towards Londonderry's goal here, and I really like the way that Farmington is actually stepping up their offense here and being able to play Oh, an open goal here, and Sincere runs it straight into that goal. It's tied up now.
We got a tie game once again, and I really love the way that Farmington are stepping up to the plate right now. Londonderry, they can seem really oppressive in their pressure, but Farmington, they stayed cool, they stayed collected. They just took their time and found a great opportunity to escape from their pressure and really start to apply some of their own. I really like the way that this match is shaping up here between these two teams right now. We're going to see Farmington once again on the back foot here, but as they continue to keep the ball in the corner here, Green's going to try and bounce it on over towards midfield. Maybe we're going to try and set up something up, but Doodle and Sincere going up high, but the ball is now dead right in front of the goal. It's a scary spot to be in, and Eggs is just going to be able to bounce it in.
Eggs taking that second goal there from Londonderry, and it's still 3 minutes and 19 seconds on the clock. There's just so much time for these teams to just pull anything out here. In Farmington, needing to make one goal up here, it seems very possible for their team here, because the way we've seen their offense go out so far, it's just been kind of, do or die here. It's just all or nothing for both of these teams, their offense in that case. But it looks like Eggs is going to be able to make that third goal here. Another impressive goal from Eggs.
Yeah, Londonderry, if you give them space, they will absolutely take it. They will sink their teeth and they will not let go as they find their third point right here. Just doing a great job at finding the shots that they need through Farmington's defense. You really have to stay on the ball against Londonderry's pressure. It is super, super scary. And we're going to see Farmington once again playing the defense off of that kickoff here, as Sincere is going to try and break things out here. Will be able to, as he brings things over towards Londonderry's goal. Now, pressed up against their wall. Ham's going to start to break things back out. Bounces off the backboard here. Pass over to Eggs. Pivo and Sincere trying to break things out. Londonderry trying to chase the ball. Send it right back in. Keeping the pressure up.
Yeah, and Pivo trying to clear that ball. Eggs will be able to pass it to the other corner where Ham is waiting to pop it over the top of this goal. It does get cleared there by Sincere, but back into the hands of Londonderry by Green. Green taking it over the top of that goal there. Sincere clearing it again. It is just a matter of just clearing that ball before Londonderry can really do anything with it. And Ham can be able to make that save here, actually. Sincere playing the air dribble. Eggs makes that cheat. Pivot is going to be able to pounce it back towards the goal here of Londonderry. Playing in the corner here. If they get control of this ball, it could be detrimental there for Londonderry. I thought that was a goal almost there, an open goal almost. Doodle can be able to pop that one up there, play that defense, and not let anything past them here. They are on the back foot now playing defense.
Sincere in control of the ball, starting to take things over towards Londonderry's side once again as it gets boomed into their back corner right here. Eggs trying to break things out along with Ham. Going to be going over towards Doodle, who tries to keep the pressure up. Trying to pass to Sincere, but gets right past him. So the ball completely across the field from Green. Going to be able to find their fourth point right there. That was almost a 2-minute rally. Things are definitely kind of starting to grind together as we see these teams really start to equally match each other here. Londonderry does have a somewhat significant lead here, 3 points ahead, but Farmington have definitely proved that they can dance with Londonderry.
Right, yeah, Farmington is able to, they're able to strike back here, and Pivot going to be able to try to take control of this ball now. He has a little bit of boost, but really not enough to make anything work here. It does get cheated there, and Eggs now has control of the ball.
Ooh.
A nice little exchange there, but by Pivot and Eggs going to be able to play that defense, though, and Sincere will be able to pass that ball to Doodle, trying to make that shot there, and Sincere now playing dribble here. Will try to take that ball from Eggs, but Eggs does manage to get it by him. And now it is a matter of playing offense here for Farmington. They still need 3 goals to try to make things even here. Green doing his best to make that not happen. Ham going to play that offense as well, and has the dribble. Doodle gets that defense. It's all about that defense when you are down a couple points, but they will be able to try to make things up here. It's 30 seconds left. They don't have a lot of time.
They really need to pick up the pace right here, and it's going to be difficult. Londonderry have been doing a great job of playing defense as well, just kind of really not necessarily playing for position, but just kind of playing for time, and that's the privilege that they have, being ahead in points so early on. Just 15 seconds left, and Londonderry in control of the ball. It's looking like Farmington are going to have to try and take things to game number 2 and hit back even harder, which it seems like they are warmed up now. Very much seem to be kind of in action and able to stand up to Londonderry here. They will be able to get another point right here, but I really do think these teams are starting to really match each other here.
Yeah, and Eggs gonna make one more goal there. 2 seconds on the clock. It is 5-1. But I really like how, I mean, Farmington going into this round, right, they took 1 goal down there, but I don't think that really stopped them there. They just kind of went back at it, and I feel like they're really catching on to the way that Londonderry plays, and they might be able to try to make changes to their gameplay to try to take that lead against Londonderry.
Yeah, I mean, it's all adaptation, right? It is entirely about if your team can adapt faster than the other team, right? So game 1, it's nice that Londonderry they've established this early lead, right? They're 1-0 in this best of 3 set, but we'll see if Farmington are able to. Now they've got a little bit of a glimpse into Londonderry's play style here, if they're really able to set things right in game number 2. This kickoff, I think, is going to be interesting because Londonderry so far have come out successful on every single kickoff. I don't think there's been a single kickoff that's gone towards their side of the field, and that is just a huge amount of pressure that comes out immediately, and it just gives them so much space to actually position themselves and just kind of play in a win more play style. But Farmington still not able to find too much success on that kickoff here. Now playing defense once again, just barely right in the middle. We're seeing just a test of strength in the middle of the goal as Eggs just neutralizes the goalie. Unfortunately, that's going to be Londonderry now 1 up again. This is such a dangerous play style that Londonderry have right now because they just get 1 point ahead, and they are so good at sort of just playing keep away, playing stall, and finding points when they actually can. It's almost kind of just like a very control-focused play style.
Yeah, and Ham actually showing a lot of prowess there on the mechanics of the car here. Like, it's not easy to hold someone in the spawn there, but Ham will be able to make that other goal there. There's 2 on the board here for Londonderry with 4 minutes and 34 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, just an open goal right there, and we're seeing Londonderry once again. They just know they can easily spot the sort of weaknesses in positioning right there and set things up for them. And this is one of their strengths going into this group. It is really, really scary. So we'll see now. Ball once again on Farmington's side. Londonderry just completely uncontested on those kickoffs, and just going to be able to kind of play around in Farmington's front yard right now.
Yeah, Farmington does have a little bit of boost here. Pivot running a little bit low, but Sincere looks like he's trying to play that offense, get control of that ball, and now Doodle gonna try to cheat it. Green does get it past him and passes towards Ham. It's a setup here, but Sincere trying to clear that an open goal here. Doodle so close to making that goal there. Green does clear it from the goal, and now he's looking to play some offense here. He's gonna bounce it off the corner there, and Ham pops it off the top. Eggs gets that flip reset, actually. Stalls there, actually. I don't think we've seen that.
It's definitely always a fun time seeing stuff like that come out. I love seeing just the individual mechanics in Rocket League. They feel almost so understated. They're easy to miss, but the moment you see them, you're like, oh, it's this kind of team.
Yeah,
it's this kind of team. And I love that.
It's not easy to control
Absolutely
the car.
Not.
It looks a lot easier than it is. But actually, Sincere playing a crazy cheat is going to get an amazing offense here for Farmington. They have an advantage right now, and they're going to try to push it. Doodle tries to set things up for his team here. Green will be able to try to clear that. Passes to Eggs, who is able to push that out and into the center of the field there. Now, playing towards right side. They will almost get it cleared there. Pivot trying his best, but Eggs is going to be able to take control of the ball here. Passing to Ham. It does go a little bit wide. I think that was a pinch shot, actually, off the corner there. And it did go a little bit further than expected here. And Eggs trying to take his turn. 2 cars missed there. Sincere playing that crazy defense there is going to be able to make that savior.
The mind games on defense there were crazy as Sincere maneuvered his car. Just able to kind of fake Londonderry into thinking they were good for a successful shot. Just bouncing off of the rim right there again. Green tries to go for that shot, but Farmington may find a chance to break out right here. Still 2 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time to play this pressure. Londonderry, though, they have been super good at breaking free whenever anyone gets the ball on their side right now. So we're immediately going to see Ham start to bring things over. Pivot just a little bit too high to make contact with the ball. It's going to be up to Sincere to try and break out once again. He's able to send things right back over with the 50-50 going over to Londonderry there as Eggs takes control of the ball. Still dead in midfield, but he's going to find an open goal right here. Sincere able to swing it by just in time to take control and start to send things back. Doodle gets demoed, and that's potentially an opportunity for Londonderry to take some space right here as Ham stalls the ball in midair. It's going to go into the hands of Pivot, but Green going to wrench it right away.
Yeah, and Ham also got that demo there. It's a little bit of an advantage here. Going to try to play offense, and Sincere will be able to actually clear it to the corner there. Green taking back control of the ball. Londonderry is just doing their best to try to take another goal here, and they will be able to bounce it in there. A shot from Ham will make their third goal there.
Really nicely done. In Farmington, just, that is such an unlucky interaction right there. Just going it slightly into the favor of Londonderry. Fortunately, that was all they needed. Now 3-0, the timer is ticking down. Londonderry's pressure is just so hard to escape, and they are so good at burning down the clock that Farmington really need an opportunity to find a power play here. Kickoff once again going in favor of Londonderry means Farmington are going to have to spend a pretty significant amount of time just trying to break out of this pressure instead of actually playing their own.
Yeah, they really just kind of have to step it up in gear here, but Eggs gonna make that goal off of one of the defenders of Farmington.
Was this an own goal? I'm not sure.
I think it would have bounced in if no one was there.
Yeah. It was on course for it. Unfortunately, no one in Farmington quite deep enough in the goal to really bounce that one right back out. Londonderry, a very commanding lead right now. It's just 55 seconds left on the clock. Farmington have got a lot of work to do, but once again, they're stuck playing the defense. Sincere's going to be able to bounce the ball right back out, and that's a big clear. No one on Londonderry's on defense. They have to scramble, get back over here, and all they can really do is try and just play off the back wall right here. Pivot looking to try and set something up. Will be able to apply a little bit of pressure right here. Ham starting to make things move over here. Pivot just bouncing it right on back, but it'll go into the hands of Eggs and Ham, who start to make their way over. Bouncing off the back wall, almost going for a double tap, not quite finding it. 30 seconds left on the clock. Time is ticking for Farmington right now. Londonderry are close to closing out this set, and as Ham finds the 5th point for Londonderry, I think that is going to be the final nail in the coffin right here.
Yeah, they have that 5-point lead. It's going to be so hard for them to play catch-up against Londonderry here, especially with their style of play. They're just so aggressive in their offense, and it's really hard to catch them off guard and actually get the ball away from them.
Farmington take a kickoff, though. That is not something that happens too often against Londonderry, so they're going to be able to play a little bit off the start, but Londonderry's pressure is just so strong, and I think any team that's really looking to play into Londonderry later on in this today is really going to have to deal with these kickoffs from Londonderry, because they are coming out on top almost all the time, and that is a really, really big problem, especially with how strong Londonderry's pressure is and how sort of long-winded they can make their pressure. You have to worry about the clock. It is a serious threat in games against Londonderry. Right. You have to be able to take kickoffs. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck playing pressure, or you're going to be stuck playing against Londonderry's pressure for like 45 seconds every single time. And that's if they don't goal on you in 20 seconds.
Right, yeah. And the disadvantages and advantages of that kickoff there, if you don't actually get it, right, you, I mean, it's really hard to actually... Yeah, I mean, sorry. It goes towards you, right?
Yeah.
You have the ball in control, right? But the other team is just taking all the boosts on the field. They get, aerials, right? They get to take it out of the air. It's just so much pressure.
They have space to actually play for positioning, and that is one of the strongest things in Rocket League. If the ball's on your side of the field, if you want to play for positioning, you have to leave your goal.
Yeah.
You have to trust your teammate to hold it down on their own, which is that's a constant thing in Rocket League. You have to trust your teammates to control space, otherwise you're not going to be able to get anything done. And that is a big issue when you're dealing with pressure like that. So really, really a big kind of a sore spot here for teams going to Londonderry. They need to figure this out, and soon, because we're coming up to the end of groups for our first group as we're ready to go into our third game. We're still waiting for some matches to finish up, so we're going to take a quick break before we go into Pembroke versus Londonderry. See you back in just a few minutes. Welcome back for our final match of Group A as we get into Pembroke versus Londonderry. Both of these teams are 2-0 right now. These are the top dogs of the group, so we're gonna have them fight it out, decide who's going to be top seed going into the bracket. Londonderry has been scary. They have been scary lately, and we've gotten to see a ton of them. We've been following their trip through the groups, but Pembroke has been tearing up the other end. So we really got to worry about that as they come into this, because Pembroke haven't seen them play at all. I want to see how they play, because I've heard they have a grand champion on their team.
Yeah, that's an impressive rank. That's an impressive rank. And we know they took 2-1 a game against Farmington, the last team that Londonderry just played, and I feel like they were pretty even in terms of actually, going at it in goals. But I'm curious to see what they're actually able to bring to the table going against Londonderry, right?
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be a close match, but I am really interested to see kind of the evolution of it, because it's still a best of 3. It's not a best of 5 yet, but I mean, you still have that time, right? You still have time to try to make adaptations to your game plan and, formulate tactics.
And the advantage of, we have Group A, and then after this match, we'll be taking a longer break and then going into Group B. Group A, free to just sit back and sort of look at the Group B play, sort of formulate strategies and form counter strategies. And that's the big thing, right? Is that these teams are going to have a short break before they go into the bracket at the end, so they'll really get the chance to maybe even analyze how the other team is playing, look at some of their matches, and really figure out exactly what makes them tick here. So this is going to be the first time these two top teams play each other here, at least at this event, right? And so it gets to feel a little bit for how they play going later into the bracket. I'm pretty sure both these teams will make it into the bracket no matter what.
Right.
So this is really going to be kind of just a scouting match almost.
Yeah, and I feel like throughout all of these groups, it's just so much scouting can be done between the teams, the players, the way they play, just everything. But getting off into this kickoff here, we're going to see the ball actually get launched towards Pembroke's side here. They will be able to take control of that ball, but Eggs quickly changes that, getting an early goal there for Londonderry.
That was a crazy shot, just slapping it from the side. Estella not going to be able to quite hold that one off, as Pembroke, even just a little bit open for a little too long. You have to be careful against Londonderry for that, but Pembroke hopefully can start to hit back here. As we go into this kickoff, they will be able to push through Londonderry, and that is a big thing right now. Londonderry has been almost completely uncontested in kickoffs, so it is a big thing for Pembroke to actually be able to start to play some offense here, but Londonderry quickly going to be able to power through that midfield line and start to apply some of their tried and true pressure.
I think the first goal of this game so far goes to the lightning fast reflexes there of Londonderry. Just kind of the offense is just kind of a blitz kind of method there. But Pembroke just started getting revving. I feel like they are able to play their defense here, but Eggs is going to be able to get that goal there with an assist from Ham.
Just another clean goal from Londonderry right now. They're doing a great job at really just displacing the other team, forcing them to play around a certain area just by applying so much pressure in that space and then quickly switching things up. It's a very, very dangerous strategy that they're playing with here, and Pembroke really needed to try and find a way to break through this. Londonderry's going to find the kickoff again, and this is, again, they get to run their pressure immediately off the rip, and that is a very, very dangerous thing, as Pembroke now have to worry about trying to break free from this. But it's going to be another clean shot from Ham to find the third goal there, and we still have 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, redirecting it right under those two goalies, actually just threading the needle. It's just an impressive shot there from Ham, and I like the way that they're able to play those mind games when going for those goals and actually trying to cheat the ball from the enemy there.
Now in Pembroke's corner, Interstellar trying to clean things out here. We're going to have a double demo back and forth, but again, another goal from him. He just finds the opening and sends it, and he's able to find these so consistently.
Yeah, Interstellar almost played that defenser just so close to making the ball. Actually, I think might have overshot it a tiny bit there, but they still have a little bit of time to try to make it back here. It's 3 minutes 54 seconds on the clock. It is more than enough time to try to make 4 goals back there, and Interstellar gonna actually play those mind games and fake a air dribble there. Does get it past one player there. Green now playing that air dribble. Eggs gonna make sure that one goes in as Green watches.
Londonderry, I mean, the way that they convert off of any sort of opportunity they get into value is insane. They find the control of the ball from all the way across the field, and they're already like, I know how we're getting this in the goal.
Yeah.
Before Pembroke can even react and start to scramble to get back on the defensive, Londonderry have already kind of formulated a plan right here. So you really have to be careful when you're playing against them like this. You always have to be ready for just a sudden reversal that leads into a goal off of seemingly nothing.
Yeah, it's just really hard to play against their offense here. They are so good at denying resources and denying the ability to try to take control of the ball as Ham scores another one in there. That 6th goal there for Londonderry.
He's 3 for 4 right now. Ham is going crazy. He has gotten half of Londonderry's goals right now, and I don't think a single one of these rallies has really been longer than 30 seconds, at least not by much. These are an incredibly fast-paced game right now, and this point advantage is going to cascade into something very, very scary for Pembroke if they can't suddenly pick up the pace quickly. They're going to get a chance to play some pressure here, try to make a shot on the goal intercept. It's a little bit too high. His team finally trying to show up to apply some extra pressure, but Raphael just not quite where he needs to be. And Londonderry just going to blitz right on past as they continue to just play with the speed and momentum that is so effective.
Yeah, and when you are Pembroke here, it's just so hard to play that defense against Eggs there, making that 7th goal there. And when you're up here, right, and it's just so hard after 3 blitz goals there. It just kind of, the nerves get to you, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like it's harder when you're in a tournament setting, right? You just gotta take a breath there. But they got 2 minutes 50 seconds, more than enough time to do that. Interstellar is going to be able to play that dribble there. Get it past 2 players, actually. Dribbling it past 3. Might be able to try to make a goal here. That defense does come out there.
Ooh.
And Howington making a shot on goal. Green does flip it up off the top there. Eggs spending a lot of resources to try to clear that one.
Ball now going towards Pembroke's side as Ham is in control, passes it over towards Eggs. Interstellar is going to be able to clear it, bring things over towards their side wall. Now continuing to run the ball, Green's going to try and kill it, try and bring it back towards midfield, bounces it right over Raphael's head. It's just Howington on defense. He's going to go out to try and clear the ball once again, goes straight up. Green in control. Ham looking to maybe try and make a play off this. Interstellar trying to control this, is able to send the ball pretty far, gets it past Eggs, bounces off the back wall. Ham not able to make contact. Howington trying to set something up here as it rides up Londonderry's back wall. Ham makes contact with the ball in the air. That's a shot on the goal, but it's a little bit too high, bounces off the rim. It'll be another backboard shot right there. Eggs not quite able to set that up for his teammate as Pembroke bounced the ball back once again. They're doing a good job at keeping this pressure up and stopping Londonderry from really being able to convert into pressure, but with 7 points up and 1:40 on the clock, Pembroke need to start finding some successful shots. They really need to start converting this into value right here, and as Londonderry reclaim control of the pressure and of the offensive side, that's just more time that's going to tick down as Pembroke scramble to try and find some value.
Yeah, and Eggs just passing it back and forth center field here. Ham will be able to try to take control of that ball, and it does go kind of close towards that goal, but Pembroke quickly takes advantage of it and does get control of the ball. Howington going to try to make his move here, and Interstellar ends up taking control of that ball. He has the air dribble. Eggs does intercept that one. Make sure he does not get anywhere with that, and now they're caught playing catch-up here.
Londonderry, their interception is perfect right now. They're doing such a great job at interfering with Pembroke's offense. Raphael going to get a chance to play the ball right here, but Eggs just sends it right back and a bounce off the backboard, and they're still trying to go up high, bounces it back towards Londonderry's side. Dead in midfield right now. Green trying to get control, but it's going to bounce towards Londonderry's goal. Pembroke potentially have a chance to try and play some offense. Interstellar not quite finding the angle they need, and angles are everything, and Pembroke just cannot catch a break on that. Londonderry, meanwhile, are starting to apply some pressure once again. 25 seconds left on the clock is not quite the amount of time you really need to make up a 7-point lead, but it really seems like Pembroke have managed to kind of stem the bleeding. They will be able to find a goal in this first game. That's a big morale boost right here, right?
Interstellar getting that first goal for Pembroke. I mean, they just need 6 more.
In 14 seconds.
In 14 seconds.
Probably not going to happen, right? But getting that one goal shows to Pembroke that in this next game, they can do it. They've been able to really shut down a lot of Londonderry's pressure. They have not found a goal in a solid while. Pembroke have been able to hold on to this pressure for longer. They finally found a successful conversion into a goal, and I think that they're going to be down a point going into this next game, but they've definitely proven to themselves, hey, we can figure them out. We can start to play into them in a way where we can start to find value. We can start to actually find some goals. They just need to be able to get online faster, because what Londonderry did, they just went out of the gate surprisingly fast. It is so hard to react to so many things that they do, and they just found a solid lead right away, and it made it so hard to come back.
Yeah, it is definitely a mental reset getting that conversion and getting that goal, because once you get that one goal, like you said, you might have them figure it out now. You definitely took a toll. I mean, not definitely, but you have the possibility, right?
Yeah.
At least. And I feel like that is part of what you need in order to try to start pushing your lead, right? So you're right, they are going to go down 1 point here going into the second game of the best of three, but they do have that kind of mental morale boost there going into game two. But
I can't stress enough how much Rocket League is just a strong mental game, right? You can rely on your mechanics for a good portion of it, but you really have to be warmed up. You have to be on fire. You have to be really feeling yourself. And both these teams, we're going to see them pretty much at the peak of being warmed up right now. That we're at the end of the groups, right? These teams have both had a chance to play 2 matches before this, but really just kind of getting a feel for the other team and really starting to feel in your element in that matchup in particular takes time. So Pembroke really start to seem to be on fire right now. I think Londonderry just have a strategy that is consistent enough so they can kind of still find value even when maybe they're not fully acclimated to the other team yet, right? Whereas Pembroke maybe taking a little bit of extra time just to figure things out. We'll see exactly how they hit back in the second game as we're ready for the first kickoff.
I feel like they do have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to actually cheating the ball from the players, not giving them a chance there. But Green, speaking of that, will be able to get that first goal there, not letting them touch that ball.
You can really tell that Londonderry have spent a lot of time practicing these kickoff goals.
Yeah.
Because they always sort of have a playbook for us that is incredibly visible, right? They're able to hit the ball, and then they immediately have a play for, who's going to hit the ball after this, and who's going to send it to the goal. And I feel like just reinforcing your kind of ability to find shots on goals right off the rip is going to really give you such a lead on teams that haven't quite figured you out yet. And that is one of Londonderry's biggest strengths, is that they immediately come out of the gate just oppressive with their playbook that they've spent time, kind of building up here. And already just kind of eking in a second goal right there. Ham finding that one. Pembroke need to start to pick up the pace before Londonderry makes this just as bad as it was before.
Yeah, Ham Green Eggs doing a really good job of pushing their lead here. They got another goal up in that lead. It's 2-0 now. 4 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Pembroke does not really have a lot to worry about here. They have the ability to try to come back here, but Eggs pushing the advantage here is going to bounce it up there. It does get intercepted by Pembroke here, and it looks like volleyball as they are playing this rally just sky high here in the middle of the field right now. Going out towards left field of Pembroke's goal. Will be able to pass it over the top there. Does play off the backboard, and now Interstellar gets a chance to try to play ball here, but it quickly goes into the hands of Londonderry. Londonderry doing a really good job at keeping the ball away from Pembroke here, and Eggs passing back to his teammate. The goal is a little bit wide open here. Eggs trying to make that goal, and it does get intercepted by Howington. Ham doing his best to make that conversion, but Interstellar is going to try to play retake.
And it's going to be another shot from Ham that is successful. Now I'm 2 for 2, 100% accuracy. And one of the things you'll notice if you look at all of these games with Londonderry is their shot accuracy is on point, always. They have a scary shot accuracy. If Londonderry have the chance to make a shot, statistically, it's probably going in. It's probably going to end up being a point. And I think that's really a testament to how strong their offense is and how a lot of teams are really struggling to really figure out how to defend against it.
It's really tricky, too, playing against the kind of angles that they take on these balls. For example, like an angle like that Eggs just tried to make, it's just hard to defend from a bouncing shot that you're so used to. Try to actually defend from the air there. Another save coming up from Interstellar, and Ham just kind of kills the ball on the side here. It does go flying, pop fly up in the air there, and now Pembroke taking a turn at offense here. Ham trying to clear that one. It does go to the other corner here. Interstellar doing his best to try to play that corner, and it does go to Eggs in an open goal, making that cross field shot.
you just got to be so careful about that. Londonderry, the way that they are able to just switch from defense to offense immediately like this is terrifying. You have to have someone who is back, collecting boosts and willing to, or in a position to really play defense. Otherwise, Londonderry just going to find random shots on your goal like that, and it's going to be a successful shot.
Yeah, it is so hard to play against shots like that because, just one slip up and it's just do or die there, and Eggs making another one. Speaking of, gonna get that 5th goal there, 2 minutes, 51 seconds on the clock.
And Londonderry just play at such a fast tempo, right? The start of these games, they immediately break out. They immediately start to find a lead. And before you can even figure them out, suddenly they're already like 6 points up. It is a very difficult spot to be in. And Pembroke really seemed like they had them figured out in the end of that last game as they started to really withstand a lot of that pressure, and a lot of those shots on the goal, started to get some shots on Londonderry's goal and find them actually being successful. But Londonderry seemed to have really switched things up here, and Pembroke are having a very hard time really just coordinating together and finding this as they actually bounce it back towards their own side of the field. They might have had a clear shot and breaking it out.
Yeah, Londonderry is a lot more spread here. An excellent defense actually coming out there from Howington. And with them being spread, I feel like the dangerous part of that is Londonderry is really good at redirecting the ball.
Ooh.
But Interstellar going to start to make that comeback. They're getting 1 goal on the board for them.
Really great shot right here. Just able to get past Londonderry's defense. This is what we saw, and hopefully we can see Pembroke start to play like this more often because we still have 2 minutes left in the game. If Pembroke are able to start to apply some pressure, then I think they have a serious chance of actually being able to tie things up and maybe try and force things into overtime here. But Pembroke need the chance to play this offense, which they are really struggling to do as Howington hits an own goal.
Howington does make a little boop on that ball there, and it does go the wrong way. But that is going to be just one, I guess, neutralizing goal for Pembroke there.
We're back to 5-0 essentially.
Yeah.
That's one of the hardest things about this is just making sure that doesn't impact your mental. Mistakes like that will happen, and sometimes they will cost you, big moments like that. But you just have to be sure that you're keeping your sort of your mental fortitude up. And Pembroke are going to be able to get a chance to play some pressure here. Raphael going for a shot on the goal, going to bounce off the rim. We'll see. Pembroke, will they have a chance to actually set up another shot? Raphael tries to bounce it back towards his team. Interstellar going for the shot. It's going to be a bounce back towards Londonderry's back right corner. Interstellar tries to send it in front of the goal, but Egg starting to send it back. Got to worry. Howington on the spot. Tries to kill the ball. Going to bounce back towards midfield. That's a shot from Ham.
Ham making another goal. That's 7-1 here. And Londonderry just keep on pressing the advantage. They are so good at playing offense here, not giving him a chance to touch that ball.
The reaction times on being able to see the angle that bounced off the wall and being like, oh yeah, this is a shot. This is a shot in the goal for sure.
Yeah.
That shows just so much experience in this game. Pembroke will actually get a chance to take the kickoff here and be able to play a little bit of offense. Ham going to try and clear the ball. Will be able to as he clears the midfield line. Now going for the goal. Interstellar is going to be able to clear it. A good save. As Londonderry try and go for another shot, but Pembroke find a big opportunity. That goal is wide open, but Interstellar is not quite at the angle he needs to be. Will his team be able to find it? Londonderry swatted away just in time. Interstellar trying to maintain control of the ball as he sends it up towards the ceiling, trying to bounce it off the backboard. Will there be a follow-up shot? Not. If Green has anything to say about it. Interference coming through right there as the ball now bounces towards Pembroke's center field, and another shot on the goal. Now 8-1 as Ham secures another.
It looked like Pembroke had Londonderry scrambling for that defense there for a second, but just too many seconds on that clock were given to Londonderry to be able to play catch up there, and they were able to instantly take advantage of that and play offense.
Seeing Pembroke once again come off favorably from the kickoff. It seems like they've figured out how these interactions go, but only 45 seconds on the clock to make up 7 points is going to be an incredibly tall order here. Both these teams will be in the top 4 brackets, so this is potentially a good time to really try and just figure out the playbook, try and make plays that force Londonderry to kind of tip their hand a little bit. And Londonderry are going to be able to keep up this pressure. They're going to be able to burn down a lot of time off of this, and Pembroke essentially just have to try and spend this remaining time trying to figure things out. He's going to find a goal, a really nice shot, finding it all on his own as he takes things up off the wall. This is a really crazy play right here. Look at these mechanics.
Yeah, just a cross-field aerial dribble there, straight into that goal. It just shows the prowess that he has on controlling that car there in order to just, drive that ball through the air. But going back into this kickoff, Londonderry does look a little bit favorable in the turn of that, but Green doing his best to try to make that goal there. It will be able to be intercepted there by Pembroke. 8 seconds on the clock, and Ham makes another goal, bringing it to 9-2.
Unfortunate, just unfortunate right there, as Pembroke aren't able to hold back from this shot. They had people around the goal too, just not quite quick enough on the reactions. 9-2, Londonderry, a very strong and commanding scoreline. They've had a scoreline that looks like this in every single game they've played in this group. It is a very dominant team so far, and I'm really excited to see how they play going forward. Pembroke, they just seem like they're so close to figuring out how Londonderry play this, and they have these moments where they really shine, and you start to see like, oh, they absolutely know what Londonderry's strategy is. Like, yeah. You see plays from Interstellar like that, and it's like, oh, he's got them figured out. Right. And then, unfortunately, Londonderry just show up with something else, or they find a crazy shot out of nowhere, and it's tough. It's really tough to withstand a team like Londonderry. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the other side of the group fares.
100% going a very strong start for Group A here, getting started into Group B. But, I mean, Londonderry definitely one of those contenders to look out for here in this tournament so far.
Undefeated in their group completely. So it just in a lot of these games had a crazy scoreline. Once again, it cannot be understated. This team is scary. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see them pop back up once we hit the top 4 bracket. We're going to throw it over to a quick break while we get ready to go into Group B. We'll be back in just a little bit with a whole new group of teams. Stay tuned.
You do. And welcome back, everyone, to the Connection Esports Arena here for the SNHU NHIAA Rocket League Invitational. The high schoolers are here with Group B, Manchester Memorial versus Bow. I am Kresnik here with Connor, here to bring you into this first game of this set. And we are very quickly learning these players. We have Carter here playing for Bow, going against Irish. Quick 50, knocking the ball right back onto the side of the field for Bow. Connor, I guess we don't really know these teams going in, but early on, what's your read on them as they all seem to play over here in the corner by the post?
We can already see Bow playing a pretty good defense here against Manchester here, and we're going to actually see a lot of cheats coming out from both of these teams here, and I feel like that defense is going to matter there when NGC Jacob takes that shot on goal. Going to get 1 point up here on Manchester.
Yeah, you can see Carter backing up here, trying to catch it, going for that flip, but just overshooting it near the end. Might have been able to deflect, but Monster for Manchester was coming in for that follow-through to connect that one here on goal. Kickoff here initially, Carter knocks it, gets it knocked back onto their side by Irish. It's both going into control. Boost. Ramdog actually knocking it out of their control. You can see players from Manchester swarming the ball here, but Lex quickly clearing it out, knocking it towards the post as Ramdog doesn't get that touch. Where is the follow-up? It's from Jacob actually knocking it right back over to the side of Bow, but it's cleared out right away from Carter.
Ooh, an open goal there on Manchester's side. They're going to be left scrambling for defense here, and this is really the time for Bow to actually stock up on their boost, maybe get ready for this defense here. Meme Lex is going to be able to take that one out of goal towards their goal on Manchester's side here. And now it's really their turn to kind of play their tempo here. Ramdow is going to try to offer a pop-up here for Carter. Carter will actually bounce off of Ramdow there. They might be scrambling a little bit for defense here. Jacob going to get demoed there actually by Carter or Malex there. And now Ramdow left to play offense, but does get taken out there by Jacob. It is almost over here. Manchester gonna actually take a more formidable role in their defense.
It's a scrap heap over there on the Manchester side of the field with 2 demos coming in, but not really going up to anything as Lex manages to bounce it out and going to follow up. No one else setting up for the touch. It's going to have to be him, but he loses that 52. Jacob sending it right back to near the goalpost here, but a trade there. Knocks it right back into the corner. Where is the follow-up on this? Who's going to be looking to clear it out? It looks like maybe Monster trying to follow through, but not finding the angle. Could let Bow get back in control of this with both players chasing, potentially trying to cheat the ball if they were to lose that 50, knocking it right back to the corner, getting all the boost, but losing control of it once again. Still Carter, though, keeping it locked in that corner for their setup, but can they get it out of here with all 3 players from Manchester swarming them?
Yeah, we're actually going to see pretty good rotations come out from both of these teams here in the circle. Jacob, sorry, going to try to make that goal there. Very close there. Carter was able to save that ball now, and Jacob setting up for his team here. Another excellent defense from Bow, and it's just so close right now. Only 1 goal on the board here. Jacob taking that one out of the goal, going to clear that one very quickly. And as that demo comes out, their attack might be a little lackluster here. Jacob proving different here. Going to get that 2nd goal there for Manchester.
Yeah, I feel like the control of midfield, honestly, may be lacking. It seems like they're swarming around this corner trying to chase the ball and maintain control of it, but never someone really there for the follow-up. Jacob, though, again, able to kind of score with himself. His teammate trying to follow up there to follow up if it were to get knocked out of him too there. Running up mid, knocking it out, potential kickoff goal, but no, Carter couldn't get the angle because of all the people getting around that ball, but able to get the follow-up there, bouncing it up right through 2 of them. Great shot from Carter to put Bow on the board.
Yeah, Carter actually, salvaging that one after the kickoff. I feel like that's just 2 back-to-back shots on goal, 50% accuracy. Gonna get that first goal for Bow, and they have 1 minute 34 seconds starting on this kickoff to try to make up that 1-point deficit.
Goff ends up right into Bow's corner here with Irish going for the follow-up, though, getting demoed by Ramdog. But now still back in there. No one able to follow up. Jacob tries to get it on his own once again, but cleared by all the players that are holding that midfield there. But flying in, Lex pops it up. Is there someone rotating in right now for Manchester? No, they're backing up, playing onto that transition defense, trying to set up for Ramdow, but hit up again by Irish, just knocking it out of his range. Now it's on Lex to save it, but it's an open goal. Can Carter make it in time? No, Jacob just a little bit faster, giving Manchester a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, Irish Conman, we can see taking advantage of that little slip up that Bo made and an open goal there. Jacob just popping that one straight in there. That's a 2-point lead Manchester has gotten so far. And 1 minute and 2 seconds left on the clock. Bo left to scramble for an offense here, but looks like a pretty advantageous kickoff going towards them so far. It does pop back towards their goal for now, but Carter quickly trying to change that. Does get the dribble, passing off to Ramdow. Ramdow going to drive it down right field here. And now Carter coming up on this corner. They are playing a pretty good corner here, but that rotation just wasn't there. It is going to get past them now. Jacob having control of the ball, bouncing it back towards himself, passing, gets that demo. It is set up here for Monster or someone on Manchester trying to make that shot on goal. It will go a little bit wide and now left in the corner here for Carter to deal with.
Yeah, they weren't. I don't think they trusted maybe in the fact that they'd be able to take that away here. Not just up over Monster, won't be able to jump in time. And now Lex on a breakaway going pretty fast with it. Where's the follow-up? Carter didn't have the boost, I don't think, to follow up. Yeah, stuck on 0, but now Jacob with that boost is going to fly away. Bo, 4 seconds left on the clock. Not much chance here. Monster wants to go for it. Irish tipping it over for him, but just going to let it roll on the ground, kill that momentum, and Manchester Memorial will take game 1 to open up Group B.
Yeah, Manchester, a strong start for them going into this best-of-3 set so far. I really like the way that they played their offense so far. And I feel like part of their offense that makes it so deadly is they really actually took advantage of the mistakes that they were making on both parts.
Yeah, I think they were doing that pretty well. I think they had people set up pretty often in that follow-up. Always ready to kind of follow through with them, right? And trusting that they were going to win a lot of those kind of clashes, right? As it went on, they were always willing to follow up. I think trusting in Jacob too a lot at 661 points near the end. All 3 goals for Manchester Memorial came from that player. So kind of knowing like, look, I think he's gonna win this fight specifically. Let's make sure we're set up to support him as best we can, playing good defense. You saw, I want to say it about the 2-minute mark on the counter, right? They were just slowing it down, popping it up over Bo so that they had to spend boost to get it or just spend resources to get it out of them and slowly bring it back to their side of to Bo's side of the field so that they could then, the rest of them could go in and capitalize. It was just good teamwork.
Yeah, and Jacob being the striker for Manchester so far, it looks like just taking advantage of his team setting up those pop-ups for him and actually getting off of the backboard or setting up off the corner. It is definitely hard to play against that, but I feel like one of those things that will always give you a solid kind of ground foothold is just having that rotation ready, right? Just having that circle going and having people always able to actually rotate to whatever direction the ball is traveling.
You need to have someone going into position ahead of time before it's the right place to be here, right? Like Lex waiting, jumping out to stop it, but Jacob was already ready to cut off that ball. But transitioning back to defense, no one looking for the follow-up hit here. Carter's waiting, and because he's waiting, Jacob already boosting in, will go in, steal the boost away from them, so he's at full. Not sure if Lex can even chase. It's on Ramdow to shut it down with only 36 boost remaining for him here. And now, on the run, it is just being killed. Back to the corner here, 2 members of Bo swarming by it to chase all of them on defense, but Manchester just waiting to set up, charging boost, getting their time to come in here, with Jacob sending it right back in. What's the setup? Is there going to be 2 players contesting this? No, they're going to wait for it to hit the ground. Carter stops the momentum entirely and takes it away from Monster. Jacob needs to rotate back. You can see already by the goal, already in the right place with Ramdow taking it from him, but right back to center field. Jacob riding the wall, wants to go for something, but Bo is all back, already transitioned here. Irish dead center. This could be Bo's chance, though, but it's pinched straight up. 50-50 again, and Irish manages to steal it away.
Yeah, Irishman trying to offer that midfield trade there. Does go in favor of Manchester towards their goal, but Ramdow, not using any boost there, is able to kick it pretty far towards center field. And now in their corner, a pinch off of that wall will be a little scary there, but Ramdown quickly salvages that one. Carter getting that demo on Jacob. The goal is looking pretty vulnerable here. Carter trying to get that goal. Monster quickly going to clear that one.
Yeah, I feel like the communication for follow-up needs to be there, right? I feel if you know you're going to be able to kind of kill that ball in front of the goal, slow it down, or at least you think you might be able to, let your team know ahead of time, let them get there to follow you as Jacob again takes the boost away, but popped up by Ramdow, nullifying it here. Might let him set up on himself, though, as he takes it away from Carter as he tries to clear it out. It's heading back to his own side, though. They're just pulling it back, maybe willing to play defense. How is the offense from Bo looking here, though? 3 players midfield now flooding into the corner, but who is there for the follow-up? It's Lex rotating back to his own side to play in that goal. Carter here with him as well. The Dank Meme duo trying to play around this and slow things down, but no one's there for follow-up on the ball, and Lex is able to take it away once again.
Yeah, just a flood of Manchester players coming here to defend that ball, and Carter with the double tap off of one of Manchester's players. That's the first goal for Bo.
Yeah, they're for the first time in this set, they take the lead, not just tying it up here, knocking it back in. You can see Monster trying to go around the goal in time. I think just didn't have the boost to jump up and actually get that block, so had to do that full rotation around it. Right now, pinch between the 2 players on this kickoff. Monster could be a good setup, but no one really ready to go in for it. Ramdow spending a lot of boost to try to chase that ball, but who has control? It's going to be Carter, as he cannot sneak it by Monster. Jacob is here to block and will get it. Monster wants to be there for the offense, but already trying to transition back because he's just low on boost.
Yeah, Jacob now has control of that ball. Gets that dribble over the goal. Jacob getting that goal for Manchester, tying things up here.
Yeah, well, we can look at this replay here, bring it with himself all right over both Carter and Lex. Excellent play by him to equalize it right away. That's the answer that Manchester needed if they were worried about the 3-minute to goal. This is already a very different look in this group, as all the bumps, they just knock themselves off the kickoff, but still able to take it on their own for now. Jacob's sneaking it by, bouncing up. Can they stop it from getting it? It's just right there on it. Monster missed it, but Irish is the one to come in. All of Manchester swarm. They know it's their time, and right away, as soon as one goal is taken, 30 seconds later, the lead is right back in their hands.
Yeah, Manchester quickly pouncing on that opportunity. It is going to take the lead here in this set so far. And 1 minute 53 seconds on the clock. Bo is going to have to come up with the response here. Looks like they have a pretty good kickoff so far. Ramdow going for something here, but Jacob going to spend those resources to try to get this advantage here. Lex actually shutting it down pretty good. He's running on empty, but quickly picks up that 100 boost. Lex now working with fire. Ramdow just needs to make this conversion. He gets it past that defender there. Sets something up here. Jacob on the defense is able to catch that rotation. It is just a matter of who can out-rotate the other now.
Gosh, that could be a good shot. Jacob's trying to go in for it, but just too slow. The team bump, knocking Jacob past it. He wanted to get that follow-up, but just knocked forward slightly. Will equalize it here, as no one knows how to shift back in rotation, right? The timing just gets messed up. They can't make it back in time. So now 2-2, minute 20 left on the clock. I mean, 80 seconds is not a lot of time when you're having as slow paced of a game as this, right? It only just started to pick up here as teams are kind of figuring out each other's defense, but popped up. Jacob wants to go for the follow-up. Ramdow clears it out. Does Jacob have the boost to turn it around? No, he's going to play on his own side. Yeah, play with the team. Get ready to set up with them and take it right back in. But Lex clearing it back out off the post. It's not going to go in, but that is danger for Manchester.
Yeah, that is definitely a hard situation to deal with, and Ramdow gets that demo. It's going to be a little bit more of a flow into their offense here, but Jacob turning things around. Tries to set something up here. Bo does clear that ball, and now Ramdow playing the dribble. Carter is helping him out there, and now it's just kind of bouncing back and forth, rallying in center field here. Manchester doing a pretty good job of actually stopping Bo from advancing on their goal. There's 30 seconds left. It is going to be difficult here to take the advantage before going into overtime.
Oh, that could have been a great setup, but the timing just not there. Now Jacob has full boost, looking for the ball. No player moving. This could be the time to go for the goal, but they're just popping it around, basically dribbling it around them here as Carter tries to take it by. Jacob does manage to get the steal, clear it back out to the corner, and will be going for this full boost. Is anyone rotating in for Manchester right now? It is Monster, but he sends it back out to the corner. It looks like unless someone can carry it across, we might be heading into overtime.
Right, Bo's just going to ground that one a little bit closer to their goal and just play off this kickoff here, maybe a little bit better position that they could play off of. An Irish conman going to fake that one out, try to play for the boost here, but Carter catches that one and does have the boost to catch it out of the air. Jacob taking control of the ball, will dribble it, bounce off the goal here. Monster taking that shot. Ramdow in the goal, gonna defend that one, and Lex taking it away, clearing that one. Jacob, another shot on goal there, just firing shot after shot on Bo's goal here.
Now all three of them kind of swarming up this one side, no one coming in from another angle, but they have to rotate back over. Jacob now trying to clear it out, but it's not open. They're not going to let that mistake happen again from Bo. But Jacob controlling it in the corner. Not a ton of boost, but manages to pick up the full that was there. Manchester, their offense is so stifling. They're just keeping all this pressure on the ball, trying to go for the goal, bouncing off the post. Monster wants to get the slide in, sneaking it right under them, and Manchester will take the set away with that one. Again, everyone, if you commit all into the offense, it's going to have to look like that. You are bumping them, you are sending them away, and sneaking the goal in with all of that physical pressure.
Yeah, it was just so hard to defend against that with how much disruption Manchester was putting in that goal. It is so hard to play defense there, but Manchester will take that set, and Manchester will be able to take it 1-0 up into the start of Group B here.
Yeah, groups are going to be Manchester up 1-0 and Bo down to 0-1. Do you have the record, but for the other game, perchance, so I can say it? We happen to know. We're actually going to get that. So the other game was Laconia Raymond was the other matchup. Yeah, we're trying to fix that. We are live right now, but I appreciate it. What's up? No record for the other game. So Laconia Raymond, we will find out when we are back from a quick little break that we're going to take between games. So stay tuned. On the other side of the break, I believe it is Manchester versus Laconia. So stay tuned. Welcome back here. Game number 2 of the day. We will be sticking with Manchester as they run Memorial, as they run through the bracket here. Laconia, after going down 0-1 in the last matchup to Raymond, now looking for revenge here, but an open goal is not going to be the way to start things off for them as Manchester come to an early lead, 21 seconds in.
Yeah, Manchester already proving to just build on their advantage here, and that's just 1-0 here, already 1-0 in the bracket too, or the round robin of Group B. With 4 minutes and 39 seconds on the clock here, Laconia is going to have to play catch up here against Manchester already, but it shouldn't be too hard with how much time that they have on the clock. And as well as making these adaptations to the gameplay, we're going to see 2 players fly past that ball there. They do have the boost to catch up back to the ball and play dribble here. And now Monster passing to Jacob is going to pop it up over the goal here, setting up for Monster, but doesn't really look like they have a lot of boost here. Just working with a stalled ball there. And now they're going to try to take this boost, deny it from Laconia from doing anything here. It is kind of just a slow game so far, playing back and forth. And Manchester doesn't really have to build another lead here, but Irish Climber going to try to put that one in. Does not go exactly as planned. It's now played off the corner here. Jacob bouncing across the goal here. Playing a little bit of mind games here with Laconia, I think, right now.
Yes, everyone's swarming the ball right now. No one's setting up for the rotation. Monster actually the furthest one away here, but Furby Lover manages to clear that out here, following up, trying to fight against Jacob, who wins that 50, putting it right back out into the midfield. But all this physical play, all these bumps that are coming out from Manchester are making it so hard for Laconia to get set up as Reyna does get it off the post. Where is the follow-up from them? They shove Jacob out of the way. It's right there. Everyone is there. If there was a clear out right now for Manchester knocking it back to middle, they could send it right in right now, but not
Jacob,
able to find it
gonna
there.
do exactly that. Yeah. The commentators. Kurt's taking a 2-0 here. Jacob, an excellent lead. 3 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock still.
What an angle, too. I mean, literally just taking it away from them. They were just so focused on protecting that corner. They weren't thinking about midfield as soon as that hit came in. They thought they could transition back to offense. Probably a little too low on boost. Had to play slow because of it. Give them a great setup here. Monster, perfect setup. Start. Can they clear it out? No, seconds
Jacob,
after. Jacob gets another.
That's 3 goals here for Manchester with, I think, like 100% shot accuracy here, and Jacob scoring 3 goals is going to be a strong start here already for Manchester. And now it is down to this kickoff really to see which direction that the rest of this goes, and it looks like Furby is going to get it closer towards Manchester's goal here. If they take that booster, it could be a little detrimental towards Manchester's offense. Jacob working on full boost now, just picking up that pad there. Monster now bouncing it off here, setting up for Irish. It will bounce off that top there. Shot on goal, and now they're going to have to try to clear this one out there. Jacob does get it pinched off there, or pinch shot off his car there, and it will be in the corner of Laconia's goal now. Or Manchester's goal, sorry.
Yeah, knocked back out. Yeah, Laconia, it is a tough lead, but there's plenty of time, but not as much with
Jacob, another goal.
Bouncing it off his car as he's going in, flying it through the air. That is so hard to contest, especially if you're not, super comfortable on the game, right?
Yeah.
You need to, if you're getting so much pressure put on you, trying to fly over, stop that. Going to be so difficult. Not going to happen here right now for Laconia, but still a chance. The ball gets lightly knocked into their corner. Irish with a great setup here, though. Is there going to be someone in goal to stop it?
Another aerial. Another aerial from Jacob there. It's 5-0 already. And that is a excellent lead developed here by Jacob and Manchester and company.
Yeah, quicker for him, putting it up to 5-0. But I mean, the kickoffs, I feel like Laconia has decent starts here. Like you can see, they're making it in time. They're getting the ball to a side of the field and always getting the follow-up, but it's just this aerial play from Jacob that is making it so difficult off the post, but followed up right away from Irish.
Yeah, what a rebound there. Irish making sure that one goes in after the double tap from Jacob there, setting things up. It's going to bring it to 6-0 here. 2 minutes and 4 seconds on the clock. With the way that the game has been going so far, they do have a little bit of time to try to make things up here. And another goal. There's Furby Lover. Going to get that first goal there for Laconia.
Yeah, I mean, I heard about some kickoff goals yesterday in the match that we casted there, right? Apparently, so
Yeah.
it can just happen.
It can just happen.
It can just if you're not ready for how it's going to bounce, sometimes it happens. Laconia getting themselves on the board, something to work off of, a bit of a foothold here as they send Irish flying away. Reyna wants to chase this, but not going to get it. And actually slowing down a leak as well. It's on Furby to play defense here, but no one's really cycling in. It's just Jacob in midfield with a lot of boost potential.
What a shot.
Off the corner, off himself.
That was a
goalpost play.
Yeah, that was an excellent shot there from Jacob. A double tap off the bottom of his car there. It's just crazy control of his car there. And that's 7 goals now, a 6-point lead here for Manchester. It's going to be hard to play catch up here, but this kickoff does go towards Manchester, and they do get control of that ball as well as the boost pads. Jacob working with fire here, makes another goal there. That's 8 goals there for Manchester.
I mean, that was a hard commit from Laconia onto wanting to be aggressive, right? You saw 2 people go in with that kickoff. It was fairly neutral, and then as they try to swing around, just not able to follow up on it right away. They're all on their side. They're all trying to turn, see where the ball is. It's being dribbled by Jacob all the way across to their side of the field. But right now, Manchester looks like they mostly win that kickoff. Irish in fair control here, but no one able to really find a connection onto this ball. They try to knock it back. Jacob saying it off his teammate. That's a pop-up. Could be good setup, but nothing off of that quite yet. Laconia do manage to clear it out of their side, back to Manchester side, potentially open goal, but Jacob is already rotating back, so good at transitioning back to that defense.
Yeah, and now it's really up to Laconia to try to play offense here. They do have control of the ball here. Monster quickly trying to change things, and Jacob does come in, making sure that they do not touch this ball again. They don't really have the boost to get up there to intercept it there, and Furby Lover going to be working with just boost there, and a shot from Jacob and goal. He will confirm it into a 9th there.
Yeah, off the top, killed all the momentum, but you can see, again, everyone swarming the ball, no one setting up for that second follow-up hit, right, for when something were to happen, so there's no one that can make it back to the goal in time on this pressure. Manchester are I think, applying so much pressure that it's making it hard to think about how they want to play around this here, but you can see all of them now playing over here. They do clear it out, but Jacob is on the chase, just going to knock it into his own corner, probably go for this boost if it doesn't get taken away, and it doesn't. So able to play with that now with a lot of resources here to work with, but looks like Laconia might be on a setup, but the defense is very solid for Manchester.
Yeah, they have been playing an incredible defense here, and it's 30 seconds left. They are already setting up another goal here, and it just bounces and teeters in, and Jacob makes that one. 10 goals on the board for Manchester.
Yeah, with only 21 seconds left, I mean, definitely looking like a bit of an insurmountable lead for this game. Laconia, I think, have to figure out what they could want to shore up for game number 2. Manchester probably just thinking, oh, we got to just keep our status quo how we have been playing here so far. But a kickoff goes for Laconia, but Jacob, again, the aerial play is really what I think the biggest difference maker is here. As 13 seconds ticks further and further down. They're just getting boost. I think Laconia just trying to play defense for what they can for this last couple of seconds. Get into game 2 probably as fast as possible here. Now Furby playing control. They think they want to get something else on the board, but Irish is here to kill that. Jacob wants a little bit more, maybe dribbling
Jacob
it. We just wants one more. He wants the 10 gap there here. But Manchester walk away with a very, very strong game 1 here.
Yeah, they are definitely a team to be reckoned with there. It's a strong team again in Group B here. I feel like they're one of the top contenders so far that we've seen. But going into this third bracket here, we will be following Manchester again.
Well, yeah, they still have game 2 here versus Laconia, I believe, to close it out here. But yeah, there's still, I believe, Bo and Raymond happening in the back of the room right now, which should be could be fairly close, I believe. I think Raymond was very strong against Laconia, and Bo was holding their own against Manchester. So I'm assuming that's a game I'm definitely excited to see the results of whenever we do decide or can go back into game here. But I mean, Laconia, I think though they need to not get as overwhelmed by the offense from Manchester, because obviously they're popping it up for each other. They're trying to set up for Jacob to come in on these aerial plays, which teams don't seem to be super comfortable dealing with. Maybe I think they might need someone to just be ramming into Jacob.
Right. Yeah.
Just don't let him get these boosts. Don't let him set up on the wall. And anything to keep him from getting these really free, comfortable setups on his own side, flying over to follow up on the pop-ups that Irish and Monster have been doing.
Right. And you're right. Like a really easy way to deal with something like that is just demos, because demos always, deplete your bar to like 30, right?
Yep.
You lose all your boosts. If you pick up those pads, then no one gets them. It's just fair game for anyone else next time they respawn. So I feel like it's really, really hard to kind of play the way that they have been playing. And I'm getting word that Raymond is 1-0 over Bo so far. So that's pretty interesting scoreline there. Looking forward to see that a little bit more. But Jacob making a shot from center field there takes a lead against Laconia round 2.
I mean, look at this angle here again. He has a lot of time. He plays with what he wants, but they're just not able to move in the way they need to block it when it's coming in from these off angles, right? They're just not expecting that what they're doing in Manchester is setting up so well to just never be coming in from the same way, right? Jacob is not hitting it from the same spot, but the setup is so good here, but angle not there at this time, but it's still clear into the Laconia corner.
Ooh,
their match is cleared out now.
Yeah, and that was a demo there. And I feel like that would have been just the perfect opportunity for Laconia to play offense here, but Jacob steals that, gets that second goal there for Manchester.
Yeah, they needed to kill that momentum here following through a small miss sets up for Jacob perfectly coming in from that right side of the goal. 2-0 early, still a lot of time though for Laconia to work with. How they want to play this. We'll see how the kickoff goes here. Kickoff goal, one of their big ones from the previous, or their only goal from the previous game. So hoping for more of that when Manchester's at their weakest, when they're not set up, right? When they're not ready to set up for each other here. But Irish knocking it into the corner. Everyone's swarming around this goal. They're just trying to mess up Laconia's rotations by keeping it in their hands, bouncing it off the wall back and forth, constantly just setting up for themselves. And Monster trying to go in, but a good bump from Laconia. Actually, great defense play there by them.
Yeah, and they do manage to clear that one out there. Jacob, again, with the aerial, will tap it down, kind of kill that ball. But that was a lot of resources, and the ball didn't really go anywhere. And there's a goal for Laconia.
Just solid. Again, they cleared out with good defensive play, good physical bumping. You can see them trying to disrupt each other and them, but Irish and Jacob both going in at the same time to try to stop it. No one in rotation towards the goal. Sets up Laconia perfectly for that. But when we see these goals happen, things have come back pretty quickly. Already an early setup for him, but it's going to be off the backboard above. Where's the follow-up on the ball? Where's the chase? They're trying to play so safe, keeping Alik back in the goal here. And it actually does kind of mess up with their rhythm. Furby perfectly setting it up. They could chase here. Not a lot of boost for Irish, and Furby looking for this goal, but doesn't have boost either. Yeah,
that is going to be so hard to contest that when you are that slow without that boost running on empty. It's just difficult, but Jacob looking for another aerial. Conman flying over there, and it does get cleared here by Furby Lover. Going to pass it over to Reyna, and they will dribble it down the right side of the field here now. But it is just going to be really, really hard to try to get past Manchester's defense now. They are making their rotations around, and they are just so evenly spread right now. Divide and conquer seems like their methodology, and there's an open goal, and that's another goal. Irish Conman going to make that third one.
Yeah, not as open, but just an early jump from, like you see, he was set up to try to block it, but tried to go for the bump instead. I think wasn't expecting the shot to come in as quickly as it did. Good flip from Irish. Speed himself up, send it over that defender, and guarantee that +2 lead here from Manchester. Kickoff totally neutral, back a little bit towards Manchester's side. The chase coming in from Malik Arts, but it's Jacob that takes it away. It's not open. It's Reyna holding back and actually completely stalling the momentum, but the hit from Furby might actually set up for them just off the corner. Will Irish be able to get this one off the top? They knock it back. It's so close, but no one's able to get this last follow-up hit. They need to clear it out. They managed to sneak it away. Alik holding control here, sending it back, but it's Jacob in the air again, flying by, wants to set up for himself, not able to get it. It's off the top again. Manchester just cannot find a shot on goal.
3 balls off the top of that goal. They're so close to just scoring it in here. It just keeps bouncing off. Someone needs to remove that goalpost there. And it bounces off again. It's just bouncing. It's crazy in Laconia's goal right now. Irish Conman trying to clear it out, get rid of this confusion here, and it looks like 3 players of Laconia on the ball now, going to drive it down towards Manchester's goal now. They are playing offense, make that shot on goal. Reyna going to try to tie things up here, 3-2 for Laconia.
I know I've heard the Chillcats ad, the Rocket League coach here, talked a lot about turning off ball cam. Sometimes I feel like that might have been it. I'm not sure if he had ball cam. I'm not sure if it shows in the director, but yeah. See him coming, you can turn go for the bump, but so focused on getting that shot, so focused on knocking it away, that it allows Reyna to just fly in and send it soaring towards the goal. Quick turnaround there, and Laconia push it only to a 1-goal gap between the two of them after a 11-1 game in the first one. Massive improvement happening between these two here, as it's again on Manchester's side of the field. The teamwork from Laconia has been good, but they need to be able to play defense here. It's Monster and Irish trying to come through, but great knock actually hitting it off Jacob, who is going away. Ball is still in control of Manchester, but it's not a huge threat right now.
Yeah, and that just shows the even spread here of Manchester. They're just ready to deal with anything there, but Reyna is going to take Jacob by surprise and take him out for 3 seconds. Now it is left to, well, Jacob's back again, and here he is with another goal. 4-2 here for Manchester.
And it's just putting it high in the goal, knowing the angles, being super comfortable in the game, right? Jacob, I think, clearly has a ton of control over where that ball wants to go, how he wants to be moving in the air, and taking advantage of that has been a huge part of Manchester's game plan. And it works out there once again. Just solid ball control, put it to the top. But don't think they'll be able to rotate quickly enough to get the follow-up. But here, a pop-up in front of the goal. Jacob flying in once again, but just a little too fast this time for them. But the rest of Laconia are in the corner. This could be an open net if someone's set up for it, and Jacob will set himself up. Who needs someone else on that rotation when you have the perfect timing?
Yeah, just dribbling that one into the goal there. It will be another goal on Manchester's board with 50 seconds left on the clock.
They're going to need a quick answer back from Laconia if they want to get themselves back into this set here. We'll see how the kickoff goes. It's right back into Laconia's corner, but Alik had boost, was able to get that follow-up here, but it could be a perfect setup again if Jacob did not find that miss. Still, though, trying to remain in control, but doesn't have any boost to follow up on it. Just unable to maintain that control, and it's rolling in right in front. They have to clear this out now, or someone's going to come through for it. Monster tipping it in on the soar by, giving them up to a +4 lead over Laconia.
Yeah, that is a big lead that Manchester has developed so far. Laconia is really going to have to step it into overtime here to try to take things back into control. They only got 30 seconds left on the clock here, and time is ticking. But they do have it in the corner of Manchester's goal right now. Manchester is left playing defense, but Furby Lover trying to confirm something here, set something up for his teammates. It is very, very difficult to try to break through Manchester's defense here. Jacob popping it up over the top there. An excellent aerial goal.
I mean, I'm not even gonna just watch this.
Yeah, it was.
Wait, no, just.
Oh,
yeah,
just crazy.
I didn't even want to talk over this.
Yeah,
I wanted to let that one play out for itself. So much control there, perfectly slipping it by anyone on Laconia who would have wanted to contest that here, but they have a chance to strike back, at least bring the score a little closer. But this lead with 3 seconds left, insurmountable. Manchester pushing themselves to a position that I believe confirms their spot in bracket. If they can kill this ball, it bounces off the edge, and they do knock it down. That pushes them to 2-0 and guarantees them a spot. Seeding still to be determined, but they have guaranteed themselves a spot in the bracket portion of this tournament.
Yeah, and that's just a way to set things off here. And I'm getting word that Raymond did take the set against Bo 2-0 there. So
yeah. That means 2 groups in a row where the last game has been both 2-0 teams playing each other.
Yeah.
somehow it happened. We did not. I mean, the groups were randomized. Right?
Yeah.
Somehow it happened.
Somehow we're going to have another face-off between 2-0 teams here.
Yes.
But, I mean, I don't know what to say about that.
No, that's fine.
It's exciting.
Yeah, we'll see how they set up for it, how they get ready for each other on the other side of a break. When we come back, we're going to see Manchester Memorial versus Raymond for the last set of the group stages.
Nice.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Connection Esports Arena. We are continuing the SNHU NHIAA Rocket League High School Invitational. And we are at, somehow this has happened twice. I'm not quite sure how this has happened twice with randomized matches and randomized seeding, but 2-0 teams are going up against each other to close out the bracket to determine. Both of these teams have made it to the bracket stage. We're going to figure out seeding, right? Who has to play against Londonderry first, who gets to play against Pembroke first. But we'll see how things look as we start things off. Pretty quickly here, we are already in game. The Irish Conman immediately clearing out towards his own goal a little bit too fast. They managed to save it, barely. It goes back to the midfield where Spooky knocks it over towards the corner, trying to, I guess, get some control for his team. It's cleared up, though. This could be a shot if they can't knock it away. Monster, though, just can't get the follow-up here. Raymond has to get it out of his goal, but Jacob too fast off the corner, though. And it gets bounced right back out for 2 cracked to send over to Manchester side of the field.
Yeah, that was an excellent shot from both teams there on each other's goals, just firing back and forth on all cylinders. It's going to be hard to really take a solidified lead here against either of these teams with the defense that they've been putting up against each other. And so far, it kind of really seems like Raymond is going to be playing a lot of offense so far.
Yep.
Just being a little bit more aggressive than Manchester right now. But Jacob making that shot on goal. Cracked is going to be able to deflect that one. Spooky now taking it down towards their goal here. Will be able to drive it in. Jacob making an excellent save there. Cracked making another shot, but it will not be able to block that one. Raymond coming up 1-0 against Manchester so far.
This is a very different game.
Yeah.
This is 2 teams with miracle saves after the Jacob so close, but just could not keep his car at the angle to keep it knocked away here. So Raymond taking an early lead. Both these teams facing competition that now really can control this aerial space, play super aggressively against each other. But now knocked away. You can see right here, Spooky wants to go for this chase, has no boost to do it, but Rancic, I like this actually. Kill the momentum of the ball, force them to knock it back to their own side. Might let 2 crack get a setup, but didn't have the speed they wanted. Rancic off the post on the side, back towards that corner, but Monster will send it right back. Where is the control? Where is the follow-up here for them? Irish actually just a little bit too low, but 2 cracked. Perfect rotations again. The transitional defense from Raymond has been fantastic so far.
Yeah, and there was a lot of boost there spent, but Spooky now using his to try to set some things up here for his team, and that shot on goal goes a little wide there. It's so close. Irish Conman now trying to drive it down, clear it out of the goal, but it will be driven over. Jacob there just bouncing into the goal there. Ranson is going to make that goal 2-0.
Look at this. He slows it down. He knows it's not going to make it in, so he waits a second, wait till he hears the jump, sends it right off the front of Monster's car to knock it into the goal. Boosting Jacob's stats a little bit with the 2 demos because of the goal effect there, but still, as the kickoff gets it neutral, it's between 2 cracked and Irish, and 2 cracked lives up to his name and wins that one, sends it out. This physical play, you see him knocking Jacob off the ball. He just can't keep control.
Yeah, they're really denying him any control of the ball there. And an open goal, Spooky makes that shot. Will be able to score. It's 3-0 here for Raymond. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. I think Manchester will be able to try to make a comeback here with the time that they have. And it's been so far kind of a pretty fast-paced game, so it's really just all or nothing here that they have to play their aggression, and looks like they will kind of come out advantageous on that trade there. But Spooky setting things up for himself here. Does go a little bit wide, pass back to one of his teams, bounce off the corner, and it is a shot, but it does not go in there. Jacob now trying to convert things. It does go towards Raymond's corner here. Now it's Manchester's turn to try to take control of the ball here, and they will kind of bounce it back towards their goal here. Jacob making a shot on goal will be bounced out of the goal there.
The biggest thing that I'm seeing from Raymond here that we were not always seeing in earlier games, we're seeing now consistently from them, is these follow-up rotations, these follow-up touches, right? There's always someone else coming in with momentum to go and find that ball to try and get another hit on it. It's not necessarily everyone chasing, but the miss on the defense, they're trying to go in for it. We'll get another look at it here. We didn't have the best angle, but Rancic just pops it up from midfield. Jacob just shy of it there, pushing Raymond's lead even further with way less time to deal with it too. Only 1 minute and 37 seconds left.
Yeah, it is not easy to kind of pop it up over with the bottom of your car there, the tires, with the boost there, but Rancic does manage to pop it up for himself there, and now it is going to be a lot harder for Manchester to come back from the 4-point deficit, but they still have 1 minute 20 seconds to try to make a start at it. Cracked will take out Monster there, and Jacob drives it towards Raymond's goal here. Does pop up over the top here. Crack does clear that, and it is still in their corner. They're trying their best to try to maintain this offense, but it does look like Rancic will kick it towards Manchester's goal now. Now trying to play offense here. Irish Command taking out one of their attackers. There was a shot on goal, was saved by Jacob, and Jacob now trying to dribble this ball past their attackers. It will kind of just stall mid-air there. Now left to Spooky and Jacob. Jacob does take that goal. The goal is open right now. They could try to push their advantage right now, but it seems like they have given them enough time to rotate over. And now there are a lot of goalies and defenders to play defense here from Raymond. 30 seconds left on the clock.
And Two Cracked was already there in the setup. He was there to follow up on it, but both people going in for the aerial attack just not necessarily finding here. Irish with a potential runaway, bouncing it over, but both people are in goal. Two Cracked again, clearing it out, forcing Irish to go chase after it. Jacob wants to set up on his own, bump into Crack, but no one's there to make it. Two Crack just not enough speed to actually stop him. And Manchester get on the board, but there's not enough time left.
Yeah, Jacob does get that one goal. That is, it's just a lot. I feel like it's more mentally, rewarding there.
Oh,
You're gonna get that reset there, that dopamine. I got the goal, right? But they will have 9 seconds to try to get 3 goals here. Jacob back at it, will try to make another one. Monster, though, was responsible there, and it will be grounded. It is Raymond that will take the first game in the set here, best of 3.
Yeah, excellently done, I think, by Raymond. The way that they played, the way that they synced around each other. But I think I wanted to follow up. I didn't have a chance to say it before the game ended, but the last goal Manchester got, I think that's definitely okay. Their defense is not unbreakable. Right, yeah. We were able to get our way in. We were able to sneak it by, but it's hard to break.
Yeah.
Not unbreakable, but hard to. I feel like every time they had a chance to get a shot on goal, someone was able to soar in and knock it away. There was always someone playing that top of the goal aerial game. Something's going to have to change in the way that they approach it for them to actually, manage to get through. They need to play maybe a little more disruptive on the defense when they go back, when they start to transition, maybe, rough them up a little more on that way over, but we'll have to see what happens for that in game 2. But game 1, speaking of game 1s, game 1 just happened on the other set. Laconia, Bo up 1-0. Again, that's more, those teams not going to make it to bracket. Fortunately, I think both ended up going 0-2 to both of these teams, but still, walking away with a win, getting able to play a third game. At least minimum of 3 games for every team that shows up here today.
Right.
Still having a lot of fun.
Yeah, still able to, try to get at least one on the board there, right?
Yeah.
But they will be going into game here shortly. Game 2, Manchester versus Raymond. And I think you're right about Raymond. They have like a really aggressive play style, and their defense is also really good. But Manchester just needs kind of one slip up there, right?
Yep.
Like they did it last time with that one goal. They just need to find the opening there and thread the needle there. But it looks like it will be driven towards Manchester's goal. Cracked, getting a very early goal there on Manchester's goal.
I mean, what a breakaway. I mean, look at this. It just went all the way across. Where's the follow-up here? Rancic going for it, bumping into Irish, not letting him get that stall, get that anything to kill the momentum that was going in here. So Raymond, and pretty much setting the tone early, right? I think the first goal here, after how close that last game was going to set the tone. And Raymond has said, look, listen, we're here to win. We are here to play more of the same here. But Jacob now, this is where we've seen him shine.
Ooh, redirecting that ball.
Bouncing over, but saved by Two Cracked, knocked away. Now he's forced to spend resources, spend boost to chase after this.
Yeah, and Jacob already coming out of the air there, going to bounce it off of the goal. A breakaway, going for the goal, gets a goal and tie things up here for Manchester.
No, that is what they needed. They needed something quick in their normal game plan, how they like to play the game, it working well because they took advantage of how aggressive Raymond wanted to be, right? They did it so quickly that they could not have someone going back for transition. Raymond had just all in on trying to get that in, but not able to here. Kickoff though, neutral. Irish versus 2Crack. 2Crack able to sneak it by dribbling through, but Jacob has that second hit to follow up on it, but still Rancic perfect. And knocking it back into that corner. It's a great setup, but Monster is there to kill it. Who's there to follow up? 2Crack can't have the momentum to go back. So no, Irish is able to take it all the way to Raymond's side of the field, but not in control of it because of their timing here. 2Crack killing it back over, but Jacob going for that shot on goal. No one's there, but it goes off the top.
So close for a goal there for Manchester. And now they got to play defense here. Does pop it up into the sky. And Jacob, a shot on goal. Gonna take the lead here, 2-1.
That was just so fast.
Yeah.
That was, look at the speed of this when Jacob finds the hit here. Kicks it right off the top. I think 2Crack was just not expecting it to go in that quickly, with Manchester taking the lead here in this game. This kickoff again, Raymond probably have not been on the back foot too often so far in these last couple of games for them, so I want to see how they react. Spooky has a potential setup, but it's knocked back into the corner. They need to get it out of here if you are Manchester. He's flying into Cracked, actually. Great angle, perfectly tracking that ball. They want to hit it, but they just don't have the boost 2 right now or the aerial control. But Monster still trying to take it away, but it's nullified immediately by Spooky.
Yes, Spooky is going to be the one to defend that ball there, and Rancic takes control of it, pushing it towards Manchester's goal here. Monster is little too far there to try to receive that ball. Was passed, and now Jacob trying to pass it again. He will get interrupted there by Rancic. Rancic trying to pop things up here for his team, but I don't think they really have a lot of boost. Both pads are down right now, and Jacob will just be forced to kind of just launch it towards their goal here. Has that boost to set things up here. A shot goes a little wide there, and it goes into the corner. And now 2Cracked has this advantage here. Will pop it off the side there. Jacob there to luckily recover that, and now has control of the ball. Plays this dribble, and it goes wide, way up in the sky there.
This could be an excellent setup if 2Cracked is there. Jacob, though, tries to stop it. He tried to stop the setup, but knocked it in. So unfortunate for Manchester. But Raymond, I have to talk about this. The fact that they are always keeping it on Manchester's side of the field, right? They are always, anytime they get it away, they're just nullifying it. They don't care if they hit it back towards the goal. They just want to stop any momentum that Manchester are building up here. But this time, momentum on their side early with the kickoff, sending it right over there, but they don't have the follow. Rancic was already there. Again, they're just always there where they need to be.
Yeah, it was just, he was ready there, just ready to take that ball there. And I don't think the ball was close enough to the wall there for Jacob to actually pop it off the side there and clear that ball. But now Raymond has the lead 3-2. It is still 2 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. They have the time to try to make it back here. And Jacob will play the aerial ball past 2 players here. He actually has a big advantage here in a breakaway. Spooky in the goal here will be able to block that one, though. Send it straight back towards Jacob. Working with the boost now. Will try to cheat it past Spooky. Does cheat it past Spooky there. Cracked next. 2 players on the defense here. Will kind of stall things here away from him. And now it is sent back towards Manchester's goal, forcing them to try to play defense again. Cracked on the rebound. Actually, Jacob finding an opportunity here. Will set things up for Irishman. It does get sent to that corner there. And now Raymond playing a defense here, trying to convert things, and it looks a little tough with the way that the ball is being positioned right now. It's just kind of hard to deal with the way that Manchester's dealing with the ball right now. Jacob just it's
a traffic jam.
It's a traffic
jam in the corner with everyone trying to get on it, but the momentum, no one wanted to hit it, no one wanted to get followed up on, but Jacob will clear it out, send it across the field back to Raymond's side with only 1 minute and 20 left. They need to tie it up if they want to have a chance here. They need to get it back into overtime. Monster. What an angle! They were right for it! What an angle he sends it at, and we're tied up with only 71 seconds left.
Monster just threading the needle here. Just completely juking Rancic there.
I could hear Rancic's e-brake choking.
Yeah.
I can hear the wheels getting cracked as he tried to turn around. Yeah. Could not make it all the way back in time, though. 2Crack, though, with a clear out immediately. Do they have follow-up? Jacob already there on defense, pulled back for boost, so he was in the right spot here. Demo could be an opening, but Rancic has great control of the ball. But it's sneaking by. Will Jacob get it on his own? Sneaking past all the defenders right away. This is Manchester we saw earlier. Raymond, I think that demo really messed them up.
Yeah, and just really taking advantage of just tiny little opportunities or mistakes that Raymond makes. Manchester now is able to take the lead by doing that with 59 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a very, very close game here, and Raymond has only 50 seconds to try to tie things up. Jacob, though, making another shot.
But Rancic, great aerial block there, jumping up, stopping it, keeping this momentum across, but kind of killed away, stalling the pressure that he had on as the transition back to defense. But everyone's jumping for the... If someone was there to follow up, everyone jumping for the ball. Could have been things totally open for them. Rancic blocked what they wanted, gets knocked away, but Spooky maybe going by. Did they knock Jacob? No, Jacob manages to avoid the blocker, or avoid the hitter and become the blocker, stopping that ball on the way in as he takes it across. Not open though. Cracked will kill this, send it back to their corner, but they need to get this back over. Raymond needs a breakaway if they want to have a chance, and they might have it here. Jacob gets blocked. Crack comes in with 10 seconds left. We are, unless something amazing happens in the next 10 seconds, we are heading into overtime.
Yeah, Raymond just tying things up here right before the timer ticks down. And now it's just up to both of these teams to try to use the best of these 11 seconds that they got in order to try to just secure a game here on their set. And that is a demo there on Jacob Spooky, taking him out. One of the defenders of Manchester is missing. And now it is up to nothing. Oh, time. It's done.
You were not expecting that.
No. I was expecting someone to pick it up.
Yeah, you can kick it up there, but kill the momentum. Straight across, Jacob! Well,
a kickoff goal there.
A kickoff goal, but look at how quick this was. I mean, sending it right off, just a really unfortunate angle, but it's Rancic who cheated up, got that early boost. Jacob wanted to stop it, but it just went so fast. And Raymond are the ones who close out with a 3-0 record in Group B. That will put them against Pembroke at the start of the bracket stage. And Londonderry have to play against Manchester Memorial, now coming out as the second seed of Group B. So still awesome to see these games. That one especially, I think, that was easily
so
the closest one that we saw on stream. I think there was a 1-1 in the other group, but we weren't really able to see that. But still, we have to go get ready for the bracket side of the tournament. Single elimination, 4 teams remain. You do not want to miss this. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. as ready as
I'll ever be.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back into the Connection Esports Arena. We are here for the bracket stage of the tournament. I believe we're going to be starting off with the top game on the bracket. Londonderry, who stunned in Group A, are going to be playing against Manchester, who we followed in Group B. I just realized we're actually watching both teams that we followed through the group, so people are going to be like, wow, watch some other teams for once. But I promise that we're going to after this. But for now, we're going to go through these whenever the teams are ready. Now, Londonderry, full champion roster.
Really?
Coming in from Londonderry High, at least on the accounts that they have their name. So I know that you are just joining us now. Their team, Green, Eggs, and Ham.
Green, Eggs, and Ham, in that order?
There is Green, there is Eggs, and there is Ham.
Okay.
Those are the three players for Londonderry.
I see.
And again, they had an excellent game. Excellent series of games to start things off. Really, it was not a lot of teams were able to even slow them down, honestly, in the bracket that they were in. Manchester, we followed a team that I actually got to talk to some of them.
Really?
They just installed Rocket League on their computers the other day for some of them, but Jacob, who we're seeing here, is someone who has a lot of experience in game compared to them, and we'll see how that experience will help them out. Off the rip here as the ball is set in midfield, cleared out by Monster. Jacob, I think, didn't want to spend anything, was waiting to see who came in for Londonderry, but they played it fairly slow. Just as a note, people up top, there are only 2 dots, but this is a best of 5 between these teams. So 5 matches for it. But Londonderry quick off the start here. 26 seconds in, they managed to score the first goal, get their name on the board.
I mean, that's already 26 seconds in. That's going to be a really fast goal there. And of course, with Rocket League, you'll always see those early scores here. So now that they're in a point, a little bit of ahead here, they're going to have this advantage because now they don't have to work too hard if they're trying to go for a high goal aggression. But I could be wrong because Eggs just scores it right in there. We're like, how long is that goal? They're literally starting right now, and he's just able to hit it in. I mean, that's insane.
Just a little faster, right? Just that little bit faster will get you goals like that. So you need to make sure that you are able to contest here fully. Going to the next kickoff, 4:30 on the clock. This one completely negates it, but Ham is ready to cheat up. Can he get past Jacob? No, sending it back over to that corner, equalizing. Eggs wants to fly in, just missing here, but Green coming right down the middle, saved by Jacob, clearing it right back over to the middle, but it's bouncing into midfield. All 3 players of Manchester are swarming past it, but only able to get a demo and not maintain control of the ball. It's on Monster to clear it out, and he will at least equalize it for now. Jacob potentially open net, but just not the right angle to follow up.
Yeah, Jacob going to be able to drive this ball a little bit, get a lot of space here, but that ball's just going to be hit from Eggs again, almost making a cross-field score here. But luckily, Jacob is there to help save it, but it may not be enough because we see all of the players in Manchester right now just doing their best to absolutely make that goal. They're hitting it 1, 2, 3, almost every single teammate going right at it right now.
They're playing close here, but Monster going for the follow-up, but Ham, you can see already closer, much more comfortable, I think, control the ball, sneaking it right past him, and X comes in, but Jacob with the save perfectly in the goal, still repositioned by Green, and it's Jacob again, forced to play this last line of defense. Speed is completely killed here. Jacob might have a goal, but it's caught in the follow-up from him. Jacob cleaning it up with 2, keeping it to 1 point between these 2 teams.
Yeah, still a really good save here from Eggs. We saw him get away from that, but Jacob was just able to hit it right back in, unfortunately for that. But now I believe it's 2-2 now, is that right? Or 2-1 now?
2-1,
sorry.
yep.
And the score is right there. I didn't see that. But now that they're 2-1, again, it's still 3 minutes left. A lot could still happen. We never know how much space they could have here. But Ham right now is going to try and take this ball over here. We do see Jacob on the defense. We have seen him being really good at that, actually. So I'm wondering to see how things will go because Green is going to hit it straight up. But Jacob, again, able to deflect that. That's going to be insane because Eggs is going to come down very soon here, but doesn't look like a full execute what happened.
Yeah, there was no follow-up. I mean, he got it up in front of the goal set up, but everyone else was, I think, getting pressured by them. What we saw earlier in this tournament from Jacob was excellent aerial aggression, but now we're seeing it have to be used to slow it down, but you just can't be everywhere at once. Ham finds the top left corner of the goal, sneaks that one right by them. As they're trying to swarm him, they're trying to bump him, but Londonderry are spending so much time in the air that it's just difficult, I think, for them to get that. But Londonderry, not as big of a lead as we saw them building up in some of these games earlier today. Manchester are keeping it to a smaller margin for now, as it's knocked into Londonderry's corner. Monster wants the chase, but popped up over him. Eggs and Green send it all the way back to the other side.
Yeah, we have seen Londonderry go really strongly, especially with their aerial tactics here. Like we're already seeing Green right now. If he hit that into the goal or somewhat towards the left of it, I mean that'd still be pretty good here. But right now it's gonna be flipped over onto their side here as things start to get a little bit rough. We do see Jacob again coming through, but the defense of Londonderry is just too strong because all three of them are literally on goal right now, making sure that nothing can get there. But it looks like they could try and set something up here very soon. The ball was just barely on the goal there, but they were finally able to make it. We saw Eggs here lost the boost for a second, so he couldn't get too much of a follow-up, but Ham was just able to put it right back in there.
And I mean, setting up for himself, right? That perfect bounce off the goalpost, cutting him off, not making them not really expect the direction it was going to go, so they couldn't turn around in time. Just too much momentum the other way. 2 up here for the kickoff. It's neutralized right back towards the middle with Ham with the follow-up, but it's again negated by Jacob. Rule 1 over there on the side, but Green's going to disengage from that before anything else happens. Eggs, though, on the breakaway crossing. Monster can't get it out in time. Just not enough speed to get the angle to send that ball out of its course straight towards the goal as Londonderry extend their lead. Look at that, 2 people flying for them. But that's the thing, right? That's the Rocket League dance. You need to have someone else a little bit ahead going for that ball, trying to anticipate the path, rather than multiple people hunting for the same bump on the same person.
Right, and Londonderry's just been able to do that because again they've been able to like kind of isolate their their 1v1s areas, but then at the times they'll also come close into team here. But as I'm saying that, Jacob is already going to get really close to their goal here, but it's soon easily flipped as Ham is very deep in right now, as well as Eggs very slow passing, and they've been able to save it somehow. I wasn't sure how well that was going to work there, but in terms of boosts right now, we do see that 2 players of Manchester are going to be really low on boosts, but the goal, again, getting really close to them, and now it's their time to strike because now the ball is going to be extremely close on their side here as Ham starts to take control of this, but there's no telling what could happen. Just like that, the ball is going to be spread over onto the other side, and Eggs as well. Gonna try and keep this here very close, but Jacob with the save again. So many saves coming out from Jacob, another one, and he's just able to keep his goal clear.
Yeah, they know that they're doing good at transitioning back to that defense here, but now this angle from him might be hard to predict. Bounce off the back. It's a perfect setup, though. Monster has to be the one to come and clear it back out into the corner. They're safe for now, but not at this angle that Green has. He slowed it down, but the speed of that ball, the fact that they killed that momentum, messed up some of the players of Londonderry who were trying to fly in. I think it was Eggs who wasn't able to get that, but this time Eggs will remain in control. Irish is just trying to bump him out of the way, not let him get that same follow-up, but it's a trade in the air. The ball's now moving. Monster wants to knock it back. Both of them, him and Irish, are looking for it, but Ham will be the one to win that trade. Eggs a little bit fast on the follow-up as well. So it's going back to Green. Londonderry maintaining control. Irish not finding that. The demo might just alleviate some of this pressure that's being put onto them here. But Eggs, they're already transitioning back, already ahead of it. They're going to be able to block Jacob and bump him. That's going to not let him get to where he needs to be ahead of time. And Londonderry, they want to end this one with another goal with this aggression, but there's no one flying in. There's no third touch. It's Jacob who maintains control and keeps it back in the midfield.
Yeah, unfortunately with this timer ticking down here, obviously Manchester wants to keep this up for as long as they can here, while Londonderry is going to try and ground it, maybe get another goal here, but it just doesn't look like Manchester is going to be able to try and keep that in the air. So that first round is going to go to Londonderry.
Yeah, they were able to have some real, I think, solid control of the ball for while they had it, right? Londonderry were really bouncing back and forth. They were keeping it in their corner, but never really in a way where they were getting too pressured, right? They were knocking them off of it, right? They were getting it over Irish, over Monster. Jacob had to constantly fly past the goal, and honestly, I mean, Jacob's defense was
it was pretty good there. I mean, there were so many goals going unshot. I believe at some point there were literally he deflected it, the ball got hit back again, and he deflected it again.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's not like commitment to the defense, I don't know what is. That's honestly, I haven't seen that big of a defense if I've seen one.
Yeah, and I think we've seen from Manchester kind of figuring it out again. They have some fairly new players trying to kind of help out Jacob being this veteran who understands like the game to a deeper level just because of the time he's had. Right. That's not a knock to anyone. He's just been playing for the longest on their team. They're sending Irish and Monster to kind of play this disruptive game, trying to not let the other team, whoever they're playing against, they're still doing this against Londonderry. I need to stop playing with that coaster like I always do. They're sending Irish and Monster to just disrupt consistently while Jacob is setting up for these aerials. They're popping up the ball to make it clean for him. But when they play against these teams that have a lot of like a lot of aerial control, it's just so much harder, I think, for them to play that exact style because the disruption is harder. And when they do the slow pop-ups to give him easy shots on goal, it's just a lot harder to land. They're going to be able to knock it away.
Most definitely. Like you said, like you said before, Ara mentioned, the aerials in this game are going to be one of the biggest things here because, I mean, Londonderry has just been able to keep up with that. And if that's the case, then I don't see any reason why they would stop doing anything like that. But right now, the ball is going to be on their side of the court here. It looks like they could have made a goal, but there's an open goal right now. Jacob, again, with this defense, Eggs is not going to be able to get control of this, but Ham could try and set something up here. Green as well, going to try and back him up, and the ball right now is going to be really slow. Looks like the players are trying to kind of cheat each other out here, maybe go slow, fake them out, but right now, that doesn't look like it's going to be the case because Eggs is going to fly through the air and try to do something, but unfortunately, just again, like you said, no follow-up.
Yeah, nothing here, but right now, who will be coming back for the defense? It's Jacob again, sitting here. The ball is in the corner, but that deflection was perfect. You know, the ball is in your corner. It's safe to a point, but if you let them in with that much speed without stopping them from getting in, it's going to set up for that perfectly. You can see Eggs was already boosting in, flying ready for that exact bounce to come out there. So excellent setup play from Londonderry, getting them the early lead here in Game 2.
Yeah, again, those early leads are going to mean everything here. I mean, there's still 4 minutes left. Of course, so many points can still happen here. But Eggs, again, going to take it from a long shot. But luckily, Jacob, again, going to be able to defend it here very closely. But Ham and Eggs just going to work together again. Being able to go on the side of that glass wall there and just bringing the ball, he's going to hit it right through the middle. I mean, there's no really stopping that.
And I was going to make some reference to, like, part of a balanced breakfast, but that's, like, not balanced. That's just protein. It's not a balanced. I guess you need the greens.
You do.
You need the greens for that.
Well, green eggs.
Keep it balanced.
Green eggs, not
Does
not
that count
just
as greens? This is a
doesn't matter.
Speaking of eggs,
he is able to make that goal again here. Already 3 points on the leaderboard. I mean, for a minute, it's only been a minute of the actual game, and that's 3 points in there. I mean, that's a very, very good league.
Yeah, I mean, a really early start here for Londonderry. I think they're kind of figuring out what they need to be doing. I'm going to keep an eye on how they kind of play the field as much as I can. Jacob's slowing it down, but look, they have someone following up on where they think Jacob's going to be knocking it because they know if they send it in the air, he's the one that's going to be stopping it, right? So they're not concerned as much about Irish and Monster because they know Jacob is the one who they are always sending for these aerial blocks. If they have a setup there, they can just keep going, and they don't need to be. They feel like they don't need to be too worried about it. See how this kickoff goes. Jacob winning this one, actually sending it safely to the Londonderry corner. If anyone fast enough to follow up, not for now, as Green knocks it back out. Still in the right side of the field, but sent right back to the corner again, but still firmly in Londonderry's control. They're watching the entire other team. They're not concerned about the ball so much as where the enemy position is. Jacob wants to sneak by, but just doesn't have the flip in the air to get it. He will steal their boost, and that will let him get back in time, but he has to be paying attention to the rest of the team, or just watch the ball, go for it. Here's the follow-up, though, and Jacob again, the one to get it.
Yeah, Jacob's going to be the big one here that's going to be trying to do the defense and the offense at the same time. And we see the ball coming very close. They took advantage of the fact that Jacob was just not there back in time here. We see it on this replay right now. He's able to deflect that, but Eggs is able to hit it past. And we see Jacob boosting, and just Ham just gets there first, and he's able to get that score.
What I think we need to see from Manchester if they want to start slowing down the pace of Londonderry is when the ball is caught in their corner and you see Londonderry coming in, you need to be swooping back in from the far side of the field, right? They're kind of all playing on this near side without anyone worrying about what could be coming in from the other. No one is swooping in to cross the goal when that score comes in. It's always the same bounce, the same hit from the front that Londonderry is setting up. Which means if they just do a small change-up, it could do the setup here. But here again, a shot over off the backboard. Green going for the follow-up, but Jacob with just enough of a deflection to stabilize them for now. How can they capitalize? Is it a breakaway? Not. If Eggs has anything to say about it, sending it right back into that corner, looking for a similar goal, but the rotations aren't there yet. Eggs and Ham setting up for themselves, but Green, that third touch is what they needed and it just wasn't there.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, did not have enough boosts here. I mean, boosts are going to be everything in this game. We see Ham going right now, but I think Monster, I think that's his name is, sorry, was able to try and bounce into a little bit. But again, Jacob is there to save the day. I mean, always I've seen from these, it's always Jacob being able to save these, and that's honestly been insane how much work he's been doing here. But right now, the ball is very close onto Londonderry's side here, but just doesn't look like he's going to get too much because Jacob has to stay in the back here as the ball is hit. There is no one there, and Ham gonna get another point on the board here. It's 6-0 at 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you can see right over Jacob. Again, they know he's the one who's going to be contesting them in the air, so sneaking past him, they're able to do quite a bit there. Ham has been... I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say that he's been going ham. I refuse. I refuse. Not... I'm not going to say it until it's either the bronze match or the finals. At least not in earnest here, but great setup. Actually, they knock it back. They have good control here. If they were able to go out just faster, they had everyone commit to that, but now Ham coming right back in to keep it in their control.
And
again,
Eggs.
they need someone coming from the other corner. The Eggs just sneaks right in again. The same bounce out, straight shot.
Yeah, literally green and eggs, I'm getting
Ham
my green
and
eggs in it. Ham and eggs here, sir. The balanced breakfast. They've been doing the same thing. I kind of exactly what you just said. Being able to hit it from the corner and just have someone in the middle. I mean, that's always going to work. If you think about it in regular soccer, that's literally how it works most of the time. You have your right wing coming up, and then just someone being able to hit it in, and eggs again, just sneaking right past it, just faking people out. I mean, he's just gonna get that other goal. I mean, right now we see he slows down. Jacob goes for the block, and he's just able to drive it right back in there.
Well, Jacob, I think, also overestimated how far he was going to hit it because he was the first one to make contact. Right? I think he just thought it might be a little sharper than it was, so flipped a little bit too early here with Londonderry cementing this 8-0 lead. Irish doesn't want to hit it there. Jacob, Ham, those stops, look at that. It kills the momentum of the ball when it bounces off of him. Jacob desperate to follow and find something here, but actually everyone on Londonderry misses their follow-up, but because everyone in Manchester committed, is this an open goal? No, Jacob already transitioned back, winning that 50-50 to reset it back to midfield. A good hit from Monster, but there's just too much defensive pressure already back there for Londonderry. You can see they're just so good at transitioning across the field. It's always this cycle of the three players, and that's what you need to see at high-level Rocket League. Jacob, though, tries to get that loose. It's coming out from the corner. They need someone coming in to stop this, and Jacob, again, manages to turn around in time to do it, but Green is keeping up the pressure, keeping it on this post in this corner. Where's the follow coming? They're just completely killing the momentum of the ball, trying to fake them out. Do they have someone else to come in for it? No, they're both out of time on the cycle, but the angle is just too sharp.
Yeah, it looks like Manchester is going on full defense right now. We are about a minute left remaining. I mean, they obviously don't want any more goals than they already have here. Green going to try and dribble that in, but Ham actually misses it this time, but Eggs is able to bounce it back and tries to make a goal here, but it's just not enough. Ham again trying to put it through, and Jacob comes out with that save. 30 seconds remaining, and Londonderry has to come back here because now Jacob is on the offense. He's going to try and go strong here, but again, just not going to be able to have too much, but that demo is going to come out, an Irish man. That's going to be a player down on Manchester, but not for very long here as Jacob starts to get this aggression once again. Could be another goal, but Eggs is able to defend that again as the timer is ticking down. Sorry.
Yeah, they're just so fast on this rotation back, right? He feels like he's going to be able to set himself up for something, but just so fast. The ball's going to get killed here, and Londonderry with another strong showing here from them, I think. Fantastic play. There's still one more to go, though. Again, it is best of 5. I had to ask you, though, and we can't see it because the scoreboard's gone, but I'll ask anyway while it's up. How does Jacob only have one save?
He only has one save?
Technically, by technicality, on the scoreboard. It says he only has one save.
It should be like 18. Like at the very least.
Psionics, I disagree. and I don't know. I don't think I can follow up with it because that's what they think. But he was always there, always just deflecting that pressure. I think it's only when there's a shot and he blocks it. But he stopped so much defensive pressure before it got to that shot, right? But when Londonderry got those shots, they were getting it. They were getting in because of the way that they were setting it up for themselves. They were baiting them all into one corner, immediately bouncing it out with that straight follow-up.
Do you think they could have changed it differently by having Jacob being their primary person, right? If they were on the aggression somehow, right? And they try to bring the ball towards Londonderry. Are the other two cars just able to just demo the other cars and then isolate like a 1v1?
Not the way that Londonderry are playing, I feel. I think the way that they're playing is making it really difficult for them here as we head into game number 3. Fairly neutral kickoff here, but the follow-up, actually, both Irish and Monster missed. That could be an open goal. Jacob has to be going quick to stop it, but just not fast enough. This is why the cycle is so important. Not sending multiple people on the same target, right? Communication was part of what got Manchester to this point, and it needs to be shored up to make sure that kind of thing isn't happening.
Yeah, 7 seconds into this goal here. Obviously, communication is obviously going to be again one of the biggest things here. Jacob, if he's going to dive deep, we need someone to cover his back up here because again, just like that, maybe not just like that, but Eggs has his back and they're just able to get that other empty goal there because if Jacob is always up, we need someone back on defense.
Yep.
I mean, that's just always how the game is going to go.
He made it back in time, but just not realizing that Eggs was kind of swooping back around from it, right? Not noticing, or Ham, sorry.
Yeah.
Not noticing that he was coming back around to kind of help them knock it in here. It's fairly neutral. Kicked up. Ham setting it back into the corner. We need Jacob kind of swooping in from the far post on the defense, and that's exactly what's happening here. Getting the demo onto Ham, really kind of neutralizing any chance of offense here. It's popped up, though. That could be a setup for Green if he has the angle, but Ham coming in low instead of going for that jump. Eggs, though, actually bumping the attacker. That really will slow down the offense. It's on Jacob versus Green here, and Green just too fast for Jacob, bouncing it right over him. We're going to see a challenge here from them, but it's not going to work out for Manchester as it gets sent back to it. Knocked into midfield, but cleared out by Jacob once again, but there's always someone there, someone transitioning back. They just read the flow of the game so well on Londonderry.
Yeah, Londonderry being able to get those reads is just going to be able to make the game in their favor here. We do see Eggs just going to be able to control this ball again, maybe trying to go for something in the air here, but doesn't look like he's able to work it out this time as Green starts to maybe do something. Again, they've been really good with their aerials so far, and Irish Conman is going to be able to block that out there, but Eggs, again, going to be able to really quickly retrieve that, and we do see Ham flying through the air, but is not able to hit it right away, and Jacob, it might be taking this to the goal here, but just too much of a defense, and it's just not able to get that right away.
He didn't go for the shot. He was just, aerial dribbling on his car, going over there, but not able to actually get it in. Jacob, though, really negates it, but there's always the third person. Londonderry's rotations in are so good.
Right, I mean, again, on this replay right now, we do see Eggs here. Ham trying to go, or I think Ham was trying to deflect the other player there, but I mean, again, just Green is just able to just drive on by and just make it in. And I feel like that's been the plan most of the time. Have one person dribble it, one person to deflect, and then another person to get that final strike. I feel like that's what we've been seeing most of the time.
And it's been working out so well for them, so why change things up while it's so good? Ham going for it, trying to get the twist just a little late. Jacob is able to deflect it in time. You can already see them transitioning back to the defense. They know they have to be concerned about Jacob as they completely kill that momentum, but Irish actually sowing a little bit of chaos here back into this, sending it flying across the field. Jacob is already back to get that save. It's Jacob versus Green. Green has the boost, though, to follow up on it. Now getting his own pad as well. Back up to 100% on it. They knock it right over Jacob. It's not going to go in. The follow-up is what they have to be worried about. And Green tips it right in from midfield, flying in. That disruption, it worked earlier, and it was doing okay for Manchester, right? They were getting some demos on the people as they were trying to set up and come in, but I think when they're playing on their own side and then boosting in and then boosting out, there's so much that you have to do, so much field you have to cross to actually be able to disrupt them before they come in, or you have to be in their way as they go.
Right. I mean, again, like these follow-ups, they always have to be they always have to be careful of that because, again, if that first strike doesn't hit, we always, like you said, we always need something to cover the backup because that backup is going to come flying in every single time here. Jacob, however, is going to be on the aggression here, maybe try to set something up for his teammates, but again, there's just no one there for that follow-up. Maybe someone very soon here, more monster coming in, Irish Conman as well, but Eggs is just going to be able to easily deflect that, and Jacob's not going to be able to get this receiving from the ball, very fast here as Ham start to take it to the center here. We see all three teams of Londonderry coming soon here, but no one was there to make that goal right away, but it doesn't mean that they don't have the chance to because Jacob now putting it on their side of the goal here. If they are just able to set some coordinate up because the goal is on their side of the
ball's on their side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, if they are able to just communicate a little bit better, have someone dive through the middle, if Jacob's able to set it up beautifully, of course, if someone's in the middle, it could work so much better.
Jacob getting intercepted in the air is just such a hit to their game plan when they're able to fly by and take it away. That's just how they want to be doing the game here. But right now you can see Irish and Jacob are in this corner. Potential swoop in from Monster, but not fast enough. Jacob now has to fly by for the defense, but sees all the players, recognizes where they're going to be coming from, and is able to get in that way. Everyone's stuck on the near post for Londonderry right now. I'm likely to see someone kind of swooping out and going in from the side. This bounce, Jacob has to stop it, and he cuts it back to the corner. That's fairly safe for now. How quick can he take it across the field? He needs to get a pop-up because it's just not fast enough if he's just dribbling. He has to kind of shoot it by, with his car, with the momentum it can have. because Londonderry are just rotating so quickly. Flying by, though. Just a bit baited by Jacob was. You can see here. Tries to fly by and intercept it. Didn't expect the angle. And then Ham right over Irish's head to get that in and push Londonderry's lead to 5 points.
Yeah, they've been pretty good at that here, but there is a minute left, so I wonder if things are going to go pedal to the metal. Because I always feel like whenever you hear that 1 minute remaining, or there's 30 seconds, or even that timer, the team spirit and everybody just always kicks up so fast, just like that. But it just doesn't look like it's going to be enough because Eggs flying through the air again. I mean, he's just able to drop it on down because it's the same setup every single time. Or not most of the time, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, from the corner into that. I mean, that's like fairly standard Rocket League when you look at it that way, but that was a really particularly placed hit into the top right corner of the goal. They saw where they were coming from. They saw that Jacob has been rotating in from the far post. So we'll just put it into that spot, the furthest possible point from where he's coming in from, to make it more difficult for them. As Jacob actually gets another save here for that team. Clearing it out
another recorded save.
Another recorded save. You're right. We don't need to talk about the secret saves here. That one, another real one, where Jacob kicking it right out, but it's getting centered again in the midfield, but he kicks it back up, and that didn't count as a save. We'll see how it goes out here. Jacob clearing it out again. 15 seconds left. I mean, an insurmountable lead for Manchester. For now, Londonderry are just running away with it. Green Eggs and Ham all together trying to get this last goal just to push it up a little higher. And Eggs might be able to get it with 1 second remaining. What a game for London. I mean, Londonderry have put themselves into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an intense game here. We saw Jacob at these last 15 seconds. He was going left and right and left and right. He was saving. How many shots on point was that?
We'll find out after the game.
Okay,
we'll find out after the game.
After the game,
1 second. Right. Oh, it counts after the kickoff. So as soon as this hits the ground, if they let it, they will. That will be it for them. So excellent performance by Londonderry here. And we didn't get to see the scoreboard. They clicked away. We were just talking about it.
No. But I think it was around four goals.
Okay.
On
no, it was more saves than that. It was more saves than that.
For the last 15 seconds.
it
was around 4 or 5 goals.
7 or 8 saves, I think, because it was 3 earlier in the game. But still, fantastic performance by Londonderry. And Manchester, they did what they could to slow them down, but Londonderry just looked like a well-oiled machine,
100%.
I think, so far in this bracket. So again, Londonderry guaranteed their spot in the bracket finals. That means that Manchester will be playing the loser of the next game, which is Raymond versus Pembroke in the bronze match. I believe until we get that set up, we are going to take a quick break. We will see you all on the other side. Stay tuned. Hey everybody, welcome back into the SNHU the Connection Esports Arena here. We are continuing here with the other semifinal, Raymond versus Pembroke, and the game is ready, so we will head right into it. 15 seconds in already, as we actually have the Overwatch HUD up here. Just congratulations to my Overwatch. Oh, there we go. We're back here. Raymond Pembroke playing here. Interstellar with a great save. So looking at this, I mean, Raymond, we didn't get to see a lot of them before, but I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of them being successful here in this game. They were a really strong force against Manchester, super close game against them to close out Group B, while Pembroke, they came in with a player who I believe is grand champion in doubles and champion the other ones, and then we couldn't find too much on the other players on the team. So again, similar to what I think we saw coming out of Manchester, one very strong player with two players that, you know, they're kind of picking up the game, starting to try to work around them. We'll see how that follows up here, but you can see Interstellar off the top, wants to go for something, gets the just tries to get the flip off the ball there, knocks it forward, but still blocked by Raymond here, who are playing off of this early lead that they have. So the three of them, though, in the near post, no one swooping around for the defense. If they were to break it out right now, it could be huge. Interstellar setting up for himself, but saved in the corner.
Yeah, Interstellar going to be able to set that up. It's going to be pretty good here, but unfortunately for him, Too Cracked is going to come out with that demo. Now they're going to get possession of this ball. However, Howington over here is going to try and get on this defense as well, but Interstellar is able to save it once again here. We've seen so many saves happen. You know, I'm getting a little bit of a PTSD with Jacob there, kind of diving in back and forth, but Interstellar again trying to set something up, maybe going for another bounce pass, but it just was not able to follow up too well there. I mean, there's already 3 defenders of Raymond just in that goal waiting to block it.
Right now, Rancic, though, tries to go for the shot, not going to make it all the way here, and Interstellar will get a bit of a run from the corner, but defense is already set up here for Raymond. Still, though, knocked over by Interstellar. Can there be follow-up? No, just a little bit too late from, I believe that was Raphael. Not going to make it all the way here. So they've already made it back to the defense. The transitions are fairly clean, it looks like, from both of these teams so far. Interstellar with the save and the clear out, but Raymond keeping it back in their control unless someone can hunt for this down the midfield. Spooky sends it right back to the far side. Rancic will, again, knock it back, but there's just too much solid defense from them. This might end up being a 1-point game the way this is looking so far.
Yeah, I mean, again,
he's trying to get a flip reset on the ball.
These defenses have been, right now, from what I've been seeing, pretty well. I mean, I haven't been able to see Raymond or Pembroke from other groups here as the lights start to flicker a little bit, but they have been able to keep up a solid defense so far into this game right now. We do see that demo come out, and they might be able to capitalize on that, and they will. Raymond with the second point onto the board.
Sorry, the hash-slinging slasher just came in here and started flickering the lights in the arena. Spooky living up to his name, I guess, causing the lights to flash on and off throughout this in the game. Yes. But I'm just too focused on this to notice Raymond with that 2-0 lead. Now we'll head up to this kickoff. Interstellar right off, but Spooky was there to stop it.
That's so lucky.
Perfect, yeah, playing back in the defense, just saying, hey, just in case we lose this kickoff, the odds of us being able to chase on that early might not be so high. Might as well play back. Interstellar pushing it back to Raymond's side of the field. Howington really wants to get this follow-up. Interstellar knocking it over off the corner. What a bounce by him. The pressure from Howington, too, not allowing Raymond to really back up and get it. Pembroke get themselves on the board.
Yeah, finally getting a point here. Interstellar being able to hit that in, you know, it still shows that they're still in this. They're not out all the way. 2 minutes left here. If they are able to win this kickoff and no one from Raymond stays back, that's going to be really well here because, well, the Spooky stayed back. Well, but regardless, if they are able to get that, those early points, again, are going to mean everything, especially if they're early into the round here. Too Cracked going to try and take this ball, take some control of it as some members of Pembroke try to get more of that. Howington being able to deflect it away. Raphael getting bumped away from the actual ball. However, Interstellar has been taking control of the ball, I feel like, for most of this game here as the ball gets launched towards their side of the field. Raymond is very easily able to get that ball back up again, but Howington has that defense there, and Rancic is able to counter that right away. But Interstellar now could be setting something up here, going to be in this corner, trying to hit something through the middle. Middle, is there a follow-up? Again, just very late on those follow-ups here as Pembroke tries to set more things up. Spooky coming off with that demo there, and again they're just going to capitalize it once more because Raymond is just going to score again. 2 cracked 23 is very cracked. I will say. Yeah, I would say. I mean, I can't disagree. It's in the name,
right? It's in the name. He's cracking through the defense of Pembroke, just finding the way to sneak past. Interstellar got demoed and could not get back up in time for that. I think they just really capitalized on that little advantage that they did manage to get there. Great weight there by Interstella, popping it back up, but 2Cracked will be the one to find it. This is actually, Rancic was ready for that angle. I wouldn't have expected it to go this way, but he seems to just be ahead of the game. Spooky still waiting in goal, able to save that, send it right back out to the far side of the field. 2Cracked looks like he wants to get a setup for his teammate. Spooky's coming in for it. Demoed, actually. Interstella finding a potential opening here. Rancic, though, was able to slow it down, and 2Cracked with a huge bump into him, but Interstella still manages to stay in control. And Raphael wants to take this, but just not able. No resources, no boost, can't really fight it. It's on Interstella. How fast can he take it across the field? There's no defender waiting for him, but he's just, the angle isn't what he wanted it to be. 2Cracked will steal it away. Howington's waiting to get that challenge, but there's only 20 seconds left that needed to get in.
Yeah, 15 seconds remaining now. Pembroke just has to try their absolute best to try and get through Raymond's defense here. I mean, Interstella's going to get this. They have a big boost here. I wonder if they're going to go for a very long shot. Howington going to be able to pass it up a little bit, but maybe a little bit of a miscommunication as the ball is knocked over to the side here. 1 second left remaining. They're going to try and keep this up in the air here. And Spooky and 2Cracked as well, just trying to keep it, maybe going for another goal here, but he's able to just put it in the other corner. And that first round here is going to go to Raymond.
Howington sweating bullets. Yeah, he is narrowly keeping that up in that corner, but not able to continue that through. Raymond drive away with game number 1 here in this set. I think interesting to see a much closer game, I feel like, between these two, at least scoreline wise. It definitely felt like Raymond was in control for more of the game, but Interstella was really slipping past them. I mean, some of the stuff that they were doing in the air was befuddling.
I feel like Raymond is just really capitalizing on their demos, because we've seen, I think all 3 of their goals would be demoing one of the team members at Pembroke and just sliding the ball right in. I think that's been their game plan, or at least how they've been able to get most of these goals here. And I wonder if they're going to continue that play style, or if Pembroke realizes that and tries to counter it.
See if how they try to play for the counter here. If they just have to maybe, just toggle off ball cam every once in a while just to stay more aware of where the players are. No follow-up. Raphael was just looping around, but just a little bit too wide of a swing. It looks like Rancic getting the better end of him, and there's the demo on Interstella, but Howington clearing out that ball, making it so they can't capitalize on that momentary power play. 2Cracked getting it knocked away from him by Howington, so it's Spooky versus Interstella. Raphael actually finding a good angle. Now they have to be considerate of Rancic. That could have been a cross-map goal, but Howington will get the save. Coming right across, and it just seems like some of it's not being communicated. Can 2Cracked make it in time? A little low, does deflect it. Raphael on the hunt here. Howington doesn't find that, actually. That might have tripped them up. Some of them are probably playing for that, with Interstella now trying to play off himself, but not getting the flip the way that he wants to. That could have been in, given Pembroke an early lead, but narrowly missed here with it being slowed down in the corner, but set up perfectly for 2Cracked, though. Rancic and Spooky both not fast enough to get on it before it's sent back to their side.
Yeah, Interstellar maybe trying to set something up here, but 2Cracked just going to hit it even farther into the air, making sure that no follow-up is going to come out from Pembroke here. And now that he's got control of the ball, unfortunately for him, he does not have a lot of resources. He's going to pass it over to Spooky. Interstellar going to be able to get that demo here. The goal is wide open, able to just bring it right towards the field there. Pembroke getting that first point.
Wow, excellently done there by Interstellar. I mean, and I feel like the disruption that Raphael and Howington are both going for has been excellent for them, really kind of setting them up for success. We'll see how this kickoff goes. I feel like Interstellar is always, is he just spending boost in there? Not, it's a kickoff goal.
That's just like that. I mean, okay, I need to see this one more time here. Did he just really just get that? He just got the boost, flipped right through it, and just got that, just like that.
Interstellar is always the first one there. I mean, watch all these kickoffs. I swear, he is always the first one actually making it to this ball every time, just a little bit faster. This time Spooky waits. This time Spooky waits behind. They're not letting that happen again, but still, it allows Pembroke to extend their lead the first time they've had it. So far here, but knocked right down immediately. They're saying, "All right, not like
you'd be getting a little bit too ahead of yourself."
Like, all right, hold on. Raymond says as they answer back, "This is Rocket League," says Raymond in the in-game chat. Yeah, a back and forth game like this, played off solid teamwork. You're right. This is Rocket League. Another kickoff here. Again, Interstellar always first, but this time it's traded right back out. With Howington able to send it out. Follow-up, though, not necessarily there, with momentum killed by Spooky.
Yeah, now that they're in possession of the ball here, like, it's getting really close. Howington is trying to come for that save here, but just if any member of Raymond was there right now, they've just been able to tap it in there. But luckily, they went back here because now Pembroke is going to have the advantage here. They're going to have a little bit of aggression, but Rancid Gaming's going to hit it back. Luckily saved by Howington here, and as the ball, again, getting really close to that corner here, we may be seeing something, maybe hitting it across, something in the middle, and 2 cracked. Just going to try and set something up again. Interstellar is going to be there to save the day once again. And now, unfortunately, no boost here. It's just going to be not going to be terrible. I can't talk, but Spooky's going to take the words out of my mouth and just take the ball away from them and get that goal in there, making it tied now. 2 minutes and 45 seconds in, or not in, but left. It's still got much of the game left here.
Yeah, I mean, that was a dangerous 50 to take. That was a real dangerous 50. It's not always going to go your way here. See the kickoff played here. Raphael went for it this time, actually. Interstellar playing a little slow, playing to get that boost to maybe punish afterwards. Howington with a great clear, actually. Spooky forced to disengage and play back. Howington have the setup for Interstellar coming in with the aerial above them. Not even going to make a move. Just like, yeah, I'm not saving that. Just like, there's not happening today.
This is Rocket League into the in the
That's the same one from earlier. It was 2 cracks saying nice shot. I mean, and honestly, yeah.
It was a pretty nice shot there. I mean, being able to come up from the top, getting those sneaky angles, getting in the, again, cracking into their defense. I mean, that's all what Rocket League really is.
It's even better the second time.
Right.
Lines like that, they only get better the more you say them on cast. It's 100% true. Right over his head, but completely stalled out with that mid-air bump. Still trying to chase here. 2 cracked, stalled by Howington, but Spooky has the follow-up. Raphael had to get it, but it's a little high off the backboard, angled in, and Interstellar will save it, clear it back out to that corner. Now wanting to chase this. No one, 2 cracked will make it to the goal in time, but there's no follow-up. Both players playing back just in case it breaks out, because that wasn't guaranteed. I mean, that was Interstellar saying, hey, I'm going to be sick. Could you guys make sure that things are okay if I'm not as sick as I want to be at this very moment? So, it makes sense to play a little safer, but if what could have been if that follow-up was there. Rancic knocks it back to the corner. It's decently safe place if they're not setting up on you, and they can see all of it with a great save from 2 crack. This might let them start running away with it with Rancic bouncing it up here, but Howington just misses, and Interstellar will keep it low but knock it back to the other corner.
Yeah, Pembroke here maybe getting a little bit too much on the offense here. I mean, they've been able to keep a solid defense, but Rancic Gaming is going to slip on right past Raphael here. But Interstellar, again, going to be able to get more of this aggression here. But Rancic Gaming is going to be able to make the return here and just not going to let Interstellar get any more goals. I mean, their defense have been extremely strong, but I feel like they've been coming pretty back well onto the defense here again on the aggression. Because now that there's only around a minute left, I mean, Raymond, they have to try their best to make it through here, because Interstellar is going to hit it right into the goal with that bounce off the board as well. I mean, that was from pretty deep too, almost midfield here. Just like that, just going to be able to drive that in. And now Raymond is down 2 with only a minute left. They need to start picking up the pace.
Yeah, they need to pretty much answer the kickoff goal, more or less here. But again, they can't really with Interstellar being so fast, but they are in control. For now, it's floating up. Raphael wants to go for it, won't be able to. 2 cracked, actually not getting the hit that he wanted, but it went so slow that everyone else really wasn't sure how to react to it. Rancic brings in to clear it out. Interstellar, though, dribbling it off his top, slowing it down quite a bit. Howington wants to get this follow-up, but just playing safe in case something happens. Open goal for Raphael, trying to sneak it past him fast enough. Pembroke pushed the lead even further. What a response of a game to what we saw from the start here. I mean, much higher scoring, and a lot of it is in the hands of Pembroke.
Yeah, Pembroke really fighting back here after that loss from last game here. Really showed them who's boss, who's really going to be controlling the rest of these games here. But now with only just barely little amount of time. I can't talk about time. But regardless here though, Raymond has to try and get more aggressive, if anything here, because Pembroke's defense right now has just been really well. We do see a lot of saves and a lot of aggression come up from the same player as Interstellar here. But Spooky, again, just not having enough boost and not being able to just chase that ball too fast here. But 2 crack is able to pick up the slack, because now he's able to get that goal and show to Pembroke that they're still in this. With even 15 seconds left, it's still possible, because those the kickoff goals, but I'm assuming they're going to be having a defender there to really block those, because now that's really what you need. Yeah,
need to play really careful here. We'll see how aggressive Pembroke wants to play. Still Interstellar playing aggressively kind of going in quickly. Howington really needs to clear this out. Rancic has a good angle, though. Do they have the follow-up? No, Interstella just too fast, able to knock it away. Now sending it to the other side. If he gets another goal here, that'll put him even further out of contention. But with 2 seconds left, the ball about to hit the floor. That is I think our first contested game we've had on stream. I mean, a game given up both ways now between Raymond and Pembroke. Look at these scores. Interstella 903 points, 4 goals,
That's pretty
7
good.
chances to shoot there. And you can see the low number of assists. A lot of that was kind of similar setups, but we could take a look at the replays from that one. You can see the knockaway here sitting right, flying out. The demo, I think, was a huge part of that.
Definitely.
But they just couldn't make it back fast enough regardless.
Like you said, those demos are just going to be insane because that's basically, again, it's knocking a player away from the position. Yeah, it's the cooldown's not very long here, but again, Interstella getting these goals here. How many shots did they have on goal? I think around seven. 7 shots on goal. I mean, that's insane. And having more than half of them go in, it's going to be pretty good here. I mean, and they've been able to keep it up pretty well. But like I said before, those demos, again, I'm a big demo guy. I mean, it's just getting people out of position.
Because you play Valorant and Overwatch.
Right.
That's why. You like when things are up in the kill feed.
That's basically. But again, just being able to knock players out of position, I mean, that's how you really capitalize on that because that's the whole point of this. I mean, just being able to get players out of where they're supposed to be and be able to sneak right past on by, getting those tiny little cracks going in there. I mean, that's really the best part, I would say.
Yeah, we are. Went back to the replays here. We need to get back to the live game, which I believe has started. Here, yep.
There we go.
Right back to it. Okay. 2 points were given to Raymond. It is 1-1 Raymond Pembroke, though. Don't let the scoreboard up top deceive you. So we see them clear back out. This could be a great setup if someone's coming in for it. Rancic, though, able to slow it down. That was a shot by Raphael here. Spooky killing this momentum. They want to push it past them here, but right now you can see Interstella waiting to block it, but Howington, I think we've said a lot about Interstella already so far, but I feel like Howington and Raphael have stepped it up a lot. What a great setup. Howington, again, I was going to say, the setup from them has been opening so many doors.
Right. I mean, sometimes it's about the striker, but it's always about the team members as well. Getting to be able to get those setups up. Interstella may take the name, but the team might take the win here, as we can see. But now, having that one goal on the scoreboard here, I mean, I always wonder to myself, if you get an early goal, why not just play defense the entire time and just make sure that no one can get past that? Yeah, that's like my question.
You can't guarantee that it's going to happen. You always want to extend your lead, but see, even with 3 people around goal, you're still going to be able to get scored on. We'll see the way that Raymond approached this, and right off the backboard, Howington just a little low. Interstella trying to play defense, too sharp of an angle for him to cover. Raphael just too slow. Raymond pretty much clinical there on sneaking that goal in past the defenders. Let's look at the start up here. So again, still faster on the kickoffs. That's been something that has been so consistent, but now that he's been demoed, we can see them really trying to play off this opening, this momentary power play. Spooky tries to bounce it past the momentum, completely killed Interstella with the steal right through, but Rancic will send it back to the middle. Who can kill it? No one. Everyone thinks the ball's going to move, and it's just not. Spooky, though, a little slow, going for the demo again. A moment of freedom, a reprieve from all the pressure, but Interstella steals it away even without that extra teammate here. Raphael wants to get this hit, but it's Interstella sneaking it past everybody.
Yeah, Interstella being able to dribble past this ball towards everybody's going to be insane here. Raphael maybe trying to set something up for him right now and maybe back to him, but for Raphael, but just not enough for the follow-up here. Rancic is going to try and bring that towards Pembroke's goal right now, but they're going to keep it in the air for as long as they can, or at least maybe try and set something up here. Spooky does not have enough boost to get this in the air where they want it to be, and Pembroke's just going to take the ball away from them, but 2 Crack comes out from the wing here and could be trying to do something as a little bit of maybe miscommunication happened, but 2 Crack just able to kind of just bounce that ball right in there without a full like strike, I want to say.
I mean, look how tight that angle is.
Right.
I mean, like, actually, it was the shallowest angle you possibly could have hit it in from there. It's really hard to predict that's going to happen. You think, oh, you see where the ball goes. You're like, oh, it's going to roll on the wall. And then it doesn't. And then it goes in. It's just really hard to know what's happening ahead of time here. Interstella with full boost. Hard to predict what he's going to do either. The amount of space they've been able, or the amount of just what they've been able to do with it. It's cleared away, kind of juking past them, but Interstella with the steal away from them. Didn't expect that. Oh no!
A little bit of a team goal there, unfortunately.
He was driving. He was just watching it on ball cam, like everything's okay. And then Spooky's like, I got this. But Rancic was just trying to cycle around using the ramps in the goal. So hard to tell that's going to happen. Someone says, I got it. You don't know where they got it from. But here, kickoff once again to Cracked, neutralizing it. On their side of the field, though, is Rancic. They want to keep up the pressure. They do not want this game to be tied. This game is already so close, just over. Raymond didn't have the striker ready to go in for that, but now potential breakaway from Interstella. Open goal, sending it soaring and right in to push Pembroke back into the lead.
Yeah, Pembroke going to be able to get that goal here. Unfortunately for Raymond, they were kind of pushed up there. Maybe that set that they made just kind of pushed the last two defenders just all the way up, trying to get that goal there. But and Interstella saw that. I mean, he was able to just drive right around and get those open goals, because those open goals are going to mean everything. Just getting any more points up, those are going to mean everything here. And these goals as well, you know, these starting off at the beginning here, just already getting that strong lead is going to be so great. And again, Interstella is just going to be able to block that off. We do see a demo coming out from Spooky here, and Interstella, I mean, that ball already went so far, so quick already. He's already back, bouncing it over the players of Raymond. Interstella putting in the work.
Maybe you don't demo Interstella when he's on your side.
Maybe.
Maybe you wait until you're on their side before you start demoing Interstella, because it seemed like it just allowed them to set up for themselves. I'm convinced that might have been how that one went here. But Hamilton actually the one to go for the kickoff this time. Interstella picking up boost, wanting to do something aggressive, pushing it right out into the Raymond corner with a good angle. No follow-up though, as Rancic's able to knock it away. Hamilton has to rotate back for it, but there's the demo. Actually sending Interstella back to their own side. Spooky has the angle though. 4-3 Raymond with another one. These goals, it feel like this always starts so slow and then it picks up so quickly around the 2.5 minute mark.
Right, I mean, when players start to figure out how they want to play, what goals have they been working, and when they change up the things that they want to do, it's always going to get a little bit more faster here. I mean, with that demo coming out from Interstella, it was able to set them back, but at that same time, it was just able to, and they weren't just in position, so they weren't able to save that right away there. However, Hamilton gonna try and, you know, go for a little bit more of an aggression here. We have seen Pembroke pick up in a lot of aggression, while Raymond has been a little bit on the defense here. And as I'm saying that, Interstella just again getting those open goals, finding those little marks where they're just free, because Raymond is focused possibly on someone else, maybe just trying to get a demo here. We can't. There's no. I mean, Rancid Gaming was there. He's trying to get the defense on that, but Interstella just again really taking advantage and using the defense that Raymond leaves open for them.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's a lot on the setup, right? They're concerned, but others here at the demo could make things a little easier for them. Interstella flying through the air and sent back out. Rancic wants to get a bit of a runaway goal here, but just can't sneak it by. Too Cracked keeps it from going back to their side of the field. But now actually stuck a small issue there. Will make him miss that, but it's a follow-up here. Interstella, though, with a great save right there in goal to knock it away. Spooky keeps it up the pressure, keeping it on their side. Interstella, though, just says, hey, I'm going to keep that momentum going. You sent it away. I'm going to keep it going away here for now. With 1 minute left, Raymond with 2 goals to make up and a very good player to sneak this by right now. Too Cracked, though, actually juking past Interstella and Raphael. Interstella already trying to come back. Howington not able to block it. It's off the backboard. Interstella missed it, but it hits the post. Can Too Cracked get it? They will. Off the other side. We're down to a 1-goal game here in number 3. I mean, this is such an important one. You win this, you become potentially 1 game away from winning or losing. This is going to decide so much, I think, on the rest of the set.
And most definitely, these 45 seconds are going to be the most intense 45 seconds of this game right now. Like you said, that 1 point is going to be everything. Of course, Interstella is going to get that kickoff there. Being able to get those early things are going to be great. I wonder if they're going to try to either stall the ball or go on it as fast as they can, because both teams have to play so careful here. Yeah, obviously, Pembroke is in the lead, but that doesn't mean that they can leave their goal right open, because Too Cracked soaring through the sky, getting that goal, and now it's tied. It's basically a decider. It's the same game from 5 minutes ago, but just with 30 seconds left now. I mean, yeah. Now they really have to figure out what they want to do, if they want to put it into overtime or if they just want to get the game just right done and over with.
Oh, a complete even kickoff. Interstella will be there to save it with 30 seconds left. These teams are so evenly matched with such different styles too. This is so exciting to watch between them. Spooky trying to play in the corner, not able to find the ball, but cycling back, wants to try to stay aggressive. Howington's push there, stopped by Rancic and actually helped by his teammate. A lot of speed there gained. Interstella thinks he sees an opening. It's on Too Cracked to stop. This has just enough boost to do it. 4 seconds left. The shot has to happen now or never, unless they want to go into overtime. Too Cracked will save it. Interstella's keeping the timer ticking. Does either of these teams want overtime? I think they want it to close out now here. It's just barely off the ground. They managed to keep it up. Spooky wants that chase, not able to get it. It's Do they have the follow-up? Interstellar will get it, kicking it over to that goal. Was everyone following it? It's on 2Crack. It's on Interstellar to try to tip it up just a little bit too high. 2Crack sends it over. They keep it going. Spooky wants the drive, but the bump will keep him from following up, and we are heading into overtime for game number 3.
So much intensity just happened right there. I mean, that shot from Interstellar was absolutely insane. You can see how high my voice got there, but Interstellar really getting the aggression going here. 2Crack gonna score it right in there. 10 seconds in. Can we get a replay on this? Let's see this. He flies in, hits it back, pretty much sets it up for himself with that double touch there, and he's able to get that win there, slipping right through Pembroke. After such a strong defense and aggression, being like, no, we don't want you to make our goal. I mean, after that, that's so disappointing.
This is how both overtimes have gone for us. This is the second time we've got overtime. The second time it's ended pretty quickly, but I mean, so close by Raphael to stop that too. I mean, 2Crack had the offense. They had the player on there on back, but I think Raphael was just starting to shift back into an offense, right? They're trying to transition back to the other side of the field. It starts flying by. He's like, oh, I got to get it. Does that quick turn, but just too sharp to be able to find that angle. I mean, game 3, Pembroke and Raymond have both looked super strong at different phases of this, right? But I feel like I don't know what Pembroke want to really change here. I feel like they're playing fine. I feel like it's just such close trades.
No, I definitely believe that. I feel like they're just playing fine. I don't think there's, again, too much of a big difference in what they're doing. I'm not sure what they could exactly split up. Obviously, Interstellar is doing a lot of the work here. I feel of course not doing everything. Just the names been across, the goals, the saves, but obviously the setup from the other team and the passing, that all comes by. But it's just not said.
Madam's a scoreboard analyst.
Yeah.
If you play a game with Madam, afterwards you'd be like, I don't think you're doing much of that, Sombra. Scoreboard. But no, I think that the setup from the whole team has been good. I think the big difference from Pembroke in group stages to Pembroke now, which I think it's allowing them to keep up with Raymond and trade back and forth so much, is what we're seeing from Howington. I feel like Howington actually has been doing a lot of great setup for Interstellar in terms of both disruption and bumping, playing physical, and just being in the right place on those rotations every time, because we weren't seeing that a ton in group stages from every team. We were mostly seeing that from Londonderry, from Raymond, the two teams that were able to go 3-0 in their groups. But Pembroke now, I think they're kind of picking up on that, right? They're picking up on, we need someone like coming in from somewhere else. We cannot all be swarming the same exact position here. And they're going to have to, again, maintain that strategy if they want to come back in this set. They are on, have match point potentially against them from Raymond if they manage to close this one out. Pembroke, they want to push this to a game 5. And we get to say something that is something that you don't really talk about a ton in esports. Well, you do in settings like this, but not necessarily in high school esports. Stamina. Stamina is something that you really have to keep track of. This has been going on since 9 a.m.
That's true.
No, 10 a.m. I got here at 9 a.m. 10 a.m. Right? It's been going a long time. How long can these players play up to the level that they have been? It seems like both these teams are playing at the peak we've seen, but this is a high-pressure game for them, right? They want to win. Both these teams want to win. They want to try to, they want to get a chance at Londonderry and get a chance to walk away as the best Rocket League team that was at this tournament. So it's still pressure, and we'll see how they handle long, high-pressure situations as we get a little further in this set. Early on, though, Pembroke are in control. Howington knocks that away. Ransdick not just in position, it's Incinerator still cleared out. They're by either Spooky or 2Cracked. I couldn't even tell. It was just going so fast. Forced back on the defense is Pembroke right now, and Raymond, they're looking to go for the throw with that demo on Stella, but Raymond flipping on his back. 2Crack just tips it in, and Raymond somehow sneak away with the lead early here in game 4.
Oh my god, this was just, what is this? What am I looking at right now? Two players from Pembroke tried to hit it out, but they both missed, and then the ball was just bouncing in the middle, and then someone from him was like, oh guys, the ball's right here. Guys, it was able to just hit it right in there. So that first point's gonna go over to Raymond there, but definitely Pembroke is definitely still gonna be able to definitely counteract that, go back into it here, as Howington is going to be able to try and get this ball away, going to be able to get that save there is going to be everything, because now the ball is going to be onto Raymond's side here as Pembroke tries to go very fast here, and Estella is taking the words from my mouth, putting it into the goal there. 1-1, 4 minutes left. That's gonna be great. I mean, they're just gonna be able to bring it on in there. Now that, you know, obviously Pembroke wants to get this win. They need to win twice in a row to really get the final win overall. And Raymond just needs to get the one. So obviously, Pembroke's going to be going a lot harder than they normally are here. Howington's going to cheat that ball away from them, though, but it's going to get taken again. However, Interstella has his back, but the demo comes out as well. A player is down. Could they capitalize on this? It doesn't look like.
They just don't have enough time. They needed to already be on an aggressive offense there to really make it work, but Rancic does maintain control. Interstella will knock it away. Here's center field. Wants to set up for himself, but doesn't have the flip that he needs for it. So he's just going to have to reset. Make do with just controlling the ball again as 2 Cracked take that even away from him as well. Howington, though, wins that aerial trade. Both Raphael and Howington trying to maintain control of this. It's an open goal. It's not the right angle. Interstella knows that. Doesn't have to worry too much about it. And he will try to chase this. Are they just going to watch him do this? Sneaking under, getting it past 2, but not past 2 Cracked either. Rancic on the cycle, going back. Looking for this setup. Interstellar will clear it out, not give them a chance to go for this goal, and he wants to run away from it. His boost got stolen by 2 Cracked. He can't follow up because of him. Can he even make it back to the goal? He doesn't need to. He gets demoed. Maybe even Tactical. He'll come back with more boost and back in a good position to stop this ball.
Yeah, 2 Cracked are just going to try and hit that through the air, maybe setting it up for himself again. We saw him do that before. There's no saying that he cannot do that again here, but getting these boosts are just going to be very great here because when he stole that boost away from Interstellar there, it was very close because, again, these boosts mean everything here. But now that she's back up to more boosts, I mean, he could be trying to set something up, but it seems too much of a risk to try and dive into the 3 players like that. Right there, but regardless though, now putting it into the control of their hands right now, gonna try and air dribble this, looking for the follow-up here as the ball goes very close to the goal, but 2 Cracked just coming out with that save again.
And Spooky might have an open goal. Interstella's going in to save it. Huge hit there, knocking that away. And wants to run away with it here too. You can see 2 Cracked and Spooky both trying to kind of mark him and keep him going for that. Raphael will give him a chance on the offense. Rancic, though, clearing it right up. Who has the follow-up there? Rancic themselves getting the next hit. Interstella, though, knocks it away from goal, back into the far post at the other side of the field. Raphael could be a good setup here, actually. Spooky's kind of committing for this with 2 Cracked knocking it back into the corner. Just wants to slow the ball down and sneak it past Howington, but Interstella will get this now, trying to score past them on his own, but a hit from 2 Cracked actually stopping it. That is one way to do it. You either hit the ball or you hit the striker. This time they're choosing to slam into Interstella and keep them from scoring here. Howington, though, tries to keep up the pressure, send it back to their side of the field. You can see Howington playing so much disruption, but it's an open goal. Interstella's running away with it. They're just ramming into each other and opening the door for Interstella to push Pembroke back into the lead.
Yeah, it's those small openings like that when there's so many players in one just tiny area. There's bound to slip up to happen. There's always that tiny little slip up, and Interstellar just took that and just drove it home. Literally drove it home. And now with only around a minute left here, I wonder if Raymond's going to start to get a little bit more aggressive here, or maybe more in the defense, because Interstellar is going to slip right past on through, maybe go for something else here, reducing that 1 minute mark, but 2 Cracked is going to put a stop to that before anything else can really happen here. Rancic takes it out of his hands, and Raphael just tries to break up that defense in general here, but the ball's going to be on their side of the court right now. And, you know, right now they have the big advantage here. Obviously, if they get a follow-up, Rancic Gaming, Spooky coming in a little bit too late there, but now Rancic, it's going to be his time to shine. He's going to try and hit it through and just not get the right angle. I mean, these angles are going to be so much for the goal here, but Interstella again flying through the sky there, but making another goal. I think, was that a team goal by mistake here?
Not by mistake. I mean, in an attempt to save it, but it was just going too fast. But look, 81 miles per hour on that one because of that hit. He was just trying to move by just too slow. Make it or not, he wasn't going to be able to stop that. It's 30 seconds left for Raymond to get 2 goals just to push to overtime. That is not entirely out of the question, but maybe it is here. Interstellar already wrapping back. They're doing the transition to defense a little fast. Raphael, though, cuts the angle hard, not letting that get towards the goal, and now Spooky bringing it back to their side. Interstellar with solid control here. Spooky neutralizing it. All of Raymond just doing what they can to keep it off their side of the field, but Interstellar sending it back over. Not going to make it to goal, but it will kill time, and at this point, that's all Pembroke need.
Right, obviously this timer is going to be kicking down again. I wonder if we're going to see a long ball in the air like we've seen before, but it looks like they may be just trying to ground it just like that. Pembroke taking the winner of that. I mean, I don't blame them for trying to, trying to stop things before they get a little bit too out of control here. Obviously, this is now like the end of the set.
Yeah.
This is the game that really brings for all the marbles. I mean, this is everything. This is everything.
This is where you see how you perform under pressure, right? Game 5. It is something that I, as the coach of the Overwatch team, I'm very familiar with because we've had like 6 Game 5s this season already, and players perform so differently in these environments. We'll see how it affects both of them here, knowing that this is the last shot to make it to those finals against Londonderry. Interstellar already still seems comfortable regardless of the situation, but he just doesn't have the boost, I think, at the timing to make it into that, knock it into that goal. Forced to come back and play on this defense. Spooky's trying to keep the pressure up, knock it up. Howington clears it out up top, but still a chance for someone else to go in, but Pembroke are able to get it out of there, send it back to the other side to Crack, though, neutralizing it, but there's just too much aggression from Pembroke. Everyone coming out, sending it over right off the nose of Interstella's car, starting Pembroke off early. They are striking back after that Game 3.
Right, I mean, just look, even if it wasn't meant to be a setup there, just the ball is just flying there in general. I think Howington just tried to hit it towards that corner, but with the defenders, they were just able to hit it towards the middle, and Interstellar was just ready for that. I mean, he was there, he was ready to make that goal, and again, these early goals, this last game, this is just going to be where everybody's peak is coming from, and we see that from Interstellar again, flying through the field here. I mean, I think he set it up for himself, kind of like what 2 Crack did, and just... he's able to just put it above everybody, and it's wow. That's my analysis. Just wow.
Rancic was so close there too. I mean, just around the corner for it. Raphael trying to take that kickoff here. Howington running away with that for now. Set up in the middle for Raymond, but Interstellar is able to knock it away. Interstellar just immediately, once he sees the direction the ball's going, already leaving. No need to worry about offense. Let my team, who's cycling back, worry about offense. I'm going to be ahead of the game and move into play on that defense, and he's already back. Again, already positioning well, looking to sneak it past all the defenders. With a 3-0 immediate lead. I talk about who performs better. Like, players are going to play differently when it comes to a Game 5, and Interstellar is shining under pressure.
They're really firing on all cylinders here, going pedal to the metal again. Like we've said before, Interstellar getting all these goals here. I mean, that's just going to be great for Pembroke, because now, obviously, these high point games are what we want to see, because the more, obviously, the more advantage you have, the more the other team has to come back up in order to tie things off here, and Interstellar has just been really great at that. I mean, we do see that demo coming out again. They might be able to try and get it a little bit further here. I mean, Interstellar's back, just gonna try and get that ball. I mean, I feel like Interstellar's just been everywhere. Wherever this ball has been going, Interstellar's there to either defend it, make it offensive, or just change it to their play here, but it might be Spooky's time because he made a shot here, but it is saved by Howington, and Interstellar again getting this aggression here, just not enough boost, could be something again, but it's gonna be saved by Raymond again. And now that they have this, Raphael also in this corner again, maybe trying to pick up a boost, but gives it to Interstellar because Interstellar is just gonna fly through with it again, passing by 2 Cracked here. But Rancic is going to be able to get that on the defense here. It looks like Raymond's going to be more on the defense than on the offense. I mean, we haven't seen Interstellar make a goal after so many times been flying through the air, but now Raymond definitely a little bit more in control of the ball, keeping up the pace, kind of choosing the tempo that they want to go at here. And now that it is happening, a shot is made, but Interstellar says no thank you and just saves it again. It's been doing so much.
You know how I know that the players are definitely feeling the stress of Game 5? I'm starting to hear their comments.
Yeah, me too.
I'm starting to hear them calming to each other, which means they are so focused. Interstellar down. This could be their time to go in, but Raphael with the save pass to the newly respawned Interstellar back there. Interstellar, I'm not going to add the T. If they didn't add the T, I'm not going to add the T here. Tukak wants to go for it, but Interstellar already there to send it away. Rancic will clear it away, but the aggression from Pembroke is really hard for them to deal with. Waiting there, catching them in rotation, but 2 Cracks is there, and the boot from Rancic. They know where their priority has to be right now. Raphael kind of baiting them out, actually. Is someone going to be there in the top left corner? Raphael was started to chase it, said no, jumped away, flipped away. You could see that it baited him. He thought he could hit it in another direction, but the angle that he set up for his own team completely confused the rest of Raymond, letting Pembroke stretch that lead even further.
I mean, Pembroke definitely showing how much they want to win this game right now. They are 0-4, 2 minutes left. Raymond has to get a goal. If they want to get a goal, they got to get a fixed rate of 30 seconds per goal here. And it just doesn't look like that's going to be the case because Interstellar has just, again, firing on all cylinders, just breaking through their push, breaking through their defense, and just really putting in the work. I mean, we see Howington right now, another team member, just going to be able to... Oh, maybe not. I thought he was gonna be able to boop that away
I think
there.
he was short on boost.
But again, like you said, these boosts. But it might be Rancic's time to shine. And just like that, I mean, okay, now let me see this one more time.
Fixed rate of 30 seconds per goal.
Right.
That's 30 seconds. That's one goal.
that is true. If they get
Step one.
If they are able to get multiple, I mean, they are able to tie it up within the end of this timer here. Obviously, they have 3 seconds to spare, but that 3 seconds could mean everything here. I wonder if Interstellar, again, okay. I for some reason, I thought Interstellar was going to be a little bit on their defensive side, but I guess I'm just wrong because Interstellar is just going to go for this aggression against, slipping past most of their team here. Howington as well, going to try and help out. And Raphael just seems like the designated defender here. I mean, he's able to get a bunch of saves as well. Obviously, Interstellar it's just going to be zooming across the field. I mean, he's everywhere. He's just going to be in every place the ball is going to be.
Yep. They had a great setup there, but they're playing too far back. But you can see Spooky and 2Cracked both going for the ball at the same time. That will knock them forward, but Rancic is able to keep up this aggression. They just need someone cycling in, but he didn't have the chance to get that still. 2Cracked. Potential setup here. Rancic, though, cycling backwards. Needs to just in case it goes by. Howington pushes it back to their side. No boost on 2Cracked now. Forced to disengage Rancic. Potential setup here. Spooky has to be the one rotating in, and he is, but it's just not going where it needs to be. A little bit further from that corner that he was aiming for. Interstellar with the save. Again, no chance for a setup there. This time that Raymond needed to get a goal every 30 seconds is going away, and the overcommit on the aggression lets another goal slip by.
Yeah, they definitely didn't follow up to the fixed rate of goals here. Now with only, again, 30 seconds left, Pembroke is going to be very deeply in the lead right now. It's definitely not game over, though, because you absolutely never know when a team is able to come back. Because with a team like Raymond, they are very, very good here. But first, again, like you said, it's just the last game that players start to turn up. I mean, Interstellar really just turned up a little bit there, and Raymond is still just as good, but he's just been outperforming so well for this last game here. But now that timer is going to start ticking down here. Are they going to keep it up into the air? Are they going to go for another goal? I'm not sure. But regardless, it just looks like Pembroke is going to be the winner of this game right now.
No chance to make it there. Pembroke, I mean, quick statement. That was a statement game for Pembroke, I think, saying, all right, we got to game 5. Now it's time to really stretch our muscles and show off what we can do and say, hey, we want to make it to finals. And they did. Pembroke going to be able to play against it. That means that I think we can call, Group A now, both Group A teams that made it are now in the finals. Those are two teams that were in that very competitive group now, going to make it there. Both Group B teams going to be competing in the bronze match to see who gets third place. I think we've seen some really good Rocket League here so far today in the Connection Esports Arena at the SNHU NHIAA High School Rocket League Invitational. And we have plenty more to come after this break. We're going to be heading right into the bronze match. It's going to be Manchester Memorial versus Raymond High School. Please stick around. Me and Midal will be signing off. You'll have some newcasters on the other side of the break. Hope you enjoy that. We'll see you then. For someone else to go in, but Pembroke are able to get it out of there, send it back to the other side. 2Cracked, though, neutralizing it, but there's just too much aggression from Pembroke. Everyone coming out, sending it over right on.
Interstellar was just ready for that. He was there. He was ready to make that goal. And again, these early goals, this last game, this is just going to be where everybody's peak is coming from, and we see that.
Cycling back, worry about offense. I'm going to be ahead of the game and move into play on that defense, and he's already back. Again, already positioning well, looking to sneak it past all the defenders. With waiting there, catching them in rotation, but 2Cracked is there, and the boot from Rancic. They know where their priority has to be right now. Raphael kind of baiting them out, actually. Is someone going to be there in the top left corner?
Just going to be able to... Oh, maybe not. I thought he was going to be able to boop that away there.
I think he was short on boost.
But again, like you said, these boosts. But it might be Rancic's time to shine.
And aiming for Interstellar with a save. Again, no chance for a setup there. This time that Raymond needed to get a goal every 30 seconds is going away, and the overcommit on the...
Hello and welcome back as we get ready to finish off the day. It has been a long broadcast, but a super fun one. There's been so many good games all day. My name is Shirley. You might remember me from the beginning of the broadcast. I'm joined here with Chill Cat Dad, the Rocket League coach here at SNHU. Glad to have you up here to give a little bit more of an analytical take to some of these plays, because there's a lot of really crazy stuff going on that you can really break down in a super great way. Let's go ahead and hop into game. This is going to be our bronze match, Manchester Memorial versus Raymond. So these two are going to be fighting for third place here on Champions Field.
Yep, the big thing we're looking for is how can these teams try to break down each other's defenses, specifically how they play in the corner and how they manage the boost when they're in the corners and when they're in transition defense. Those are the big things to look out for, as Manchester now just trying to get the ball forward, trying to progress the ball up the left-hand side. Two Crack's going to make sure that doesn't happen. Go ahead.
And we have seen so much play, like you mentioned, around these corners, just kind of like burning down so much time. And that's been something that a lot of teams have been really using. So we're seeing already here, Manchester has the ball kind of stuck in their corner. They finally found a chance to escape as they jump across the field here, but a good clear from Raymond is going to send things right back towards Manchester's side. And now they're back to having to worry about trying to break free out of this, but it's a pretty simple escape for them as they start to make their way back over towards the orange side of the field.
Nice job by Jacob, do a little double tap action. Great job setting that up. Not a lot of pressure in the corner, so able to really get a lot of time to just figure out exactly what you want to go for, bypass the first two people in rotation, and just put it right on target. Fantastic job.
Really just clean play from Jacob there. And he has been someone that we have had our eyes on in the production room a lot for tonight, because he has just been a really, really big star player here across everyone. But there's been so much great play. But let's go and get started off with our second kickoff here, as Manchester already start their offensive into Raymond. Jacob getting kind of thrashed around by all these cars out here, but Raymond finally do have the chance to break across, but Jacob giving a little bit of pressure, but Two Cracks to be the one finally jump across and just barely going to get a little bit of bounce off the backboard. They're trying to get towards his teammate. Spooky's going to break that free, trying to take control of the ball right in front of the goal, and it's going to be Rancid Gaming who scores that one, tying things up.
Fantastic job by Raymond to maintain the pressure there. Great 50 by Spooky out in front of the halfway line, keep that offensive pressure, and then get the second phase of attack for the score.
And it's all about the team play on goals like this. You have to be playing off these passes and things like that, and that is Londonderry, who's first seed right now, will be in the finals. They've been doing so well at that, and that's something that we've been talking about for a while, a very, very big point here. And we're seeing these teams really implement a lot of that, just really, really vital team play here. Jacob starting to apply some pressure here on the backboard, trying to go for a follow-up, not quite going to go in, and now Raymond got the ball in their corner, starting to try and make an attempt to clear onto the other side of the field. They will be able to. Irish is going to go ahead and pop it back, but Two Crack just trying to maintain control of the ball right now. Manchester going to get the chance to pop it on back. Spooky making a run for the back corner here, will get contested, and now it's in the hands of Jacobs, going to make a shot on the goal, but Two Crack going to be the one to send it back.
Fantastic transition defense by Two Crack to get back into the mid space, make sure you're protecting that near post. Again, the transition defense is going to be tested. Jacob there, but there's two players for Raymond in order to try to keep them from getting the ball into the mid space.
Two Crack carrying the ball super far into Manchester's back corner here. A good demo is going to take down Jacob, and a good opportunity for a power play here from Raymond. They're going to fire back with a demo of their own. Ball somewhat stuck in the corner to Two Crack, not quite able to make contact, and neither can Rancid Gaming as the ball just saunters from side to side now, still in the back corner, trying to make its way towards midfield, but Irish is not going to let that happen as Jacob sends the ball over. Rancid gets going for the goal, and it's going to be 2-1 in favor of Manchester.
One of the difficult things about playing pressure offense, trying to make sure you maintain that pressure, but any double commit in the midfield can cause that type of open net situation. Great job to punish the double commit by Jacob.
The double commits have been seriously fatal today. We have seen a couple of those come out, and you really just gotta have that trust in your teammates to just hope that they will control the part of the field that they're supposed to. It's all about understanding where you should be and when to let your teammates take control of things, which is what you see a lot of the really strong teams here understanding.
Yes, 100%. The team play aspect and the balance between the team, being able to trust your teammates, being able to be responsible for your space and only your space is so difficult to manage. So to have both teams really working at trying to make sure their transition defense is on top of the game is really the crucial point. Great job by Jacob there. Nice 50 to get that out of the play. And we're going to get a push forward by Raymond. Nice job. Can Jacob protect the near post? Yes.
Good clear, and he's going to start to make his way back across towards Raymond's side of the field. Now in the back corner here, we'll try and pass it off to one of his teammates. No follow-up quite in sight. Monster just barely a very scary shot from Spooky. Going to get interrupted there as Monster sends things into the back corner once again. Tucrack got to find a way to pass this over towards midfield. More Monster not going to let that happen as he sends it right on back. A huge clear. Rancid Game is going to try and pop it right back up, and a good follow from Spooky is going to keep this pressure up. A demo onto Rancid going to send him all the way back to the other side of the field and give Manchester a little bit of breathing room.
That was a great demo in order to just get the defensive pressure to release a little bit. Gives you the ball progression forward, and now another demo in the mid space, this time on Raymond's side, so now they get to push the ball forward. So it's just back and forth action from both sides. Open net opportunity, and More Monster is going to trickle this in. Oh, just barely off. Two cracked.
This is so scary for Raymond right here. They're gonna try and bounce back into their corner. They cannot let this goal happen, because if this goes through, then they are not gonna have a lot of time to find 2 points. So bouncing things over to Manchester, exactly what they want as they start their offensive. Jacob sent things sky high though. This goes over towards Raymond's side. A good demo is gonna send Jacob right on back, and that interference is really what is gonna make or break these last 30 seconds for Raymond here. Is a best of 5 sets. There's still plenty of game left ahead, but Raymond really need to find a way to get in here. This first point is really going to set the tempo for the rest of the set, and a demo onto Spooky is just going to burn even more of that extremely precious time.
Yes, the ability for Raymond to get more physical with who they deem to be the best player on the other team, I think is going to really help them going forward in the rest of the series. Trying to get the ball forward, but not having a good time of doing it. Great midfield pressure by Manchester to keep the ball wide, keep the ball away from your net in order to secure the win in that match. So yeah, very close match. I'm also really excited to see the low scoring match, because the defense really dictates who is going to move forward in this tournament, who's going to win that third place spot.
We've had a lot of really high scoring matches today, so it feels good to see one that's a little bit more reserved like that. Yes. Like this is really a very tight match right here, and I'm super excited to see how these teams continue going forward here. Raymond, I mean, I feel like they were just probably 20 seconds away from evening things up right there. They were, I mean, when they get in control of the ball, and they are able to, which is a big factor, that kind of just like barrier towards having even matches. Like a lot of these teams, we see them kind of like struggle to reclaim control of the ball. Raymond does not have that issue.
Yes, they do a really good job in transition defense, not overcommitting too much on the offensive end. Really close chance there by Manchester trying to get that double tap. Couldn't get it. Great 50 there by Tucrack to make sure that it stays in the offensive zone. Again, another great 50. Can they get a midfield follow-up? Rancic just doesn't have the momentum in order to push forward. So much of this game is figuring out when you need to go fast, when you need to go slow, how much of a wide berth you need to give yourself when you rotate in and out of the play. And just like that, a great save by Tucrack. Almost an open net, but not that time. Tucrack now pushing forward. More Monster is going to be there for the save. And we're just right back in that midfield space once again.
Yeah, ball in Manchester's corner, actually leaning towards midfield right now, and Jacob expertly taking possession of that ball, which is exactly what he needed to. Otherwise, Raymond would have had a very easy shot lined up there, but bringing it over into the corner is much safer. Now going up high, though, and Raymond, they don't really have anyone quite in position to make this a midfield shot, but it will slowly move it that way. Rancic, it goes for the shot, but gets taken out as the ball moves back into the corner now, as it begins to just kind of move its way back over here. Manchester's doing a good job of just keeping possession. Raymond are having a hard time really breaking this hold that they've got right now, but Manchester need to do something with this ball.
Yes, Manchester's definitely trying to slow the tempo down, make it so that there are no DC from Jacob.
Unfortunately, might have to pause things up right here. But right now, there is kind of...
Okay, yeah, we had a...
I don't know if that counts.
We'll have to pause that and then get back.
We'll see. Just the way they've been controlling the space right here. I mean, that was about a minute and 20 rally right there before the DC happened, and it was dead even the entire time. Just going back and forth, contesting around the mid. That was super big.
Just I would say as long as Manchester can just player DC. Let's just
We'll see exactly what the ruling going forward here is.
In this situation, normally what you'll see is Manchester will just get a goal back.
Yeah.
And then that way we can start it back up. It's like 3 minutes or so remaining. So we'll see exactly how this gets figured out. Just a moment.
We'll see. Sounds like the match is going to get restarted there. It was 0-0 before that happened, so it pretty much inconsequential in terms of things. Just a little bit of time burnt off the clock. Yeah. But overall, I think that the even matchup here is crazy. I don't think we've seen a team be this neck and neck all day, and so these two going up against each other in the bronze mats of all things, these two are super contested.
It's really interesting to see like the team composition and how it affects the game. With the Manchester team, Jacob is kind of far and away the more show-stopping player, but with Raymond, there's just a lot of sharing the goal scoring and also the defensive capabilities. So with that balance, can they then target Jacob, and or can they then force the other players to make more of an impact on the field to try to give Jacob a little bit less to do, but also like perhaps push forward into get that win.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit in the production room while Group B was going on and while semis were going on about how strong interference is, and how a lot of teams really they can live or die just based on how much they mess with the other team, because it is such a strong thing just to be able to bump someone, ruin their momentum entirely, take them out of the push for just a few seconds. They have to kind of speed back up or maybe go gather boost because they don't have the speed that they used to have. It's such a strong factor of the game, and it's also a really sort of difficult concept to really master.
It is an intricate balance between how much you want to play ball and how much you want to play the player. Sometimes it's more about manipulating the rotation versus actually just hitting the ball over and over again. When everyone's focused on the ball, you tend to have situations where players are just parked in the mid space, ready for that shot, ready to put it in the net. But hey, if you're not there to put the ball in the net, it's kind of difficult to score a goal. So protection of the mid space can be very important, especially if there's one specific player you're trying to target. I know earlier in the Rocket League season, we had a match against Dalhousie Gold. They had a player, Liata, fantastic player. We did a really good job of isolating that player whenever they had opportunities so that we could essentially make the other players do more and also have Liata possibly get a little frustrated, possibly not be able to do exactly what they want to do. And that little bit of tilt factor can be huge when you're trying to play over a long series.
It is important to know. I mean, Rocket League especially, but all esports is just as much a mental game as it is a mechanics game, right? It is all about what headspace you're in. And if you're really able to take a single player and single them out kind of like that, that's mental warfare in action right there.
Is. Yeah, the ability to not just focus on what's going on field, but also trying to get in the heads of your opponent can be a huge factor in terms of winning the game and doing a great job of trying to play both games, both the physical game and also the mental game at the same time.
And as a coach of the Rocket League team and a coach of a esports team in general, kind of like sort of getting your players to be able to withstand that sort of urge to tilt or anything like that is such a huge part of kind of your role as a coach, right?
Yes. Yeah, we do a lot to focus on, hey, mistakes are going to happen. You just got to play through it. And actually, we're back in action. We're just going to restart from the top. That first 2 minutes was more or less inconsequential, so we're just going to get started right back up in their balls at the midfield line. Jake trying to push forward. Two Crack are going to do a good job of getting that pushed out past Irish Conman and into more Monster with a great 50 to push it back into the offensive zone. Great bump.
Yeah, that's the interference we're talking about right there. Just really took him out of commission for a solid 2 seconds and let the ball fly right past him. Even if Manchester didn't find anything off that, they still got a little bit of space, got a little bit of room to actually play for positioning here. But now Raymond's got the ball on Manchester's backboard right here, and Two Crack trying to find something. More Monster's going to be able to send it right back out. Now in the corner, trying to ride across the wall. Irish Conman picking that up as Raymond actually have the chance to knock it back. Now midfield, Spooky, not quite the angle he was looking for here, but in the corner is going to hand it over towards Jacob, who starts to make his way towards Raymond's backboard.
Great job pushing that ball forward. If they can get a little bit of pressure built up, we can maybe see that rotation start coming out. It's a lot of one-and-done attacks for Manchester. The really difficult part for them is to try to get their rotation to make sure it's on top of its game, not only on offense, but on defense, because there's no goalie. So anytime you have a situation where you push all the way forward and you can't get that rotation back, you can leave an open net that the other team can really pounce upon.
Ooh, just off of the rim right there, and we're going to see the ball still on Manchester, just right in front of the net. They're going to be able to clear it as Jacob finds a small opportunity there, Raymond, as they try to reposition. That was a big window for Manchester, and now we have a very opposite situation here. The ball right in front of Raymond's net. Two Crack going to try and clear this Monster, just barely not making contact. Spooky's going to get control of the ball and start to make its way up the back of the net, and we could potentially see a shot, but Rancic not quite finding the angle he needs. Still, Raymond are on the offensive. They have the chance to get some pressure here. They actually have to fall back and get boost, though, and that's going to give Jacob an opportunity. Get a bounce off the backboard here. A shot comes in from Irish, but not quite where it needs to go.
It was a really good job to get the ball forward, but as we were saying, Manchester's mostly on the one and done offense. Once they get that first attack, it's hard to sustain it, to get that rotation all the way good, but they're doing a great job of slowing down Raymond when it comes to getting through the midfield so that they're not just immediately back on defense every time they play offense. Speaking of, very close by Rancic.
Just not quite the angle he needed there, and that's going to give Manchester a chance to take control as Irish picks up the ball, sends it towards Raymond's side corner here. Crack going to try and send it back and run it to Jacob, who will bounce it right on back. Not going to let them escape this pressure that easily. We'll stop it from going to the goal, though, as Rancic sends it right back. Now Spooky and Crack trying to go for this. A good bump, good interference allows Rancic to continue to push forward here, start to make things up towards the back wall, but Jacob's going to knock it back down to the center field. A good demo is going to take Irish Common out of the equation, and Rancic now has a chance to send the ball right on back towards Manchester, keeping this pressure up. The longer this pressure lasts, the more Manchester really have to rely on these very tight windows to escape.
Amazing job by Jacob to grab boosts there. Very important to keep your boosts topped up, especially when you're playing defense as much as Manchester is being forced to do right now. It's difficult to play defense on zero boosts. Oh, so close by Jacob on the transition attack. Rancic's going to try to bring this out. Takes a couple players to get it there, but we get back to the center circle with the 50, and Jacob's still going to push it back into the offensive zone. Spooky with a nice little touch to get it back around Jacob. Nice spatial awareness by Manchester, kind of doing a cover two. You take left side, I take right side. That way we don't have any empty gaps if the ball does get past our first man. I think it's really important to be aware of where your teammates are so you can keep those double commits from happening like we spoke about earlier.
It's worth noting how much time has burned off the clock in just this single rally. The point that comes out of this is going to be worth so much, and Jacob almost found it. If not for Rancic Gaming, he was able to send it right on back. Only a minute left. This has been such a long war of attrition between these two. This is just endurance at the moment, and as these teams just repeatedly get the chance to try and play their pressure, a little bit of a guessing game right there. Well, messy-guessy in the midfield, but Spooky going to try and get control of the ball, but Irish, everyone's not making contact, just kind of faking it. It's now going up the wall. Jacob is going to be able to send it on off to Crack getting control. Spooky also chasing after that while Irish continues to contest. 40 seconds left. This could be a shot in the goal. Cracked just in the right spot, though. He's going to start to send things back towards Manchester's goal, but more like their back corner right now as Raymond get control.
This is where the nerves really start settling in. Like you mentioned, this next goal is very, very important to both teams. So you're starting to see a couple whiffs. You're starting to see a couple missed opportunities rear their head, and it's really difficult to stay composed in these kinds of moments when it's super duper important that you can try not to make any mistakes when you absolutely don't want to.
Now 10 seconds left. This could just go to a 0-point overtime if Manchester deem it so, but it could be a shot on the goal. Crack tries it, but Jacob sends it right on back. Manchester now want to keep the ball alive, but Raymond aren't going to continue to pick it up. Rather just reset to neutral here. We go back to the kickoff here for overtime.
All right, can Rancic get on the edge of this? Up, Spooky's going to carry it, and there's Jacob. Bit of a hiccup for a second there, but we are right back in it.
Jacob did get demoed there. It's going to take him out for a second, but still things are pretty reserved right now. Rancic's going to try and bring this across the back wall here. Jacob just keeping it in the corner. That's exactly where he wants it to be. Much safer there than midfield, which is where Raymond really wanted. But Rancic going for the goal. It's going to find it. And that's going to be a point up for Raymond. 1-1 tying things up in this best of 5 set.
Just a little bit of a team bump there as the rotation just kind of faltered for a second. Raymond did a great job of finally getting the ball across the near post line, and that's really all that it takes. Madav talked about it earlier in the tournament. It's really important to get that ball across near post to create an opportunity for your team to score. And because Manchester did such a good job of playing near post defense, as you noticed, not a lot of goals scored in that game. Yeah. So it's really important to play that near post defense and have your rotation entirely in control. They just weren't able to keep it up for the entirety of the overtime period. And so there's the conceded goal.
Not a lot of actual goals, but also not a lot of shots on the goal either. You know, there were some here and there, but really both teams really just wanted to keep the ball in the corner whenever it was on their side. And that is just super smart play to just recognize, hey, it doesn't matter if it's on our side of the field as long as it's in the corner.
Exactly.
That is not threatening our goal at all. We actually have a little bit more control there. We can try and boom it back towards their side from there, and they have to try and set up a pass if it's in the corner.
And you can use the wall to your advantage almost as an extra passer, so that when you're in those corner situations on defense and you're trying to bring the ball forward, if you can't you don't want the ball to go mid, so sometimes you'll even hit the ball wall just to kind of bring it back across and make it difficult for the other team to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, and it is the way that we're seeing this fine line between going between defense and offense that both these teams are playing is super important because they aren't committing their entire force of 3 towards only offense or only defense, which is so important just to be able to say like, hey, even if we're playing offensively, we still need to have someone back who maybe it's just when you're gathering boosts, but you still need to be back so that you can actually be ready for when they send the ball across. And there were so many times where we saw these full field clears that were just going all the way over towards the net, and there was someone who was like, "Oh, I'm grabbing boost anyway. I might as well send this right back."
Yes. All right. Just going to get a quick lobby reset real quick. And while we're doing that, yeah, like you mentioned, the important part of Rocket League, I really see it like dance. It's very much a matter of, it's an improvisational situation, but it's also a matter of where's my teammate? What does my teammate need? Do I need to be in order to maintain our team structure? So yeah, if I'm going to go back for boost, I also need to be aware that, hey, maybe I need to play the ball before I even get to the boost. Sometimes our players can get married to the idea of, well, I'm going to get this boost and then I'm going to go play the ball.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't have time. You just have to go play ball. And even if you have 20 boosts, you have 30 boosts, that's going to have to be enough for that next challenge. And that can be a hurdle sometimes mentally to get that confidence back, because I feel like a lot of Rocket League players feel like 100 boosts is 100% confidence.
Yeah.
We're back in action.
All right, let's go ahead and start off game number 3 right here in our bronze match. Manchester and Raymond fighting for 3rd place here in the SNHU NHIAA Invitational. So let's go ahead and get this started off here. Ball already right in front of Manchester's goal. It's a very, very scary spot to be in. Raymond still keeping up this pressure as Rancic sends things over towards the corner. Now midfield, but just going to fly right on by. Spooky going to set something up once again, and Rancic really wants to try and find this. We'll go for a shot on the goal, and we'll find it. That is a huge change of pace from last game.
Huge bump by Spooky here. You get the ball forward, and then right before you leave, hey, how about I just take out this person on near post so they can't play defense? Sometimes that disruption is all you need in order to create an open net opportunity.
Oh yeah, because they like Manchester, they're taking advantage of that trust they have. They're saying, I trust my teammate to catch the goal, so we're just going to bump him.
Exactly.
And so they're not going to send anyone to actually double commit to this when they should.
Yes.
And it's all about that sort of mind game of how much resources do you actually want to commit towards this one play, because we could fake it out and require you to commit more than you think.
Yeah, every decision in Rocket League is a trade of resources. So sometimes you trade your defensive stability for more offensive pressure. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That time it really worked for Raymond as they got the goal very quickly in this match. See if Manchester can respond here, get the ball across the halfway line, and start building their attack once again.
Ball dead in midfield, up high. Monster's going to take control. Spooky not making contact. Rancic will, sending things back towards the left side wall. Now as they begin to make their way towards Manchester's goal. Still in the corner though, but it's going to be Too Cracked, who finds a nice clean shot in there. Now up 2. Once again, this is much faster than we're used to for this particular set. This has been a very slow, grindy set, and now we're seeing Raymond really start to find their stride.
Yes, pushing the ball forward quickly before the defense can get set. It's a really good way to play in transition attack. Nice, all 4 players, both the cheat and the kickoff person, going directly into the ball. Rancic's now just going to push this forward on the left-hand side. Out of boost, not able to 50, just going to take the 100 and get back, but Conman says no thank you. Great job, Monster, with a 50 at the near post. Amazing job to be aggressive in that scenario. You got to just take chances when you push forward like that. If you can get that ball in the mid-space, get the angle, it's a great job.
Just was exactly where he needed to be there. Too Cracked was trying to send things back towards the other corner, trying to get control of the ball for his team, and Monster just wedged himself in between Too Cracked and the rest of his team and found himself now in possession of the ball. Kickoff going a little bit dead in the middle of the field, but it will be Raymond to pick it up and begin their pressure. Already in front of the goal, a very scary spot to be in, but Irish Conman is going to save things up here. Still, Raymond are not going to relent. They're going to keep things up before Manchester finally finds a chance to clear with Jacob.
Nice job of Too Cracked to get the ball back into the midfield. Make sure that there's enough opportunity for his team to get some breathing room. Nice touches in the midfield, but Jacob's going to take it right back. Spooky couldn't get the boost to spawn in time, so misses that challenge. Jacob's is going to come out and get more boost. Let's see if there's a hairpin turn here. There is. Open net opportunity just off the crossbar.
Ooh,
just can't get the follow.
Barely not going in. Jacob not quite able to find that on his own. Manchester could really use that, but a good demo onto Too Cracked potentially open things up, but not if Rancic is just going to take control of the ball and start running. Jacob will stop that from going through, but now the ball is just slowly moving towards the goal. Too Cracked once again, exactly where he needs to be. Going to send that right back, take control of the ball for his team, but it's going to be Irish Conman who keeps up this aggression.
Spooky with an amazing demo as Jacob was just about to take the shot. That is such a heart-stopping sensation when you're about to take a shot and then all of a sudden you don't exist anymore. You're actually back playing defense. Not a fun time, but it's great for the defender. it's almost as good as scoring a goal. So lovely to see that kind of physicality be used in a tactical matchup like this.
Jacob now going sky high with the ball, trying to find something on the goal. Too cracked once again, playing that goalie, saving things for his team. Raymond now still in a weird spot as the ball right in front of the net, but it's going to be Irish Common who just barely doesn't make contact. Jacob's going to try and send it right on back. We'll see. Or Monster could try and go for a shot, but just barely, not quite on the right angle. Still Raymond keep up the pressure, and now Too Cracked trying to bring things up across the back wall. Jacob who tries to take control, trying to send things back towards his team. Monster not quite close enough to really make that shot, and Jacob just has to try and keep possession.
Manchester's doing a great job of kind of changing the field tilt. First couple games were a lot more pressure offense by Raymond than Manchester. They're definitely able to keep their pressure up, get their rotation a little bit tighter, make sure that they're supporting each other in that rotation, and it's paying dividends as they're only down by 1, and they've been really dominant for the majority of this rally. As Jacob is going to just have an opportunity to push this forward, continue that pressure once again.
Just a minute 20 on the clock. Time is ticking down. Manchester find themselves on the defensive. Good bounce off the back wall, but it's going to be Too Cracked, who finds exactly the angle he needs to pick this up. Now 3-1, only a minute on the clock for Manchester.
A little bit of indecision there in the near post without anyone getting a touch. It makes it a lot easier for the offensive player to read it, put it on target, and bury it.
Getting started off here with our 5th kickoff of this match. We'll see Raymond taking control, coming out favorably from that. Irish Conman tries to contest, but not going to be able to find too much off of that. The longer this ball is on Manchester's side of the field, the more this timer is going to burn down in Raymond's favor here. But Manchester are going to find a chance to actually start to apply some of their own game plan here as the ball is on their side, but it doesn't look like they have too much luck in actually maintaining possession as Manchester now find themselves running back for the defense right in front of their goal. But Jacob tries to send it right back, sends it right over one of Raymond's attackers here as they begin to make their way towards the corner. More Monster trying to send it up the back wall, but good interference there. He's going to take possession back for Raymond as they look to try and find something on Manchester's goal, but we're just going from corner to corner right now. We are ping-ponging between these two safe zones.
What's interesting is how Raymond is kind of slowing the tempo down themselves. We're up by 2. We don't need to rush too much, and we don't want to overcommit and create an open net opportunity for Manchester. So I like the idea of just kind of trying to slow the tempo down. Let's maybe hang out at the near post, make sure they can't get anything going, and as long as the ball's on their half, we can't concede a goal, so let's just keep it there.
And when you're in this position, when you're up by 2, it is you are in such a good spot. That's when the death spiral really begins for the other team right there.
Yes.
And you can really just kind of say, hey, well, we're just going to play defensive. We don't have to get a goal. Just keep the ball. Don't let them get the ball.
Yeah, as long as they are able to keep the ball out of the mid space, able to stay on the other half of the pitch, it's so much more difficult for the other team to push the ball forward when you are set up for that rather than you pushing to get the goal as well.
Yeah, and I just want to call back to what you said before this match, where you said that Rocket League is very much like a dance, and I agree with that really, in that there's so much unspoken communication in it as well. Like communication is super important, just as much as any other game, but things happen so fast, and you really just have to rely on kind of having a synced up brain with your teammates, right?
Yes, all of the practice in the world is not going to like make up for the ability for you to just be able to read what your teammates are doing. Sometimes it's comms, and sometimes it's just the experience of playing with your teammates over and over. So you get that kind of bond that kind of transcends whatever you're saying to each other, because you just kind of have an idea of what the other player is going to do. As Jacob's up on a huge air dribble, Spooky does a great job just being patient, waiting until the height is right for the 50, and able to get it out of the mid space once again. Rancic's going to push this through the mid, and Jacob's right there. Great booming clear. Going to take both players out of the play.
Ooh, Jacob is really setting something up, but Too Cracked tries to take control of the ball, but just not quite the angle he really wanted right there. Great positioning from Jacob. Just killed this ball right in midfield. If he didn't get it, Irish Conman was right on his tail.
Yes,
right?
Indeed. A great job to get the ball progression in the first place. Sometimes it's all it takes. Get the ball close to the goal, and sometimes you're going to get lucky and get a mistake from the other team to actually put it in the goal.
Spooky here, taking control of the ball, popping it over towards Manchester's side as they go to find something very dangerously close to midfield, but bouncing off of the wall, going to start to make its way back on over. Manchester not making contact. This is scary. Rancic's going to try and bounce it back into the corner, just trying to keep it away from the rest of Manchester while his team rushes to get forward into some more offensive positioning right here. Two cracks going for a shot on the goal. Jacob in a good spot, though, able to send it right back. Be Spooky, who doesn't quite send it right back where it came from. He's going to bounce it back into Raymond's corner, which is still a good spot for it to be in, but now they have to worry about Manchester starting to apply some pressure here.
Irish really starting to turn up the physicality dial, trying to create a little bit of rotation manipulation to make it difficult for Raymond to get to their next player. If you can make the second man think twice about going for the ball, you can really create a lot of space for your second man to then have an opportunity. Speaking of, there's Jacob with the shot from the mid space. Let's see, Monster's going to get the 50 here. Ball bounces out mid. There are no Raymond players to be found. And straight on target. There you go.
Sometimes it just happens like that, you know? You'll just be playing against the team and you'll be like, oh, no one's at the goal. Yeah, might as well go for a shot, right? They overcommitted towards the offense, and we found ourselves in a pretty good position off of an interaction. That can just happen sometimes, and you really don't recognize these things until it's in hindsight.
Yes, it's very much sometimes just about asking questions of the defense. Are you able to handle the fact that we're shooting at you? Are you able to handle the fact that we're not shooting at you? There are times where not even playing a direct offense can make the defense get out of position and then set up an attack in the next phase. Oh. A little bit of an overcommit there. Can Jacob get back in time? Ooh. Almost, but Spooky is able to get that 50 at the near post and turn it into a 2-1 game. Just a couple misses in the midfield. Jacob couldn't finish the rotation back to third man, and we are still very competitive here with 2:57 left.
And this is where you see, we were talking about how if you're up by 2, you can play so safe. Up by 1 is a much less comfy position because at any moment things are tied up and suddenly you have to fight for that lead back. So Manchester are going to be trying to fight as hard as they can just to reclaim that 2-point lead. Jacob's starting to go for the goal. 2 crack. Good position. Going to bounce it off of their own backboard. Start to make their way across the field. As they now go for a shot on Manchester's goal, and they're going to tie things up.
It's so difficult to play defense in the near post space when you're facing the play, but you don't have that momentum going toward the play. Irish just caught it kind of in between two minds. Do I go back? Do I go forward? It's really difficult to just figure out exactly what to do in that moment, and Raymond capitalizes 2-2.
And for our 5th kickoff here, going to be pretty even, but Raymond going to be applying pressure, going for a shot on the goal already, and now they've taken the lead.
Great pace there. You get 2 committing to the kickoff here, and then 2 crack is the cheat for Raymond. Beats the third man, and it's an open net. It's really difficult to play defense directly off kickoff if you put all of your resources into that first ball.
And once you get hit by one of those kickoff goals, that is really one of those moments where you just gotta you just gotta hunker down and try and say okay, that's all they get. Nothing more than that. You can't let it get to your head, even though it is so easy to. But that's going to slowly make its way towards the goal again. Raymond trying to find something, going to bounce off the backboard, and just a barely off angle is going to mean that ball goes over towards the corner, and Irish is going to start to try and drive it out.
Will that come back to haunt Raymond? That is the question. Had a really good opportunity, 2 shots on net. Not able to actually put it in, even though it was open net. But here's a 50 at midfield going straight into the net. Sometimes that midfield pressure at the halfway line, someone wants to put it on top of their car, you just jump, take the high 50, and you can dunk it directly over them. It's all it takes if the rotation is as tight as it was for Manchester trying to push the ball forward.
And it can happen so fast and be so unexpected that you just can't react to that, and that's exactly what happened right there. Raymond now up 2 in a super good spot right now. This is set point for them right now. So if they continue to play like this, all they have to do is play safe. It's now Manchester have the actual burden of trying to make up the difference now.
Yes, it's very difficult to play from behind when you know that, or everyone knows you got to get the ball forward, got to get the ball mid. Great job there, pushing the ball forward. Oh, okay, almost. Irish can't get up for this, and Jacob's going to have to turn in order to keep this from going in the offensive end. Amazing, not even facing the ball, but able to stop the ball progression, and then with the second touch, able to get it right back into midfield. So great job to get that transition defense going all by yourself. Little doozy dish off the near post. Jacob's putting his team on his back, attempting to keep this game and really the series in contention. Got to get one more with 90 seconds left, but that's a really great start to have all of this time to work with rather than having to wait until the last second.
As much as Rocket League is a team game, there's definitely room for you to say, hey, I'm just going to do it myself.
Yes.
You can absolutely go for these big solo plays, and oftentimes when you're in games like this where there's so much team play, those solo plays can be so they can really catch you off guard.
Another
monster finding that, tying things up for now. Manchester so quickly making up the difference.
Another 50 that instead of playing for the 50, we instead try to play for the beat. Monster just great aggression. Sometimes being aggressive, being reckless, that's all it takes in order to score a goal. We're tied up.
We'll see now. This is definitely a back and forth game that I don't think anyone expected to go exactly like this. Such a drastic change of pace from what we saw earlier this set. This was the game where the first set was 1-0. Now it's 4-4, and these leads keep appearing and just quickly being made up for. Raymond in control of the ball now, trying to get it back out. Look at that. Just Rocket League is a contact sport. You cannot forget that. Just the way he's able to pretty much stun him just by driving into him consistently.
It is. It's great to see how the teams are reacting to each other's playstyle, targeting each other in certain scenarios. Usually the first game tends to be low scoring as you feel each other out, figure out exactly what you're going for. But then once that fourth and fifth game start coming up, you get to see a little goofy score lines because both teams kind of have a feel for each other. Both teams are more comfortable with the environment, comfortable with the fact that you're on Champions Field and it's a big deal. So it's really interesting to see how this ends, especially if it goes to overtime, because that's when the nerves really start to come through. A great demo there in the mid-space. Now Jacob pushing it forward. Maybe going for the mid-pass. No, Spooky at the near post. Ball still in mid, though. No one's diving.
They're so scared right now. The nerves are crazy. Raymond does not want to give this up. They want to hold on to this. They don't want this to go to the final game right now. And they just want to kill the ball. And they will. As we go into overtime, 4-4. They have got to be nervous right now.
4-4, game 4. Let's see who can get that last goal in order to either send it to a game 5 or end it as the third place winners for the tournament. Jacob just trying to be super careful.
Oh!
Unfortunate. That will happen. When you get the near post rotation, it can be a little difficult to keep the ball out of your net because you're pushing it right into the mid. But hey, amazing job by Manchester to make this a series. Send this to 4 games. Send this to 4 games with an overtime. Great job to just stay in it, stay mentally prepared. I'm really excited by all of the players that were here. But Manchester started off winning a lot of games in their group, and now they go out as 4th place contenders. But big kudos to Raymond winning 3rd place.
One of my favorite things about Rocket League that you can look at that set and say, this is exactly my favorite thing about Rocket League. You can see the chemistry between these teams. Every single member, you can see that they are so experienced playing with each other.
Yeah.
They know exactly what's going on in their teammates' heads. It's so rewarding just to see they're completely in sync.
Yes.
I love that.
It's fantastic. All the hard work you do in your practices, all the time you spend working on your individual mechanics, then to be able to perform on the stage, that is the most important part. And it's a lot of fun to do it with your teammates and also have your family here, your administrators here, your coaches here. Now, all of the support staff and, well, not even staff, but all the support just in general is it's really huge and meaningful. It's great to see all these different faces. So now we get to get set up for the final match.
It's exciting. Raymond take home 3rd place right here, but we're about to go into Londonderry versus Pembroke after this short break. Stay tuned for the finals. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello and welcome back. We just got finished with our bronze match as Raymond ended up taking third place over Manchester Memorial in a crazy, crazy good game.
Yep,
definitely one for the highlights, I think.
Goes to 4 games, goes to overtime in the last one, and just the tiniest defensive mistake ends up paying the difference for Raymond. Good job to pounce on that mistake, but now we have our final matchup. We have Londonderry, we have Pembroke, we have the three-headed monster of Londonderry, 3 pretty evenly ranked players going against Pembroke with Interstella and the brilliance of a 1,001 game in the semis to finish it out for his team. So huge matchup to figure out who is going to take this out and be the grand champion of the first tournament here for high school players in Rocket League.
It's going to be really interesting to see kind of the difference in how the power allocation sort of in these two teams, right? Absolutely not discrediting the other players on Pembroke, because the way that Interstella, I mean, really just focusing on him because he's the grand champion player on his team, right? But the way that he plays around his teammates is also just like super brilliant. And I think overall it is a really complete package altogether. But it is going to be, Londonderry has been giving everyone here a run for their money so far.
Yes,
and it is these two teams both went undefeated in their groups, I believe. So it is going to be a crazy close match. I'm just curious, kind of looking into this, when you're looking at a team that is 3 people who are evenly kind of distributed in terms of skill, and you're looking at another team where it's like one person is a bit higher skilled than the rest of the team, how does the general strategy sort of change for both these teams?
So when you're in the situation where everyone is balanced, it tends to be a really even delegation of responsibility. So you tend to try to have just everyone, like next man up type of situation. If it's your turn to go forward, go forward. If it's your turn to go back, go back. Make sure that everyone feels comfortable doing everything so there aren't any gaps in play. So if you're trying to balance or go against that kind of team, there really aren't any gaps or weaknesses you can target. Whereas on the other side, if there's one player who's like head and shoulders above the other two, that is the player that you target. That is the player that you try to make it into a difficult situation for them, maybe get them frustrated, maybe start to play the mental game a little bit, and force the other 2 players to kind of pick up the slack when that first player can't get everything done that they want to. But on the other side, if the one player is just that good, sometimes it doesn't matter what you do. That one player can just dominate the matchup, and I'm interested to see exactly how the dynamic works between these two teams, especially the aerial game. I think that's going to be huge. Interstellar did a lot in the air, but Londonderry, all 3 players can do a lot in the air. So when you have that kind of matchup, is it going to be about being aggressive? Is it going to be about falling back, kind of letting some of the space go, and then playing in the second phase of defense? It's really up to the players to decide exactly how they want to target it, but there's a lot of different ways to go about it. I think the big key for Londonderry, are they going to continue being as aggressive as they were? A lot of the games, they were challenging out in front of the halfway line to maintain that pressure on offense, really get the other team in a situation where they can't rotate as quickly, because the further you push up in offense, the less space the other team has to generate the momentum to go into their next challenge. So if they continue pushing forward, is it going to create a situation where Pembroke can't then get momentum into their challenge, can't get the ball out of defense, and then concede goals because of the pressure that builds up?
Yeah, and I think that just overall, looking at their last games, or just the entirety of Londonderry's run, we see, like you mentioned, just how forward they're playing to really just exert constant pressure on the other team, and how suffocating that looked for a lot of these teams that they ended up going against. When you're going up against a team where one player is higher ranked than you, then suddenly you're like, oh, yeah, maybe we should play more defensively, right?
Exactly.
Maybe we should be a little bit more reserved, because solo play can really catch you off guard. When you don't see people setting up each other and it just pops up out of nowhere, it can be devastating.
Definitely. And so we have Interstellar on the ball progression going onto the left-hand side. Ham's going to just push this forward, get past 2, and then open that opportunity. If we can get it mid, Eggs just a quick rotation, didn't have the momentum, and Interstellar's going to get that right back on the other side. Eggs off the top of the backboard, Interstellar just holding it. Nice little flick over, and a great save by Eggs in order to keep that out. Interstellar's going to go back for boost, and now we have Londonderry on the attack.
We'll see now that we actually get to see them actually apply some pressure here. They start to make their way towards midfield. Ball going over. Ham, contesting with Interstella, is going to end up with the ball going towards Londonderry's side, but Green keeps up the pressure. Raphael trying to go for a little bit of a fake right here, but Green is just going to push it right towards that open goal, and Londonderry are going to get that first point.
Great transition defense by Londonderry. A little vertical stack set up on the right-hand side, so the second man was able to be right in position for where the ball progression was going. Interstellar just can't get back in time. quickness of the rotation is going to be really key in those transition defense moments for Pembroke.
I think, yeah, it is absolutely going to be every single unit of momentum going in a single direction is so important for just how soon you will get to the spot that you need to be, especially against a team like Londonderry, who've been so good at just punishing. Really good flip reset there to maintain control of the ball, faking out two members of Londonderry as he continues to keep control. Green's going to start to go up high and make his way towards the goal. A good save from Manistella.
That is an amazing save to get not only able to get back in between the ball, but also to get it out of the mid space. A lot of pressure now. Londonderry kind of going with the three-headed monster approach. Next man up in the rotation, and there's Eggs with a boom. Gets it over the entirety of the defense all the way to the back wall. Interstella's going to switch play here. But notice the aggression there. Gets past one, gets past Green as well. So definitely pushing the challenges higher up the pitch, Londonderry, as they get more and more acclimated to the speed that Pembroke wants to play on offense.
I think this is very much a much more reserved Londonderry than we've been seeing all day. They are taking things a little bit slower, taking things a little bit more deliberately, but they're still finding these opportunities to maybe find some lethal shots. Not quite finding one there, but Interstella beginning to take the ball away, and now Londonderry are back on the defense. This is not a situation that they've been too familiar with today.
Yeah, Londonderry's had a couple games where they got up into double digits, which doesn't happen that much in Rocket League. Nice little fake challenge there by Eggs, but once again, a great 50 by Howington. You got to be brave in those kinds of scenarios. If you see somebody get faked, sometimes it's all about being that next challenge and making sure you fill that rotation properly. And yeah, great job with the near post defense. If they can keep it on the near post, it's great. Ooh, just a bit of a whiff there. And Interstella getting crushed once again. Green all over it with the challenge. Huge pressure every time Interstella gets anywhere near the ball by the Londonderry team. And here's Interstella. One more touch. But Green is there. Great job just playing patient defense. If you can't make the challenge earlier, just go ahead and sit back. You got a little bit more space to work with.
Yeah, great positioning right now. The ball back in Pembroke's corner right here as they try and just get control, sending it side to side. They're pretty interested in burning down time and just keeping it away from Londonderry right now. Sure, they're down a point, but they're only down 1 point, and they've been able to stay on Londonderry's side of the field for a pretty long time. As long as they're able to just keep themselves in pressure more often than Londonderry, then at some point there will be an opening.
Yeah, you just gotta sometimes play the patient game. Keep the ball close to the net that you're trying to score on. Another opportunity there. Londonderry's been getting that high cross where you get it just above the crossbar, make it difficult for the player on near post to have a chance at it. And if they don't have a back post rotator to help out on the backboard, it's really difficult to keep the ball out of the net when that second man comes in. And there it is. Right there, just a nice switch of play, get the defense a little bit discombobulated. It starts on the right-hand side, you're going to pass over the left-hand side, and then you got both players rotating over into the near-post space. That opens up the net for the nice finish.
Starting to light a fire under Pembroke a little bit here as they get a 2-point lead with 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Definitely have to start finding some really good conversions from this pressure that they're getting into some real value here. We see the ball just immediately boom back towards the goal, but Interstella is going to be able to send it right out.
That's a goalie standing on their head. Amazing job to get back into the play and just camping out in that mid space. Sometimes if you try to bring it back across, if that defender is, if that offensive player is still there, it's not really going to work out for you, but this is that suffocating factor. Londonderry starting to build that pressure, keep the ball not only in their offensive zone, but also keep pushing a little bit higher, choking off the game so that Pembroke can't have any momentum on their challenges.
Ball goes towards Pembroke's side once again. Londonderry beginning to go up high, trying to apply some pressure on the backboard here. Interstella tries to go for it, but a good bump from Green is going to get in front of him and really disrupt a little bit of that play he's going for. However, Howington starting to take control of the game a little bit, bringing the ball over towards Londonderry's side. Londonderry aren't going to let it be that easy, though. They're going to send it right on back. Interstella trying to keep this ball in the corner here, just going to bounce it from corner to corner, thinking this one's getting a little bit too cramped and crowded. Begins to make his way over. Ham trying to set something up. This is scary, but Interstella, fearless, just going to send it right back out.
Yeah, Londonderry now starting to just dive any and every wide challenge. Anytime that they think that they have a chance at a 50, they're going to go for it. Whiffs aren't really getting punished by Pembroke, so they can kind of pin their ears back and just dive as much as they want. So it becomes a difficult thing. Do you just let them dive at you, or do you start playing for the 50 a little bit more? As they're once again another 50 as Pembroke's trying to bring the ball out. You get this 150 right here, and then the defense kind of crumbles because once again there's a player in the mid space. So perhaps a little bit of an adjustment necessary for Pembroke in order to keep this series in contention.
Yeah, Londonderry definitely building up a solid score here, and I think one of the things that really sets Londonderry apart from a lot of the other teams that we see here, right, is last game we talked a lot about how the first few games in the set and the first, second game are very low scoring, and then things start to kind of ramp up a little bit. Londonderry, they don't seem to have that effect. Their sort of default strategy is very much kind of figuring out what makes you tick by poking you until you do something about it.
Yeah,
and that leads to them just kind of like getting a lot of pressure and a lot of ability to get conversions off that very early on.
A lot of teams, it takes them maybe a game or two to kind of get started, get comfortable. Seems like Londonderry, it takes them about 2 or 3 minutes in one game. And then by then, they've kind of dialed you in. They figured out exactly what makes you tick, and then that's what's going to help them progress, change their strategy on the fly sometimes, maybe just a little adjustment here or there, and start really getting that aggression into that halfway line or past that halfway line. So can Pembroke now make the adjustment, understanding, hey, these guys are just going to dive on you. So if they're going to dive on you, what can you do in order to win a couple more 50-50s, get the ball progressed, and also maybe keep the ball in the offensive zone so you can build that offense?
I love seeing teams that are this aggressive right out of the gate because it builds this really cool storyline of this team that is immediately just a monster right away, and then the other team starts to begin to slowly acclimate and begins to kind of go for that uphill battle here, which we're hopefully looking to see Pembroke do as they begin to get a little bit more acclimated and used to Londonderry's very, very aggressive and oppressive tactics.
Ooh, great job there by Eggs, not hitting the ball, even though the near post rotation could have been a bit bad, but nice little pass into the mid space. Doesn't work out, but we were able to just get back on the other side of it. And Raphael going to make the challenge, not able to do so. Green can't get the touch, and once again, both players for Londonderry right in the corner, so the ball progression is very difficult. Eggs going all the way back for boost, now gets the boom. Let's see what Eggs can do in the air. Little whiff, but hey, that's a nice little drop down pass for him. Interstella's now going to have a chance. Got boost. Only one player to beat. Just kind of air dribble, and what a great 50 to keep that out of the net. That was huge for Londonderry because if Pembroke gets that 1-0 lead, maybe a little bit of confidence starts building, and that's where you can be in trouble. Another one, and a great 50 by Interstella to keep it in the offensive zone.
Already finding 2 shots on his own. Only a minute has passed so far in this set. Londonderry get a pretty big clear right there, and unfortunately, no one's able to get back in time as Londonderry find that 1 point up. This is where they want to be.
Yep, you counter the counter. Sometimes you get a lot of aggressive offensive pressure. You leave a little bit to try to go get boost, and that wide rotation gets punished with a direct shot on target.
Starting in with our second kickoff now. Pembroke actually find this one going their way. Londonderry now on the defense. Interstella going up high immediately. Not quite finding contact with the ball. Ham doing a pretty good job at playing keep away up there in the air, making sure he's able to keep possession of that ball, keep his hands on it. Now goes into Pembroke's corner. Interstella going up high. Spent a little bit of that boost, and there's a shot on the goal. He's going to find it, tying things up.
Sometimes it's all about the 50-50. If you can figure out a way to get a little bit more of your car on the diameter of the ball, you can definitely do a good job of it. Actually, it almost looks like this is an own goal. Interstella didn't get that last touch. It just ends up being a 50 off of the Londonderry car, so it's a tie game now.
We'll see as Londonderry once again find themselves on the defensive directly off of kickoff. Ham trying to break free. We'll be able to start to pressure Interstella here, who sends it right on back. Going up high midfield now. Green trying to take control of this, and that could be a shot on the goal with Howington just a little bit too low. Not quite in the airspace.
Sometimes these 50-50s at the halfway line are dangerous in that if you get beat on that 50 and your players aren't ready to support you on the second and third challenge, it can be really, really difficult to maintain that pressure. So a lot of awkward scenarios then for the transition defense of Pembroke.
Especially if you're using all your boost to play offensively, scrambling back to get on the defense can be so tough. We see now already another shot on the goal from Eggs, and that is a 3-pointer for Londonderry. They get 2 points up now.
Great job just seeing where your teammate is. Eggs, no hesitation whatsoever, upper 90 off the post. It's really difficult to save. Incredible play.
Once again, we've seen Pembroke starting to come out on top a bit in these kickoffs just like that, but they're really struggling to actually get this into value. But we're going to see a shot in the goal. Green, exactly where he needs to be. Blocks that shot from Interstella. Ham now beginning to take the ball for a little walk, starting to make his way towards the net, then make his way towards the corner, but it's going to get jammed up here a little bit as Interstella just steals control. Eggs just not quite high enough, but Green sitting right on that midfield line is going to make sure that it doesn't escape from Londonderry's pressure. Now still stuck in the corner right here. Pembroke need to find a chance to actually break free here, and Howington starts to find a little bit of room, but Eggs, they bounce it right back towards midfield. A shot on the goal, but Interstella sends it right back.
There is an immense amount of patience in the midfield from Londonderry, not taking the first challenge they get every time. Sometimes they're going to take a second or two, see if that's actually the challenge they want to take, and if not, maybe their teammates in a better position to get the ball. Really good understanding of the space on the pitch, which space you're responsible for, which space your teammates are responsible for, and that kind of ability to calm on the fly and kind of improvise based on the situation is what's really helping them win this midfield battle.
A demo onto Eggs and give them a little bit of breathing room here from Londonderry's pressure. Howington trying to just get control of the ball, but Ham really slowing things down right up against that wall. Makes it so hard to predict exactly where that ball is going.
Sometimes just about 50-50s. Ham slows down, takes one hard 50, and then, hey, look, there's an empty net because they have ran out of players on the other side. Londonderry once again winning the 50-50 battle, winning the patience battle in the corner, rather than just trying to jam it into the midfield immediately. Raphael with an open net just couldn't get enough purchase on that shot, but here's the counterattack once again. Londonderry quickly getting the ball in there, and Eggs going to turn off. Let Interstellar have a little bit more space before Ham makes the cut rotation in, and now Eggs can go forward with boost. Little double tap attempt, but Interstellar is there, reads it all day, gets it all off to the wide space.
He's got no boost right now, so he's got to be careful. Only picking up a little bit there. He really needs to try and maintain control of the ball, but he just does not have the resources to get back there in time. And Pembroke having a little bit of trouble on that double commit to try and stop the ball.
Yep, a little bit of a team bump there in the near post. If all three players are on the near, that means no one's there to protect that near post space. And Londonderry able to make it a 5-1 game. Still a little bit of time left, especially if they can get a kickoff goal.
Ooh.
But unfortunately, Londonderry's the one with the kickoff goal. Great 50 once again at the halfway line. It's just the speed. If you can get to the ball a little bit faster, you can actually turn that into a shot on target. And while the other players are grabbing boost and trying to cheat, there's the space in order to exploit on the offensive end.
This is becoming a very big lead for Londonderry right now, and they've been doing a good job at coming back from these kickoff shots, but for a minute and a half left on the clock, Pembroke, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to make up this difference. They really just need to try and work on actually being able to withstand this pressure from Londonderry, because they have been able to consistently find these super clean shots.
Yep, a nice little musty attempt, gets just out in front of the ball, or the ball gets just out in front of Interstellar, but it becomes very difficult if your second and third man can't keep that pressure up when you get the ball progression. So Howington's going to just dive for this, but Green gets it away. Interstellar's there. Near post is wide open, and there's a little double tap setup. Looks like there was a back post defender just kind of hanging out, getting a parking ticket on boost, and that extra space in the rotation is then taken up by the goal. So 2-6, not bad. Still enough time to come back, but it's going to be really close. It's going to have to get a couple kickoff goals, I think.
Londonderry are going to go ahead and get their pressure started off, but not before it gets boomed right on back from Interstella. Raphael's trying to back up a little bit, trying to get hands on the ball, but Eggs just too fast. Howington going to pop it up a little bit, but right into the arms of Ham. Going to try and send it back, playing on this wall. Going to find an opportunity to try and get this midfield, and this is a scary spot for it to be, but it's going to get past Green. That means Londonderry have the ball in their corner. Now Interstella actually gets taken out right there, and that is a big upset for this offensive momentum.
It's really, really infuriating when you're going supersonic, and yet you go across the defender's path. All you got to do is get just the littlest bit of contact. As long as the defender hits center mass, you don't exist anymore. So it's a really good defense to isolate Interstellar when he's on the offensive push to get the possession back, and there with a great shot on target. Raphael just can't get the jump in time, and it is 7-2 for Londonderry. They're going to close this out and be on match point going into the second game.
Yeah,
we're going to the third game.
This is a scary scoreline to be in, because Londonderry have essentially created this urgency. You need to figure our plan out now, or we're taking this.
Yes.
And Pembroke really need to get as much breathing room as they can.
Yep, a little bit of a double commit there. Green now off the backboard. Intercell is there. Backboard is not open. But hey, we can get the corner pass back into mid. Green with a touch, Eggs with the follow, and a bit of a whiff there, but we're going to end it 7-2. With Green getting the 3 goals there, a little bit of an MVP performance. Again, though, it's a really even share in terms of all 3 players able to make defensive plays, offensive plays, physical plays, When everyone's able to share the wealth there, it makes it a lot easier for your team to be successful.
It's a lot less of a burden to kind of just have like that much responsibility on a single person who's kind of wearing multiple hats, where you can kind of have if you're sharing things evenly, you can kind of specialize a little bit. You can say, hey, I'll play this very forward position more frequently, so that when I'm actually get the chance to be up there, then I'll do great. But I don't need to always be up there.
Yes, exactly. So Interstellar with boost got to take as much opportunity as possible with their chances. I think Pembroke had a couple chances that they probably won't back, but it's a matter of being able to make all of those chances count. Nice little mid pass there.
Oh,
give and go.
Beautiful.
Nice little 1-2. So you can exploit the space that's in front of mid here with that pass, and then hey, this near post is wide open now that person dives on mid. That's a great job of understanding where your teammates are going before they even get there.
And that's that unspoken communication right there. That you can't communicate that. You got to just go with that and hope you're in the right spot and really just sync up. And that's exactly what we saw right there. Londonderry finding that very early 1-point lead is going to put the timer on Pembroke.
A little bit of a team bump, but still get the ball onto the backboard. Eggs with no boost, still just going to push it to the wide space. Intercell is already there, but I'm able to keep it going. And now we get carryover 1-50. Green's not going to push it on the right-hand side. Interstellar now with a chance to push forward. Eggs can get a touch before halfway. Drop down in front of net. Nice job. Little bailout by your teammate to get it out of the mid space. Raphael just going to push forward, not able to keep it going. Howington gets bypassed, and now Interstellar trying to get out in front. Mid space wide open. There's the shot. Ooh. There is the goal. It is really unfortunate sometimes when you have that transition defense, when you commit to the corner early, if you don't get it right, you get punished because your first man's not back yet. It's just a really unfortunate scenario.
And that's a situation right there where Londonderry could really just say, oh, I see Interstellar this high on the wall, I'll just shoot under him. Yep. There's not many options he has at that point, and just kind of being a little bit too quick to the punch definitely ended up Londonderry finding that second point right there very quickly too. This is becoming a problem.
Yes. Londonderry is having a good time, specifically on defense. They always have an extra player, it feels like, because they're not overcommitting on any of their opportunities. Amazing. A little bit of a psycho touch there, and that's going directly in the net off the back wall. That's something that pros attempt to do and fail miserably at. So for you to get that on in the grand final, that is a fantastic shot.
I like that a lot. That is pretty cool. Interstellar being able to hit that off the wall, definitely getting them a little bit of breathing room right here. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Still a point down, but it's way better than being 2 points down.
Yes, indeed. A little bit of a fighting chance here. You can just get that boost and get the ball back on the other half. Try to keep it there a little bit longer. Little switch play to try to get the defense off guard a little bit, but there is Green reading the switch, getting the challenge, getting the goal directly afterwards. It's stifling when you switch the play to one side and then you see that the other player is already on the wall ready to dive your challenge. It just feels like, where can you go? You can't go into the mid space because that's where the shot's going to come from. So it's really, really difficult to break out of defense in those scenarios.
And we see Londonderry always, and even if, there's a shot where someone is kind of positioned to be able to take that one. Okay, hold on. Hey,
amazing.
Just right off the rip. Going to immediately make up the difference that was made in that last round. Londonderry just not quite ready for that shot.
73 miles an hour off the bumper. No redirect, no nothing. Just straight into the net. That's a fantastic shot.
And now another kickoff here, our 6th kickoff, and it's going to be Howington who gets demoed right on the contact. Interstellar's got to deal with the ball in his corner right now, trying to go up high, but going to go over towards Howington and Raphael, who just can't quite make contact. Still going to go all the way over to the corner, though, where Eggs now in control, trying to find the shot and the goal. Interstellar, a great defense there to send it right back, but now they got to worry about it again. Howington able to send that one right back. Interstellar up in the air, trying to get control of the ball. Has to get it past Londonderry's defenders. But Eggs is going to be the one to take control, send it up high. Howington's got to go up high. He's got to bounce off the crossbar. And Ham sees a wide open net for the follow-up shot.
Londonderry did a nice little job of conceding a little bit of space so that they could then have more space to attack on the opposite end. They kind of backed off a little bit on that initial challenge, and that's what sets up the transition opportunity. Kind of a counter-the-counter type situation.
Londonderry here going to start off on the defense. Interstellar comes off successfully from that kickoff. Eggs trying to scramble to get the ball, though. Pembroke now have to worry about getting clear of this as Green goes up high, going to try and bounce it off the back wall. Interstella will be the one to bounce it off the back wall. He gets to make it over towards Londonderry's side. In their corner now, Eggs passes it over to him. Howington tries to contest, but just goes right over him. Eggs, once again, spiking it straight on down, but Interstella is exactly where he needs to be to disrupt this. Ham, great interference, though, trying to claim it. Interstella reclaiming the ball, though, now going up high around this. That was scary. Eggs just barely about to make an own goal right there, but does get just that narrow little window to send it right back towards his team. And Interstella, just completely looping around the field, is able to hit that defense.
End-to-end action. Great job by Eggs to close off that near post. We saw Interstella get a doozy earlier in the series where they were able to just go off the back wall straight into the near post, but not this time, as this time with 85 didn't get the purchase that they wanted on the carry, and pushing into the near post zone. 50 straight back out. Ham is right there protecting the mid space with an aggressive proactive challenge. Interstella once again at the near post. Ham can't put it in, and now Howington's just going to get it out of danger a little bit. Raphael now trying to get a 50 to get this out of the defensive end. Ham's going to put it right back in, and once again Interstella has to wear the Superman cape at the near post, try to keep any and everything out. Off the backboard once again. Great dive by Howington, but can't make contact. Now Interstella with a little bit of space, a little bit of boost. Let's see what they can do in the air. Nice little touch, gets over one, ground pinch.
Ooh!
Can't work it into the corner. So close, though. 60 seconds left. Let's see if we can get just a little bit more urgency from this Pembroke team to get that offense going.
Pembroke now have a chance to play some offense, but it's going to go straight back their way, and Londonderry now have 50 seconds to put on some pressure and burn time off the clock from Pembroke. They might even find a goal while they're at it, but not if Interstella has anything to say about it. Going up high, launching it straight up into the corner. Now trying to escape. We'll be able to get it towards midfield. Eggs trying to pick up some boost. We'll be able to intercept that, start to send it back here. Gets it over Pembroke's attackers. Ham now going up high. Interstella picks that one up. 30 seconds on the clock. Pembroke are down 2 right now. They need to find some value, or this is it. This is set point for Londonderry. This is tournament point for Londonderry.
Oh, Interstella's found the open net.
This could be huge if he's able to get this, and he will. Eggs can't get there in time. This lead has become much less insurmountable.
Got 2 players in the near post corner. Eggs didn't get back in time, and now we have an interesting kickoff. Can Interstellar be on the kickoff, and if so, can they push this forward and create an opportunity to score with 17 seconds left, tie this game up? Interstella is on kickoff. Green with a great job blocking that 50. You can beat it. You can get there first, but as long as I get there in time to keep the ball from going in, we're just fine. Huge challenge there. Ham's going to keep it in the corner. Pembroke running out of time, and there is the goal to seal it. Green is going to seal it for Londonderry with 1 second left. Once again, it's the pressure. Interstella can't get the ball off of the back line, and Green is up immediately. The speed in which they transition from first man to second man to third man has been the difference for Londonderry in this tournament.
Londonderry, you just can't beat having that consistency on all 3 of your players, having that just very balanced skill level. Interstella just showing, I could have gotten that. Yeah, I could have gotten that.
It's like, by the way,
you didn't win by 2. Okay, I remember that. You won by 1.
Just one for the road. Let me just do a quick little redirect off the sidewall, just to let you know who you're playing up against. 1,100 points in that match. Interstella doing everything they can. Great showing by Pembroke to win second place, but the talk of the town here is going to have to be Londonderry.
Oh, yeah. From the very first match that we saw them playing up here, they were a threat, a serious threat, and it's very, very, you just got to say they earned it. They absolutely did. That is a very well-balanced team who absolutely knows exactly what they're doing. They're in each other's heads all the time. They have that just team chemistry that's so important in Rocket League.
Pembroke did a really good job of trying to keep the games as close as possible, but sometimes just having all 3 players on the same wavelength beats having an amazing superstar on your team. It's just sometimes the team game wins out.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. A really great conclusion to our SNHU NHIAA Invitational here for Rocket League. A super fun event. I really enjoyed doing this. I thought it was super fun to get to see a lot of these teams come in, kind of get that grab bag of skill and just see what happens, you know?
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun to just kind of see that, especially it comes with a lot of unexpected things and a lot of upsets like that are always a lot of fun. If you enjoyed this, we'll be back on April 1st with another NHIAA event for Smash Bros. That'll be crew battles. If you've ever been to GSG or anything like that, it'll be kind of like that, but with more crew battle format. It'll be up in the banquet hall on April 1st, so definitely check that out, either in person or on here on Twitch, where it'll be streamed as well. But if you enjoyed all this, be sure to check out our Twitter at SNHU Esports. You'll be able to find all sorts of clips and match updates, events, anything like that. You can find everything there. But that's all for us today. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for all of the players who came out and played today. It is a huge turnout in terms of players and a huge turnout in terms of just skill and fun and teams. I loved every second of this. I definitely am excited for April 1st. Definitely come in and check that out because I love these sort of long form tournament streams. They're so much fun. But that's all for us today. Thank you so much for coming in. We will see you back on Monday for some Valorant.